you know, this was like what, two years ago, and the only people making a big deal of it are not either I or Christopher.
Yeah, well, never mind. We're keeping him away from you, so there we go. Just sit there and look decorative.
I may be making a big deal of it, but I still am in favor of fisting. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, well then we'll write up your manifesto, and then you could just put that up there. On the...
Absolutely.
This fucking punster, that was awful, Gus. That was truly awful.
Are you good to come to me house and punch my eyes in?
I'm going to come in and punch your arse in and talk of this fisting.
I think given that it's the 4th anniversary of hormone replacement therapy, Melissa may have comments that are worthwhile to hear. Go ahead.
We rate this as 4 fists up.
Absolutely.
Well, I don't know what do we want, like what part of it, like just HRT in general?
Who knows? I mean, it's the 4th anniversary. You know, it's a celebration of sorts. Just whatever kind of you could say happy anniversary, or you know, I should find some guy to fist me or whatever.
Mine is actually, well, happy anniversary, of course. My anniversary is on January 1st, so of every year. So a year and 5 months now.
Which anniversary is coming up on January of 2017?
Next,
is it the 5th or?
Next,
you guys should plan out a whole festival. It's your manifest destiny.
oh, I thought people were talking, and it was actually just a video in the background. Sorry. I was like, what the hell? But no, every January. So January 17th will be 2 years on HRT.
Excellent.
Yay.
I've invited some more people. Hopefully, somebody shows up. But in the meantime, we can continue the ball rolling. Go ahead.
Jeez, fisting and balls? I'm not gonna get out of here alive.
Absolutely.
Was there a song by the Proclaimers, Simon? I will fist 500 miles and I will fist 500 more.
Yeah, that's almost the correct lyrics.
Absolutely.
And I would fist 500 miles an hour.
So,
I think the tempo is a bit faster than that. I don't think you're supposed to sing it like a Tom Jones song.
Yeah, and then you guys go around and compare how many fist miles you have accumulated.
The fluid of fisting.
I need more fisting.
We just defined a new scientific unit known as...
Good arse again.
I need to slim down to where my I'll be sexier for whatever kind of buffed hung studs might be attracted to, and
Did you say buff tongue studs?
Get a lot more fisting under my belt. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, good. Atta girl.
I'm not into fisting. Sorry.
I think most fisting does take place below the belt as well.
Sweet dreams are made of these, right?
Melissa, have you tried it?
Are you more so into anal then?
If it's bigger than this, it's not going in me. That's all there is to it.
Oh, silent duck. That's the main
thing.
Like a
martial arts move.
Silent duck. Yeah.
Sounds like a martial arts move.
It's like it's definitely a martial art. Yeah.
You have come to the school of the silent duck.
Yeah.
And I don't have very big hands, but dudes, like regular dudes, have huge hands.
It's a very different kind of kung fu.
That's the great thing about them. I mean,
I defeated many big bosses with silent duck.
I've only ever been fisted by men. Sorry, go ahead.
I have defeated many bosses with silent duck.
It's a nuance.
You know, anytime I feel like I'm out of control, I just have one of these conversations with Nadia, and I'm like, I'm a pretty normal girl.
Well, you know.
Welcome.
What the fuck is that?
Melissa,
Yeah,
Turn
let
the
me-
music off.
Every
Melissa,
time
look
I've
at my
gone in for
phone.
fisting, it's always been with men. I mean, it's like, in some respects, like, the hands being big actually, like, is a selling point. Really.
What?
yes, Melissa,
And
welcome
I
to
think-
the Overton window, which is what's known as the window of acceptable discourse.
the
What the hell is the Overton
Guys.
window? Like, what are these terms? I don't know.
Here,
Well,
here's the
I
Wikipedia
think,
page. It's called the
I think-
Overton window.
I think fisting should be within the Overton window of acceptable discourse. Go ahead.
Why
It
not?
already is, but what I'm saying is that
So is
Nadia,
that one of those laws of conversation where, like, if you talk
but
enough
Nadia's
time, then-
pulling the Overton window. She's making more things acceptable to Melissa.
Oh wait, we're polling now?
Yes, because the Overton window can shift and it can stretch.
Oh,
Dear God.
Oh.
I think it
Nadia,
is
you
stretched
I didn't
a
even
whole lot.
expect you.
I need
I
to get
didn't
like
even
a
expect you
speculum.
guys to take it that
Sorry.
way. I just opened myself up for that, didn't I?
There really is only
The
one way to
oh
take
my
window-
god! Seriously, so
The
many
Overton
fucking
window
puns.
needs a speculum. I'm
Seriously.
telling you, all about it.
Oh Lord. Whose hangout is this? Because it doesn't appear in there's no YouTube notification for it under Nadia or under Debate Coliseum.
Some
Oh,
This
bullshit.
topic,
Simon.
it's Caligula's hangout.
Say, mon.
Same on, huh?
Oh, that was
It's
out.
mine.
Oh, okay. Well, according to
Hey, wait. Aren't you Canadians supposed to have been forced to study French?
Yes, we are forced to study French. Would you like to speak it?
No.
Okay.
Is say mon that far out?
I don't know any French.
Lang out et à moi.
Better stop being a jerk. I'm gonna put you on camera.
Yeah.
I was forced to study French.
Put your sexy boyfriend on camera so we can see his
eating a
sexy
piece of French pussy as a transfer student doesn't count, Simon.
What the fuck?
Well,
I could study the French all day like that. I tell you that for free.
can I get credit for sucking a bit of French dick in Ottawa in like 03?
Okay,
Always.
where'd you do it? Montreal or what?
Ottawa.
Montreal? Ottawa. The fuck were you doing sucking dick in Ottawa? Listen, nobody gets head in my city. I'm kidding.
Unless
That's right. Not we
Yeah,
I
I was-
say so.
Hey, I went to Zayfaz. I
I
picked the
signed
guy
off
up
on
at
Did
Zayfaz.
you blow some
I
poor
picked
goth
the
kid in the
guy up
bathroom?
at Zayfaz.
Did you
Oh,
blow
okay.
What are you
Ghost in
talking
Ottawa?
about? You go to Zayfaz. What do you know?
Yes, I have gone to Zayfon's. I haven't sucked dick in the bathroom at Zayfon's, but I've gone to Zayfon's. That's true.
I didn't suck dick at Zayfaz. I think, what the
Don't-
fuck hotel was I at? Is it Novotel?
Oh, the
I can't
Novotel.
remember-
You went to the Novotel. That's a classy place,
I
boy.
was
I'm
staying
telling
at
you.
the Novotel for the freaking conference.
They make sure only the finest bed bugs there, boy. I'm telling you. I'm kidding. I'm just kidding.
Look at Gus trying to make up these stories when it was actually him that got his dick sucked by Nadia. You loved it.
I don't know why they bothered. I'm not that good at sucking dick.
I'm good at sucking dick. Boy, I would be good.
I'm not! I don't know, it makes me kind of false claim to the quality of my dick's ability.
You just gotta, like, have your tongue out and then
You just gotta have your. Oh my
I
god.
have met a few girls that just
open your
cannot.
mouth
with
wide.
it.
Then just go
They come
go
to
in and out, in and out.
Yes. Thanks, Chris. Thanks for that.
Sorry, love. No time for the old in, out, in, out. Just checking the meter.
Well, if anyone's looking for some free dick sucking classes, I've got a unit you can use.
You have a pod. You
Um,
have a
Mostly-
Vacancy open.
Oh, well, fly me over and I'll
Mostly,
be
I hear
willing to
about
get
that-
you something.
Well, more realistically, I think the Iron Bell Academy in Queens has
Iron Belly.
classes of that form. Go ahead.
No
Oh
way.
my god. It sounds like a Stalinist reformatory, the Iron Belly.
Yeah, anything with iron in it, just like
Google it. Google it.
You'll walk out of
Google
there
it.
with
It's
proper
real.
party. Okay, I
Google
believe
it.
I believe
It's
you.
real.
I believe you. I absolutely believe you.
Excuse me, sir. I actually have
Just
a
as a warning.
cock sucking.
That's right.
Yeah,
Oh, you'll fit right
as
in
a
here.
warning. As a warning, you may have to sign up for an account on FetLife to be able to see information regarding it. Go ahead.
Yeah, not so much, but I believe you that the thing is there. Hey, I hear Scottish girls don't so much suck as chew.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you need to toughen the jaw for some haggis, don't you?
what the hell is haggis?
Haggis is like sheep.
It's Latin for ugly bitch.
It's basically like a meat in sheep's intestine. It's like boiled.
It's
Haggis
supposed to be
is-
the organs of a sheep, right? In a sheep's.
Does it taste
Yeah.
good? Does it taste good?
Haggis.
It's
Well,
quite good,
I'm
yes.
vegan, so I don't care.
It's
I
quite
said
good,
I'm
yes.
vegan, so I don't care.
You know
But I
what's
think it's,
actually
yeah. I mean, I should like get some kind of like a 8 hours a day or whatever it is, like a glory hole or something, so I can like
What, for haggis?
improve my.
I
Well,
wanted,
Nadia,
I wanted to
What?
say really quickly, you know what's even stranger than haggis is actually head cheese. Which
I have listen, I've
Yeah.
had head cheese before, guys. Head cheese sounds disgusting, but all it really is,
it is good
another
if
good
it's
word
done
for
well.
head cheese. Another good word for head cheese is face meat.
No,
That's
eating
that's
some
all.
food fall off a guy's
Well,
dick.
but specifically, yeah, the face
Yeah.
meat, and then it's basically gelatinized. They put like the bone marrow gelatin, and they kind of make it into like a cake.
yeah, but
And
well,
slice
good.
it up. It's very good, actually.
I thought head cheese was the shit that was like on your dick if you didn't wash it.
Yeah, well, that's
I thought
that's-
that was dried up.
I wasn't surprised when Gus said he's tried it.
Oh, somebody's
Yeah, I
somebody's
was
funny.
like Gus, you're coming here.
No, that's
What the fuck?
known
That would
as
ex-
I-
that would
magma.
explain.
I
That would
have
explain why there's no.
run
That's,
into an
that would
uncut guy. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
That would
known as
explain why there's no
smegma.
teeth marks around Simon's dick.
I have never run into an uncut guy who's like, totally foul as far as like the foreskin.
No,
Then again,
you
I don't
never.
really have much of a sense of taste. Go
You
ahead.
never ran into a cheese factory.
No.
As long as you've got a nice red wine with it, you're okay.
Oh no.
Yeah, Nadia, I don't see how like you can be vegan when you like to suck on meat.
Well, sucking on it isn't eating it.
As long as you don't
Yeah.
swallow, but a lot of guys aren't okay with that.
As long as you don't start chewing, you're still a vegan. It's all right.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's the sound of a Glasgow man killer right there. Meanwhile,
I think the abduction.
Canada as
Oh,
well.
sorry. Go ahead.
meanwhile in the Czech Republic, poor Arthur is still hunting high and low for a fine piece of ass that doesn't look like a John Deere tractor.
I'm still searching for fucking Silent Duck, and I don't like what I see.
You don't need to search for Silent Duck, Arthur. Silent Duck goes searching for you.
Yeah, Art, I think the primary or probably best breed resource on this subject might be uberkinky.co.uk. Go ahead.
I bet there's a lot of good sources there.
Yeah, it's they call it the Beginner's Guide to Fisting. Go ahead.
Why is there a beginner's guide? What?
Well, like you can't take a full fist up your ass. Like you gotta train yourself. Like you gotta pace yourself.
you just
Gotta ease into it.
You can just see the list of do's and don'ts, eh? If you feel the liver, stop.
Well, your hand can't, like
get
if someone did
elbow.
that and went all the way like to your liver, that like you're not supposed to do that. Like gotta stay.
I should remind everyone that the International Fisting Day is the 21st of October of 2016.
The fucking
which
UN.
I think was
the
started
UN.
by the sex worker Jiz Lee, who
The UN endorsed
fully
that shit.
endorsed. Go ahead.
Yeah. The
You
UN's
said
got a
again.
committee. The UN's got a committee somewhere where they talk about that shit. The United Nations Fisting Committee, the
They actually
UNIFIST.
should. I think they should. Go ahead.
You know, I hear for right up until his death every year in Hong Kong, Sir Run Run Shaw sponsored a Fists of Fury competition. I thought it was a masturbation competition, but you know, there could have been an alternate category. Tough room. Okay, moving right along. Arthur.
Okay. Okay, fisting category would be a good idea. Go ahead.
Simon's playing League of Lollies or whatever he's playing over there. What
I'm intense into it.
So do people like?
I'm definitely anti-fisting.
Yeah, there we go. Scotland and Canada are anti-fisting.
You're
not all.
You're not wanting to be fisted yourself.
No, that's not
I was saying it that it need not entail your being against people who are benefited by it.
I'm telling you, that's not my issue. The issue is if I find a partner that's being interested in fisting, I will no longer be able to use my penis to satisfy her.
Yep.
Well, that's not your thing.
Believe it or not, my penis isn't the size of my fist. I know.
Despite the rumors.
It's almost the size, you know, but just...
Hey, might as well just go full way and cuck with a black man.
Well, you can do like occasion. Well, not all black men have monster cocks. That's a misnomer since I don't.
Well, you gotta find the perfect bull for your waifu.
Well, wait a minute, Christopher. You're black? What?
I classify as mixed race. Like some people mistake me for Asian sometimes. Like
yeah, but some people call you the space cowboy.
Space cowboy. Oh my god.
Some call you the gangster of love.
Yes, I am.
I still have yet to hear someone call you Maurice.
Some people call me the space cowboy.
Well, you can always, move on from gangster of love to by being, say, a goddess of fuck. God?
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Too modest, Nadia.
That's right.
Is it me or is Nadia plastered just a bit?
Well,
I think she's pickled,
number one, I need a couple more drinks. Number two...
We all do.
You know, when she crashes, Arthur, you're going to be left to clean that shit up, I'm telling you right now. She's going to be like fucking... I'm telling you.
Well, you see, the thing is, I'm not a bitch when I'm drunk. So, it's kind of like...
Unlike Arthur, who's a bitch when he's drunk.
Fuck no, I'm a bitch all the time.
Cooking, drunken, Czech bastard.
So,
drunken, Czech, Russian, Czech fucker.
Crimean.
That's right, Crimean Mia River fuck.
We'll get him so drunk we'll be able to try and fist himself.
You know, it's terrible. You bring a lass home and the next thing you know, she's eyeing the fucking clan caber. You don't want that. You don't want to see her up on top of that. No, sir. That's not for you.
Art's probably hung. He's very hung.
Art's hung?
True story.
Really?
Yeah, yes. He's a big boy. He's a big boy, not just
What do you know? How the fuck do you know?
He knows.
I seen him on camp. Yeah.
Well, does he do webcam shows now?
No, not.
What can I say was desperate? He did money cut
You see, I used to imagine Art in a fucking tutu with his cock coming out like that.
No, I've not seen Art in a tutu, though he would still be married.
But you did ask me for it.
Jesus Christ, Christopher, is there anybody around here you haven't fucking made a pass at? What's the matter with you?
Have you been in Ottawa recently?
What? Something about hot dog? I don't know.
Are you, Chris? Are you in the midst of fisting right now?
No, I am not. Like, I still have not failed to fully fist myself.
All right, Chris. I think you should be, and I think you should have a buffed hung stud fisting you. Go ahead.
Oh, I have a bunch of studs
Why
who went
does he have to be hung if he's using his fucking fist?
Well, it's a backup
You
plan,
guys,
right?
you guys want to know an
What you're
interesting?
attracted to. Go
You
ahead.
guys want to know an interesting statistic? So
Oh.
apparently, straight people have an average of about 8 sex partners, while homosexuals have an average of about 400.
Now, where did that statistic come from?
I'm
You
not
can
like
look it up. If that's from the not the NHS, but the
that seems very.
Wait, because Jade West actually debunked where a lot of those statistics came from.
Oh really? I'd like to see that actually.
Yeah, if you, God, she's if you go to her YouTube page, there's one specific video where she goes and she debunks where a lot of those statistics came from.
Yeah, because I thought that was the what was it, the disease, the Department of Disease, I forget what it's called in the U.S.
Yeah, the Center for Disease Control.
Center, yeah, exactly. Center, yeah, that's. I thought that was their statistics that actually.
It wasn't. It wasn't a CD. It wasn't originally a CDC study. There was somebody, but the way she explains it is that a relatively small sample size was taken.
Oh, okay.
And at a relatively like a number of years
that does
ago,
sound really out there.
Where essentially there were the way she put it was that the homosexual culture at the time was one either of like absolute secrecy or of like way out there, you know, in terms of sort of boasting and stuff like that. Like she explains it a lot better than I could. I wish I could dig it up, but Jade's probably. You know what? I'll go see if I can dig it up for you.
Cool, thanks. Yeah, I'll take.
Yeah, I'll invite Jade. By the way, hang on.
Yeah, she can explain it to you herself because she does it.
But she will lose her salvation if she.
Because she wrote that article in response to Matthew Slick, because Matt Slick used to say a lot of times that no wait, no, she's not Jade, she's Mellifluous. She's Mellifluous on YouTube. Mellif sounds like a Who us. I think that's nice.
Yeah, send a message to her if you can. I'm trying to keep this a little bit of limited circulation. And planning on getting on to well, cutting videos on basically both weight and I guess just the stand-alone commentary on my quote-unquote 4th Tranniversary. So, in some respects, I'm not really anticipating keeping this up like all day like I usually do with most of my 8-hour, you know, trying to keep it up around the clock kind of affairs. Go ahead. I'm having trouble finding a couple of communities. I have unfortunately not been keeping up with communities as well as I should. Are there others who might be able to well, have an idea of communities to post to?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Well, okay, that was indirectly directed at Melissa, but still. Hang on, I think I'm a moderator of Transgender Plus. Hang on.
Well, I would say I don't really have any other groups. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, and I'll probably head out soon just to make room. So if I do before we get that link, Gus, you can always just send it to me PM or whatever.
Yeah, of course, as usual, these things are like.
Sorry. Go ahead.
These things are like the fucking Flying Dutchman, right? You see.
I know, right? I hate when that happens. Look, no pressure. Don't worry about it, Gus.
But Nadia, to be honest with you, outside of you, I don't have any regular contact with other trans women.
Oh shoot. I can let me hook you up to, I guess, set of initial resources or whatever. Yeah. Well, I can just like immediately direct you to this community. Hang on.
Yeah, I would say you're probably the only other trans girl I would consider a friend. So,
Aww.
for as sad as that is, but I mean, I have lots of friends. Don't get me wrong. It's just none of them are trans.
I wish I was a trans girl so I could be your friend.
You're
Well,
beautiful.
to be honest, though, it's not even being honest. I mean, we're, I suppose,
Like, I don't go to gay bars, so
what?
I go to straight bars, right? I don't go to alternative bars at all. I just go to, like, this one bar that's in town. It's called the Robin Hood, and that's the only bar I go to. Other than that, I work 12 hours a day, right? So I don't really have,
The Robin
what do you
Hood
call,
sounds like a gay bar.
what's that?
The Robin Hood sounds like a very gay bar.
It does.
No, it's a
where
chill
they-
place.
Men in tights.
They rob from the bitch and they give to the hoe.
Well, no, it's
Well,
it's a really cool bar because they got, like, you know, the Robin Hood cartoon that came out, I want to say in 70s or 80s, something like that. They got that artwork like all over the place, and I don't know, it adds to the atmosphere. And then they got like 2 pool tables, and all the staff there is amazing, and I don't know, I really like it there. And I go there and no one ever hassles me or gives me any bullshit.
well, one of the things is I guess we don't have necessarily a great deal in common with each other. So, yeah, it's and just by dint of undergoing kind of similar, there's some measure, but it's limited. So,
I mean, like us. Well, I mean, most of the things we know about each other relate to like political discussions, right, and religious discussions. But,
yeah.
Like if I were in New York or you found yourself here in Colorado, you know, and we were hanging out and having a good time, I'd bet you anything we'd have lots of things in common. I actually get along with most people quite well.
Well, I think we're both Androphiles, so that gives us at least that element in common. I think we both studied what is it? Quote unquote hard science fields.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I went for more formal methods. You went for the more empirical. I was more of computer science, mathematics double major. You were physics, something else. Is that right?
Yeah. And
what was the other one besides physics? Go ahead.
Oh, I mean, I started off. Well, I mean, like when I was 18, I went to school for a little bit for computer software engineering, and then I went in the Navy for 12 years, and then I got out and went to work toward a degree toward physics. So.
Okay, understood. Yeah.
I quit the computer software thing because when you're doing software engineering, you literally just you write code and then you fix whatever's wrong with it if it doesn't have the desired effect. So essentially, you're fixing computer problems all day long. It drove me fucking crazy.
Yeah. Okay, keep a spot open for me. I need to reload.
No problem. I'll try.
There's only 8 people in here right now. Or 6.
Ooh. So much monster. Not enough food.
Monster.
Yeah. My roommate, she streams on Twitch and she spends like so much money on fucking energy drinks. I don't get it. Like,
I don't really drink energy drinks all that much. It's every once in a while. I mean, I do like the taste of Monsters, but but that's just sodas in general, right? Like I don't drink a whole lot of sodas either, because that's a really good way to gain a whole bunch of weight. I drink mostly just like tea and water. Uh, Occasionally I'll have a little bit of
Yeah.
Kool-Aid, but
Yeah.
generally I don't drink sodas or energy drinks.
Yeah. Awesome.
I used to
I
be a tea person, more of a tea person, but after like I went to work, there was just coffee that was available, just black coffee, and
I
then
love coffee.
um,
it was just a case of like you can either drink black coffee or water, and that's you.
well, if I had medication to counter fatigue, I would not need to go about trying to use caffeine as a very poor substitute. However, in the United States, things like what is it, dextroamphetamine or whatever it is in, I guess, Adderall, are controlled substances, so that basically
I thought like for antidepressants.
I fucked tearing up my teeth to get the only thing that can keep me awake. Go ahead.
Is Adderall not like antidepressants?
No, it's a stimulant, amphetamine.
I think it's
It's
used
literally
to treat.
amphetamine. It's dextroamphetamine. Go ahead.
Oh, I think it's used to treat ADHD. I'm not a doctor by any measure, so
Yeah. Kind
quote
of.
me.
Yeah, that's the on label, I guess, use for in treatment. Um, as a stimulant, it would generally counteract the kind of fatigue and such that I have. And actually, the kind of fatigue and such that I have is not so specific that would demand Adderall's formulation or particular blend of amphetamines to correct. However, I mean, given that it's fatigue, the counteraction is stimulants. Go ahead.
I need to address something. What is the point in a purse that small?
Oh, it's mine right
Yeah,
now.
yeah, it's like
Um, Go
I
ahead.
have jumpers with pockets bigger than that purse.
Yes. I used to have a bigger purse until I was mugged in December of 2012. And I used that almost exclusively until, well, it was stolen. And now, given that I don't not have the income or other resources to, I guess, get another one, I'm using what little I have. Go ahead.
I say I got tons of cool handbags. My favorite one's my R2D2 handbag.
I'm
run-
jealous of you.
I am running around all over the place with that handbag. I love it.
Well, yeah, I had just been raped in the lobby of my apartment building where I lived in, I think it was the 17th of December 2012. And spent a little bit over a week in the hospital. They see the sexual assault response team. Oh, and also welcome, Spoken.
Hey, what's up, yo?
Yeah, you're good to hear from you. The sexual assault response team delayed their actual response so long that I went into ketoacidosis because they demanded I remain in isolation apart from my medication until they carried out the swabbing and such. And actually, it got even worse than that because they didn't do it internal swabbing. Like generally, given that it was an act of anal sex that was rape, they would have inserted the swabs and such into the anus, but they did not. I was like, hey, wait a minute. you're supposed to be collecting evidence as far as the act of rape that just occurred. And the guy well, okay. And he didn't beat me up so bad, but it was because I didn't really resist. I kind of like took the physical sub submission, domination, whatever kind of moves he was doing is, signs to just lay down and let him do what he's doing. But, hey, wait a minute. The semen goes up my ass, given that his dick was up my ass. Stick the swabs up there to get it out and sample it. And they didn't.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I got hurt a lot worse than the progress of these things. So it's kind of like more of a quote-unquote duty or something that I go in and try to, I guess, report or something. But, I mean, yeah, I mean, the guy didn't, like, knock all my teeth out or beat my face in so my eyes are fucking cockeyed after it or, any kind of shit like that. So it's like,
You're living a really rough
well,
egg.
it might tear my ass up for a few weeks, maybe about a month. But if I didn't catch HIV from it, on top of the rest of that, I mean, it's like,
Yeah, like
unpleasant, but not the end of the world. Go ahead.
the test for like any sort of sexual diseases, like that should be a first priority in collecting evidence too. I don't see
Oh
why.
yeah.
They seem kind of incompetent, honestly, from what you're describing. I'm surprised, like, did they lose their jobs or someone, like, not get, like, sued over it?
Well, I had a number of discussions with the district attorney, who largely kind of said, number one, she wasn't going to take my case, and number two, wasn't going to really do anything about it. So, yeah.
Was this a prosecutor you're talking about?
Right. Oh, say it again?
Was this a prosecutor you're talking about?
Yeah, I'll put her name in the side chat. I don't want her name on air. Go ahead.
Yeah, I really don't care about the name that much, but that would help too. But, like, it's kind of... Well, I guess that goes back to, like, the whole problem with, like prosecutors in our country, because, like, they, from my understanding, they get shit pay, so that might be a reason why.
Yeah, I don't think the one I was interviewing with was quite in that position, but
Well, if that's the case, they're assholes, right?
I think there are a couple of different things involved. I mean, it's kind of like the way that these kinds of things are, going about hiring people and such, when they go about counteracting them or bringing about justice and such, has a little problem of, forcing a situation of a zero-sum game, right? Where, one person wins, the other loses, instead of something where, I guess, quote-unquote, everybody benefits, right? The other is that, well, even apart from the sort of adversarial nature of the justice system, I think there was quite a bit of, where I was, quote-unquote, on trial myself. I mean, my interview with her was, I think, something more of a sort of trial of my own. And in some respects, because, I don't know, I just didn't necessarily fit their picture of the, most virtuous victim or some such. That's probably more of how I got written off than, the incident itself being something to be written off. Go ahead. To be clear, I was supposed to meet with a sketch artist, and that was never actually arranged. I reviewed a number of like mugshot photos, and well, I mean, obviously none were a match. I don't know. I think if they had found the person, it probably would have been a kind of excessive force. It would have been used against them, which doesn't really make the prospects very good for redress. Go ahead. Okay, in brief, I think the U.S.'s quote-unquote justice system is overly punitive across a broad variety of quote-unquote crimes. Go ahead. Actually, also, in principle, I am not in favor of retributive justice. Good. It's funny. Or you might think it's funny. I tried to avoid, I think I actually successfully avoided, mostly, using curse words to address them while they were in the midst of the act. Well, 4 years out, it's been, I guess, relatively nasty with the kinds of results that I've had. Let me give you a before picture, because it says a lot of things. After all, I say a picture says 1,000 words. Melissa, you've probably seen that video before, but I think it's still pertinent.
I'll check it out real quick.
It doesn't take much, just a couple of seconds to see my face in there. Actually, not. You don't even have to play it. Just the still video. See what I quote unquote look like. The voice might see a little bit that I've put some effort into while trying to resolve things, and that I've made a little bit of progress, even though I've not gotten over the hump, so to speak. But yeah, that's my lack of progress. Go ahead.
How long ago was this?
4 years. That was the 3rd of June of 2012. 4 years. Today, 2nd of June of 2016. I think you can see the difference. Actually, maybe you can't, but because a lot of it had to do with waist to hip ratio. Now, granted, gender transition is not a weight loss program. Even so, waist to hip ratio is a strong determinant of gender attribution. Go ahead.
I'm curious, Nadia, if this transition is like considered successful, what's your plans for after?
Well, thus far, it has not been successful. The attribution of the failure, or I guess not having gone through, is something of what's in question. And to that, I would say that great deal of it is not me. I have had an adverse outcome, which is why I get on and, well, decry the forces that act against me.
I'll like, cause I mean I find this whole thing uh, very very interesting. I was like, I guess lurking the other day when people were seemingly hounding on you about like job opportunities and stuff. And I don't know your story or your situation, so I'm not really gonna comment. Uh, I'm just curious because like I look forward like a lot. Yeah, I'm just curious like where do you see yourself in like maybe like 1 year or in 2 years or whatever.
Dead. Yes, it's a simple answer, but yeah.
Wait, what was
I
it?
have
One more
had
time. Oh, go ahead. No, sir.
What's that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you the first time, but I think you were still going. So go ahead.
Oh, I said dead. The heart attack and numerous kidney failures are not signs that I will have a long life. Go ahead.
Ah, man.
The heart attack.
Yes, in January of 2012.
Hmm. So, Nadia, the thing is it not like, can you not do things to help prevent yourself from taking another heart attack?
Well, she also had multiple kidney failures.
Yeah, you can also like calm down on alcohol and things like that. Like, I don't think you realise it bothers me, Nadia, when you say stuff like that, because there is things you can do to prevent that sort of thing. The neurological disease I've got isn't treatable other than with medication, so I know I'll die pretty young, but I just fucking accept it and try and live my life to the fullest. Like, one day I'll have a seizure and won't wake up from it. But yeah, it pisses me off when people with problems that are treatable can be treated and just don't put the work in.
Well, that's the thing, right? You're saying it's, oh, that I don't put the work in. It's not that I don't put the work in, it's that the, well, rejection and such, in terms of, say, the employment and the healthcare that would come along with it, are denied.
Fuck, I've been there. I told you I lost my job due to my history of epilepsy, and I trained to be a firefighter, and I was a firefighter for a while, and then I lost my job and got put into community safety. Like, offered by the chief officer of the fire service here, said he would promote me after a couple of years, which he then had a formal meeting and said, "Oh, I didn't say that." Like, he took a meeting with minutes and lots of bystanders and like just lied straight to my face and said, "Oh, I didn't say I was going to promote you and change your position. You're making this up. In fact, I don't think you should be. You can't really I don't want you to do that job anymore." So I went back to school and back to university, fortunately. So yeah, I've had people fucking fuck me over due to my problems. I know what depression feels like. I know what it fucking feels like to be sad. You just feel so shit. You don't even want to get out of bed. Like, you've got no energy whatsoever. I've been there. I've definitely been there. Like, you just need to remember the times where it was better and aim to get back to where you were, or like approach to get yourself into a good headspace. I can't speak.
It's the common pattern of mentalizing that's falsely attributing the scenario and such to, I guess, someone's what I call internal mental state, then trivializing. It's oh so minor and not impactful that what people are doing to someone is actually having some kind of effect. And then of course victim blaming, where, well, once one has this kind of idea that the outside forces are negligible and all it is well, that I guess quote unquote someone's free will or whatever it is the only barrier between them and a positive outcome, you have the victim blaming setup, and well, I don't really sit aside for that. I pretty much have enough understanding of where these kinds of ideas are coming from. The philosophical precepts underlying these kinds of conclusions that, well, for as much as anyone might tell me that, I'm not going to grant their arguments any credence. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know I'm coming from a different situation from yourself, but I'm just, it is something you can work for and achieve to overcome, no matter how shit you feel. Like, because it will pass eventually. It definitely will pass. So it's like you deal with, like, if you get dealt a shit hand, you sort of fucking rack it up and try and get yourself a new one. But so I mean, I try not to. I used to be doing what you did as well. Like, see how you showed that image of like yourself, what you used to look like and things like that. I could do that as well. Like, I used to fucking like be able to run marathons and do 35 pull-ups straight ahead and almost like 150 dips. It's just like I don't like the way I look anymore. It's just some feel dead like fat and things like that. I don't feel like what I used to be like, and I just try to do things to get back to where I was. But it's not easy. Like you said, it's difficult. I said I can't. Last time I went to the gym, I had a seizure within the gym, and like it humiliated the people that were with me. It's a shit feeling, but it's like you just need to try and find alternative measures. Like, even if it's like working out and stuff in the house, or doing like calorie controlled diets and things like that, and hitting your macros and things like that properly. There's a lot of research and stuff that needs to be done. I know, like, it's difficult to speak for someone else. I'm just trying to speak for myself.
I'm bummed out. I got nothing.
I know it's supposed to be a celebration today.
Well, I'm arguing with people in the chat. And by people, I mean just one person, really.
Is it Annabelle, any chance?
No, I'm not arguing with Annabelle. It's, what's his name? Or their name. I'll go with their. I'm going to assume male. Iron Nation.
Oh, that guy's a dick. He's a known dick.
Well, I pretty much gathered that on my own.
Yeah.
Deduction is a powerful thing.
Someone needs to tell Simon he's handsome. Ha!
I was just watching him play with his big pussy earlier.
Well, you know me. Gotta stroke the puss. Treat it nice.
Where you going?
I need to try and understand what this whole alpha beta male shit is.
Okay, so what it is, it's trying to project animalistic characteristics on human beings. And like you hear this a lot when you start, if you go travel in like MGTOW circles or men's rights circles, you start hearing a lot of the alpha, beta, omega, zeta.
Yeah.
And it's basically it's these archetypes of manliness, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I think a lot of it is bullshit. And the reason I think a lot of it's bullshit is men are not cookie cuttered, right? Like there's different kinds of men, you know.
Yeah.
I've seen guys that you look at them and they look like they beat the crap out of you, right? And then you start talking to them and they're just the most chill, soft-hearted guys you would ever meet, right? So where do they fall, right? Like, oh, big muscular man that looks like he beat the shit out of me, but he's a big fucking teddy bear. Well, where does he fall? He doesn't fall in alpha. He doesn't fall in beta. You see what I'm getting at? It's just, I don't know. A lot of it's just bullshit. You can't take a person and put them in one of 4 categories. It just doesn't work.
So in any sort of like quote unquote alpha males that I have met have never like never had the need to say that they were alpha male. I had a few mates that would like big strong sort of mesomorph guys, either from MMA or from like training.
You just used a word my boyfriend uses, mesomorph, and then there's.
Yeah. That's just a body type though, or genetic code.
Yeah, like he's mesomorph and what's the other ones, baby? Ectomorph.
Like
Endomorph. There we go.
More the sort of larger individual. Yeah, that's actually like known to. I think Arnold Schwarzenegger talks about like those sort of body types, and he's got like a big encyclopedia thing. I should got it here. Yeah, but yeah, that's the amount of people that I've met, like, and just a lot of my friends are actual mesomorphs. They don't need to call themselves mesomorphs on the fucking or alphas on the internet, or like they've never they've never like gone out and called themselves alpha males.
Yeah.
They're good with women. They know how to like talk to women, and they're good at sort of being dominant and stuff.
And by the way, I didn't confuse MGTOWs with MRAs. I understand they're 2 completely different groups. I understand quite a bit about both of them because I do travel in men's rights circles. So.
Wait, no, real quick. No, what is MGTOW? I've been hearing about that lately.
Okay, so what it is? Okay, so MGTOW is men going their own way. Okay, and it's often mischaracterized, unfortunately. I actually think there's some merit to the concept. And what it is basically guys that are fed up with the gynocentric system, and have decided. And when I say the gynocentric system, I'm talking about the way the legal system works against men. In terms of custody courts and marriage and divorce laws, et cetera, et cetera. So they're guys that have just basically sworn off marriage. Now, there's different levels to it. It's quite complex, but like you got the level 1 guys, and they'll still date and short-term date, and they'll have engagements with women, stuff like that. But they won't get married, they won't cohabitate, and they won't have kids. And then you got level 2 guys who are only interested in maybe like sexual relationships with women. Other than that, they want nothing to do with them. Level 3 guys have sworn off women altogether, and level 4 guys have walked away from society. So they're the guys that go live in the mountains, or whatever it is that they do. They live off grid.
Well, that's extremely interesting.
And I mean, I think there's some merit to it. I really do. I'm not going to sit there and say I agree with everything that every single MGTOW ever says, but I think there's some points to it where I think they're onto something.
sort of.
Seems like they have some pretty valid reasons for wanting to go down that category. I just don't agree with the actual categories, or like I can't ever put myself in any of those levels.
Yeah, and again, it's not, and everybody likes to equate it with feminism, except the difference is, chiefly, is feminists have a lot of structural control, whereas MGTOWs don't, right? And that structural control in feminism is almost entirely lesbian women. And surprise, surprise, they want women to walk away from men, so they walk into these arms of these lesbians, right? And you don't see that in MGTOW. Like, there's not, hey, us guys should go together and fuck each other. That doesn't exist in MGTOW, at least in not a significant scale. That isn't to say, and what I mean by that, there might be a few MGTOWs that are doing that, but I've not heard of them. And generally, gay issues aren't in the conversation of MGTOWs, right? Like they're focused on one thing, right? There's no inclusivity. There's no what do you call it? What's the word that feminists use where there's like overlapping systems of oppression? They call it
intersection. No.
And there's no there's no intersectionality in MGTOW. It's for men, only for men. They don't want allies. They don't want any of that, right? There's no leadership. There's no meetings. There's none of that, right? So it's very decentralized.
I think it's compared to feminism in the sense that, like, more so like the radical feminists, well, not radical feminists, but as I would put it, like Tumblr as feminists. And
the difference between them and MRAs is MRAs are more what I would call tradcons, right? And traditional conservatives. They're typically very right-wing guys. And they have very traditionalist points of view on things like marriage and how the roles of men and women, et cetera, et cetera. So, and MRAs will still marry and they'll still engage in long-term relationships with women, et cetera, whereas MGTOWs want nothing to do with any of it.
I don't know. I feel like I'm in a pretty unique situation where I've pretty much given up on the whole political system. I just obey the laws and just try to stay out of jail. Other than that, I just don't even care about America.
Well, I think that's kind of dangerous, but yeah.
I don't know. I've never voted once in my life.
Well, you have the right not to vote.
Like I can't even become. I can never even become like an activist or anything. I just don't. I don't know. Like I feel like I'm pretty just like jaded towards a lot of things in life. At least in terms of like societal structures here. Like I feel like maybe I'd do better in another country or something. I don't know, but I don't know what that country would be. But in terms of just America, I feel like this is just a sinking ship.
Yeah, like the way, like this current election, like the two-party systems, like inherent, like this dichotomy between like the left and the right, or Democrats and Republicans, like it's just fucking laughable and ridiculous.
Hey guys, hello everybody. Hey, I've been thinking, I'm thinking I'm going to vote for Donald Trump myself.
No, oh my God, no.
Hey, why should I miss out on the apocalypse?
Well, I don't want to bring the apocalypse in my lifetime.
Well,
Well, if
like
it's going to
Hillary
happen
Clinton's
ever, I'd like to
also
see it. Imagine the fireworks show. It'd be like the 4th of July, man.
yeah, like
Who wants
Hillary
to miss
Clinton.
that?
She's just shady. She looks like she's just gonna screw us over. But Donald Trump looks like. I mean, that's like a hilarious choice, honestly.
But I got my finger on the button right now, kind of shit. That guy. I was joking, but that's what people are saying.
I
I
think
might
it's
just
more.
end up voting third party, like for Jill Stein or something like that.
Like I'll be honest, if this was like a TV show, I would be rooting. I would be rooting for Donald Trump just to see how bad it can turn, how bad things can get.
Yeah.
Like I think
I
it'd
hate
be,
to say it.
you know, but since we have to live it, I'd rather not.
True that.
Like I don't like I don't blame people who like want to vote for Trump because like they are like okay, but I think they're kind of stupid, and, like kind of like want to bring about the end of the world or something like that to some extent. Like they just like want to see chaos happen. But no.
It's not like I want to see it, but I don't want to miss it either. It's sort of a driving by a automobile wreck type of thing. I mean, it occurs to me. I know rational people, well educated right now, that think that Trump's election to the presidency of the United States will herald the end of the world. I'm fucking talking the apocalypse. These aren't even, well, maybe some are religious, some aren't. But they honestly think it's the end of the world. The economy's going to tank come September when whatever becomes apparent becomes apparent. And I'm thinking, well, I could vote for Hillary because I supported her in 2008 anyhow. Or I could witness the apocalypse. Or maybe see it bumped out another 50 years. My grandsons, they get to see it, but Grandpa isn't there with them. Fucking A. Who wants to miss the greatest fireworks show in the world, ever? What's it going to be, a meteor smashing into the earth? Imagine all the hysteria and pandemonium as everybody tries to figure out how to stop it. The great drama. Never to be relived or repeated. Who wants to miss that? There are religious people that want to miss that because they believe that they're going to get like automatically assumed up into heaven through some type of what do they call that? Where they just pop up into the sky. What's it called?
The rapture. The rapture.
Oh, yeah. So the good people don't even have to worry. They're going to get raptured up into heaven anyhow. Prior to this, it's like I'm going,
Well,
vote
then
for
you
Trump,
have to go through
payback.
the trouble of like discerning who is worthy of getting to heaven or not.
To be fair, the Christians who do get raptured up, they aren't necessarily considered good. They're just saved. They just happen to be there and alive at the time. It's just they happen to be alive at the time. It's not because they were good.
Well, that's kind of fucked up, but man.
Sounds like a lot of fortune involved with that, you know, or good luck, or
well,
maybe
like,
someone call it grace.
That day is like appointed, and if you happen to be alive at that time and a Christian or you have salvation, then you don't have to worry about dying because you know the resurrection happened on the day that you just so happen to be alive. Like if you died the day before, it's kind of like whatever.
Dude,
I mean,
we die every night. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I said I'm probably just gonna end up voting for Gary Johnson again. So.
Like I don't kind of get that because I've seen some of his stances and kind of like don't see why you would want to. But
Well, because essentially my vote for him is a vote against Clinton and Trump. Because I think Hillary Clinton, every word that comes out of her mouth is a lie. And she's clearly a corporate candidate.
Well, yeah, undoubtedly, like she basically is kind of bought for by like Goldman Sachs and like J.P. Morgan. Like it's just insane.
All those, yeah, just the normal political buying dickheads. Just that's all that's all it is. And with Trump, I don't like his ideas on nationalism. I think it's a terrible idea, because if you don't trade, or you try to put all these barriers in trade, you're not running a free market economy. You're running essentially a planned economy. You're deciding what goods and services get to come in and out. That is by definition a planned economy.
Which is by definition communism.
Yeah, it's nonsense. I think nationalism is an awful idea, because Bush one time made, or I think it was Bush. It might have been Cheney. I don't remember, but one of those two guys. They said, "Oh, it doesn't matter if you make potato chips or computer chips." And I'm like, nonsense. It absolutely makes a difference what you're making. If you're making computer chips and you're exporting them to different parts of the world, congratulations, you're making a lot more fucking money than you would potato chips. You're generating more wealth than you would be making fucking potato chips.
Yeah, like, that sounds like something old George would say, because, like, you know, it's kind of a real dummy, but he was very funny for those 8 years, right? Very funny.
But that's so basically my choices are between a serial liar and someone who has terrible ideas. Yeah, I think I'm just going to vote against both of them. It's the political way of picking up your toys and going home.
I do the same thing. I just don't vote, because voting for the third guy, I mean, he's not going to win. So.
Well, it makes you feel like you did something.
Yeah, there is a sense of something good that comes from voting. I will grant you that. It's just like, well, hey, go ahead. Hey, Hermine.
I think the idea that, well, there's no sense in voting with a third party, they'll never win. Well, if because a lot of people have that attitude, is why we always get the choice between two fucked up people, right? It's always what it is. There's no, you know, it never boils down to a meaningful election. I mean, the last election I think that was no shit meaningful was like when Nixon and Kennedy went at each other, right? Because people were literally fighting in the street over that election. That was an intense election between JFK and Nixon, and we haven't had one since. Why? Because, oh, well, we get Obama here with Hope and Change, which changed nothing, right? Gitmo's still open. We're still doing Iraq. We're still doing Afghanistan. We're still doing Pakistan. We started Syria. So, oh, big fucking change there, right? That all went out the fucking window.
Yeah.
And the other end of that coin was John McCain and the tragedy of Sarah Palin.
Oh God, no, not Sarah Palin. Oh, and every time I hear her name, it just makes me cringe.
And then we had what? Romulus, right?
Romney, Mitt Romney.
So, yeah, there's a real choice there, right? I mean, in 2012, I campaigned politically for Ron Paul. I thought he would have been a fantastic president. I still do. But he's not.
We have some disagreements there because, like, like I used to like Ron Paul when I was into my conspiracy days, when I was like following like Alex Jones on InfoWars. That was a very interesting time in my life.
Well, I'm not into Ron Paul because of conspiracy theories. I'm into Ron Paul because of the things he says on the congressional floor. That man absolutely routed the Republicans for the Iraq War, which he was absolutely right. It was a fucking mess. We had no reason to be there. But it makes us feel good because we could beat our chest while we're killing brown people on the other side of the fucking planet.
No, it's because, like, the Christians are killing the Muslims.
Anybody here be for Ted Cruz by any chance?
No! No, I don't think there's anyone that's hanging out.
I'm curious about Melissa. Melissa?
Sorry, my screen froze on me. I'm not really into Cruz either.
Okay. Thank God.
Yeah, no, because he's got a lot of those hardline, conservative Christian points of view, and I'm not down with that at all. I'm not gonna vote for you to make my life more difficult. Go fuck yourself. You know?
Right. Yeah.
His own children don't even fucking like him.
Yeah. Did you guys hear about the second wave of Christian pastors and preachers going into Nigeria and Africa in general, preaching anti-gay propaganda?
Oh yeah, that's funny. It's hilarious. It's been going on for some time actually.
Yeah, but that was a big resurgence.
Yeah, there's a film called God Loves Uganda. It just highlights the absurdity of it. They eat the poo poo.
Yeah, the same guy, right, who started the sort of the eat poo eat the poo poo. The guy, right? He's still alive. He's still doing well. He's actually really closely connected to the government, and he's still paddling his horrible propaganda. He's saying that if lesbians have sex with each other, like oral sex, they cannot have kids.
What?
Yeah. Totally.
Does it sterilize them, or is it just that they choose to have
sterilize?
It's retarded.
It's difficult to maintain your cool when you come across such stupidity. It really is.
Yeah. I was watching the Vice News report from last year, Vice News HBO, and holy shit, there's so much propaganda, just ridiculous propaganda, cringeworthy, because they're killing people over this, and if they think it's totally fine, and they're teaching the kids this, right? So the new generation will also be subject to these incredibly biased views, because it's coached in Christianity, right? So it's going to be really hard to change the views of people, because that would mean challenging their religion to some extent, and people are not really likely to do that. So yeah, Africa, not a good place for trans or LGBT people for a long time, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't like Africa. At least those parts of Africa, I don't like that. No.
That's pretty much all the parts. That's I don't know any proper liberal or open-minded African country that would accept LGBT. But then again, we have fucking Russia, which I'm supposed to be proud of, but I'm fucking not, at least in terms of social issues, because it's abhorrent. So it's not really that much different than what I hear those pastors say in Africa. It's just same propaganda. But yeah.
Well, I mean, Russians in general, from the few Russians I've met in my life, they're very modest people to begin with.
Well, yeah, I guess. I'm a Russian.
I mean, that's just my perception, right? I'm not talking American-born Russian people. I'm talking about, fuckers from Russia, right?
Fuckers from Russia.
They're very modest people, in generally speaking.
Well, modest in what way? Because I'm Russian. I don't know if you know what I'm Russian. No.
Oh no, I'm not, and I'm not trying to project this onto all Russians, right? It's just the few that I've met, they were modest people. They're socially modest. They wouldn't. One was a girl. She was very, very pretty, but she found the entire concept of makeup very offensive.
Really?
She didn't like a lot of the Western styles women wore. She thought that was very trashy. And then another was a guy, and he hated the whole baggy pant thing. Just very Western things to them, or at least what I attribute as Western things. They weren't very keen on, right? The only exception I would say is the guy was really into heavy metal music.
Oh, we have some of that, yeah. Heavy rock. heavy metal. Yeah, but we're ultimately Russians are really conservative, like Eastern Orthodox Russian Church, kind of.
Yeah. I guess that
Yeah,
would
that's
have been
one
the
of the
better
main
word to
reasons I
use.
hate Russia.
I guess that would have been a better word to use. Would have been conservative, but yeah, that was just my impression from them. You know, I mean, I don't harbor no ill will, and I'm not trying to project that on all Russians. I'm sure there's Russians that are out of their fucking minds, but
Oh yeah, there are videos on YouTube of that.
right.
There's this Russian quote unquote hacker who sort of gives guides to people how to sort of hack devices and make the most out of them. And so he modified
Put
this.
shit on him.
Yes, you see that. Jesus Christ, he was using CO2, right? Pumping CO2 to his house to cool it down. And I love the analogy that Thunderfoot made. That's as stupid as trying to warm your house with car exhaust. Pumping car exhaust in your house to warm it. That's just as stupid.
I thought that video was hilarious. And then, I mean, I think the funniest part of the whole thing was that this Russian guy made this video in earnest, right? Like, he really thought this was like a great idea. Let's do this.
That's right. Let's pump cold CO2 gas into a house. Cool it down.
You'll be dead, but at least it'll be cold inside.
That's right.
Who's fucking playing bagpipes?
Oh, shit.
I want to
Sorry.
sock you in your fucking face. Was that
Okay.
you, Simon?
That escalated quickly.
Fucking Scottish bastard.
May have been.
I'll fist you. Oh, got your old cat Angus.
Looks like
Angus.
Nadia.
Hello.
Looks like Nadia had enough to drink. She's passed out.
Did she? I don't know.
I didn't notice she was drinking.
I thought she was drunk.
I'll drink you.
You know, I think fisting is a very strange thing. I think I would have never known it existed if it wasn't for the internet.
Yeah.
I feel like that about a lot of things.
Who was the first person to take a fist inside
I
the
want to know how that conversation started.
right?
So what I want to do here is put my fist in your ass. And then someone said, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. I guarantee you it has its roots in like 1970s pornography.
Maybe.
Back to when the
How much you have to pay someone to accept for them to accept?
Oh, you don't. There's fucking wackos all over the world. You ain't gotta pay no one. You just gotta find the right person.
My God. You're right. You're probably right.
I mean, you got those, what do you call it? Corpophiliacs, right? Like, they do sit there and they masturbate in their own sheds. And they're not doing it they're not getting paid for that shit. They're just doing it.
See, I
Well,
didn't
that
know.
seems very uncomfortable to me, like
Or I'll try and let
masturbating.
you. Art, I'll try and let you see the cat a bit closer.
Yeah, I want to see your big pussy.
Simon, have you tried sounding before?
Have I tried what?
Oh,
Sounding?
it's adorable.
Sounding?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
You basically stick a rod into your urethra.
Yeah, there's fucking people are into all kinds of weird shit. And the fact that there's pornography of this shit that exists tells me that there's a market for it, right? Like there's people interested in watching that.
Oh, well, yeah. What's wrong with that?
Sticking something up your urethra? That doesn't seem like a wise idea.
I'm with
Well,
you,
it's a metal
girl.
pole.
Sounds pretty painful.
Yeah.
Some people,
That sounds like torture.
Yep.
well, one person's form of torture is another person's form of pleasure.
Interesting.
People are fucking crazy.
We're all crazy. By that logic.
I'm that crazy. I
Yeah.
think there's degrees to crazy.
Well, you believe that you're going to eventually get into heaven by like one day, like your clothes are going to be left behind. You're going to ascend to heaven like all naked.
I have no idea what's going to happen to my clothes. Don't straw man me. Second off, I'm not going to stick something up my dick.
There are some really strange, kinky people out there. I don't know if I told you, I lost my virginity relatively late when I was 18, but the girl that I lost it to was such a strange, kinky person. Like, she got me so drunk and then pretty much raped me inside a club. Like, not in the bathroom, like underneath this stair in the middle of a really incredibly busy club. Until I
Was it actual rape or
it was pretty much actual rape.
Okay.
So I'm absolutely fucked. I was so drunk.
Does that technically count as losing your virginity if it's rape?
Well, my dick was in her, so.
Yes.
Oh.
Well, I know.
Okay.
That's fucked up.
Yeah.
And people don't realize that men can be raped by women.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of people don't realize that men can get fucking raped.
No, it's just a myth about the patriarchy.
That's
the
right.
Patriarchy's just like.
I didn't really feel violated. Well, I did kind of feel violated afterwards, but at that time I was like so drunk, like so drunk.
No, a man can't be raped because like a man has like
Institutional power.
power. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. I just like to point this. I'm actually pretty impressed that you were that drunk and could still get it up. Because
Yeah, real talk. That's hard though. I can't.
It's actually a problem. I've kind of got like I can stay hard for a really long time, but sometimes I can like struggle to come. If that makes sense. But I'm still incredibly hard.
Yeah.
Why?
What is that, like pre-epic?
I don't know. Like I've been at times where
Sounds
I've like.
amazing, is what it sounds like.
It's honestly, it's good for the partner, but like I've genuinely been fucking for like 2 hours straight before, and I'm like still hard, and then like, oh my god, like.
I feel sorry for that girl.
Well, you gotta
had
find
that
out how to like work your prostate in such a way that you can come.
I'm not really into the prostate massage type thing.
Well, did you have like were you masturbating before this, or did you have sex before this?
I can do it myself. Like I can, like, make myself.
Well, I believe you, right? That you could do it, but I'm speaking of the occasions that you could not, or it was hard to. Because for me, I kind of had that too, but it's only when I masturbate like a day before.
No,
if it's like a week without masturbation, then fuck.
Maybe I've done it like the day before. But no, it seems to just be like when I don't know, like putting energy into it, because like I'm quite a dominant person when I'm in the act. So if I'm like on top and stuff like I'll be just really hard still and just won't be able to.
Oh, maybe you need to find like your thing.
I'd need to be sort of like really relaxed, and the girl would have to be on top type thing. Which is weird.
No, that's not weird. Everyone has their own thing. That's not weird. We just heard urethra. What was it? I don't remember what it was.
Well, that could technically count as weird to someone else who like is into like having a pole stuck into their urethra. Like it's like I said, like one person's turn on can be another person's turn off, and one person's turn off can be another person's turn on.
See, I've never understood people wanting to take. I understand wanting to put it up someone's ass, but wanting to take it up your ass, I've never personally. I know there's a lot of people who do it, and there's like a thing for it. But like,
Well, the area
I've
is
never understood
sensitive.
it because it's like exit only, and it's like it
Huh.
hurts.
Well, you have to clean, of course. You have to prepare yourself.
I've tried doing it like on 2 occasions, and it's just been like really like tight to the point where it's kind of uncomfortable.
Well, you gotta work yourself into it.
Yeah.
It's going to hurt at first. That's all I can say.
Pretty much, it takes a lot of work for it to be fun for both parties.
Yeah.
You need lube. You need to be prepared and be like all cleaned out. Like take your shit.
No. Of course, like
Eat the poo-poo.
No, don't eat the poo poo.
They prep beforehand. I get this quite a lot. Like when, because I was actually talking to my brother about like the girl afterwards. He's like, "Oh, that's disgusting. Did you not get like shit all over your dick and stuff?" Like, no, it was like prepared. She had like a long shower and made sure there was nothing of excess within that cavity. So it was like, yeah.
And also, you should be wearing a condom. That's another.
Yeah.
I hope you were wearing a condom.
Yeah.
Fucking rapist. No,
yeah,
no.
I can't have sex with a condom. It takes away too much of the feeling. So.
Well, you can get the sort of condoms where like it feels like it's like your skin.
Yeah,
And
there's
also-
the versions. Yeah.
No, I've tried that as well. Like it just you do lose a lot of feeling, even if it is
You know what's one thing you could do to help with that? You could put a little lubricant inside the condom,
Oh yeah, that helps too.
Oh,
and that warm fluid feeling. You get that sensation back.
Condoms I buy have already got like lube on them.
No, see, I like feeling the pussy.
Inside, not on the outside. On the inside.
Yeah, I prefer to feel the pussy.
Huh. We all do.
That's really all I need. I don't.
Or just wash your dick afterwards and take whatever medication.
Like I'm only banging like one girl right now, so I really don't have to worry too much about it. And she's.
It still calls it worry.
Yeah, I mean, like it's clean, but you know, like yeah, it's. I couldn't have sex with multiple girls because I'd have to wear a condom, and I don't like wearing condoms. It makes sex pretty much meaningless to me.
Yeah.
How do you know that she didn't have sex with other people before then?
We got tested.
Oh, okay, you were smart about it. That's good.
Oh yeah, we were smart about it.
I've had that sort of awkward conversation with a girl, like if you bring them back from like, a club or something, and you want to put on a condom, but she's like, "No, but I'm on birth control. You don't need to wear a condom." I'm like, "Yeah, I just kind of met you, and I don't know if you've." It's kind of like,
good
you might get up to start.
Yeah, no way, man. That's how you get yourself all in trouble.
Yeah, that's how you get a baby mama, and this is how you get like, come on, take care of this child.
It's like, don't worry, I've got like an implant or I'm on the pill, and it's like, you don't need to wear that condom. I'm like, yeah, kind of, just I'll put it on.
Yeah.
You gotta avoid the herpes.
Yeah.
Herpes.
Herpes is for life, yo.
No, I'm telling you, that's the one. I mean, AIDS is not good, but I when people say herpes, that one really is hard.
Sounds like harpies.
Harpies.
You have harpies now.
The mythical creature of harpies.
Well, no, I get cold sores on my lips probably once every 2 years. I cannot imagine them on those lips.
Yeah.
Them big black
I'm
lips.
with you. I'm with you. It'd break me. It'd just break my soul.
Break your soul. Break your heart.
And a lot of people have them. And apparently, as long as you take there's some sort of medicine and some sort of that suppresses it or something like that, and they only get breakouts once in a while. But I was like,
You're talking about type 2, the genital one, or type 1? Simplex.
I don't know which is which, but I'm talking about the genital one that's like, hell no. Because I have, and even that, like, if I start to feel something a little weird with my lips, I won't kiss anybody even, you know?
Well, it doesn't matter. The simplex one, which is that everybody pretty much has, is like 97% or something extreme like that. It's just, you know, the cold sores that you get on your lips, your mouth lips. That is. That's just everybody has.
Yeah, that's some crazy bullshit right there.
No, I'm talking about the one on your mouth lips. That's what everybody has.
I was talking about both. The ones on the lips are bad enough. The ones on the lower lips, terrible.
Yeah. Yeah, but there's a danger if you actually try and squeeze the ones on your lips. Mouth lips. If you squeeze them hard enough and it mixes with your blood enough, it can get to your brain, and then you're in fucking trouble. So never try and squeeze out the cold sores on your lips.
Oh yeah, they have this stuff called. It starts with an A. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? You just get it at Abreva. That's it. As soon as one of those, as soon as you feel something a little sideways, you just put that on every couple hours for a day or two. That shit is gone.
Yep.
I've never really had any sort of cold sores or anything like that on my lips.
Some people don't sort of they might have the virus but no symptoms.
Is that the same thing you get when you have an iron deficiency?
I don't think so.
I have an iron deficiency, and I get those once every 2 years.
That's what I get. But for me, yeah, it is because of that, iron deficiency. My lips they open up and whatever, and I don't know if that's a cold sore.
Open up? You mean crack and it hurts
No, they it looks like sort of a boil, but it's not really.
Yeah, that's a cold sore.
I'll boil your egg.
So Nadia is asleep on her anniversary.
Nadia's asleep.
She was drinking.
Let's
Team
party.
Beers.
It's kind of
Party,
funny.
motherfuckers.
Yeah, she was really hilarious, and she was
It's
getting
not
her.
it's not a Nadia hangout till she just sleeps.
That's right.
Most of
like
the
Mac and G-Man and Veckel. I want to have a full free-for-all now.
I'll leave Nadia something.
I haven't spoken to these people in a while.
Yeah, maybe we can talk about the whole God's Not Dead too, maybe.
God's Not Dead. I'm not going to see it. I didn't see the first one. I saw Bio Reloaded review it, and the clip that I saw, just terrible filming. Good camera work, but just terrible storyline.
If that's the movie with Kevin Sorbo,
yes,
Sorbo did amazing.
as the atheist character.
I watched that
first
movie
one
before
was good.
Kevin Sorbo, and he actually did a good job in that movie. That movie is only good for Kevin Sorbo. And I'm a Christian. No, I mean I like the story too, but I was a Christian. I think I just liked Kevin Sorbo in that movie.
You should play an atheist character in a movie then.
I think I can play. I think I'm pretty good at playing the devil's advocate for atheism, since I considered myself an atheist at one point.
Be careful with that. Yeah, it's.
Well, I mean, I was agnostic, but I was I called.
Let yourself flow to the dark side of the force.
No, I think atheism is a pretty.
Oops. He dropped.
He dropped. And he's gone.
He said too much.
Fucking gone. Jesus just booted him from the hangout. He's back.
Yeah, I'm on my phone. Sometimes it kicks me. I don't know why.
Repent. Repent.
But yeah, I was. Well, I actually did repent, but yeah, I was. I got pretty big into Richard Dawkins and Christopher Hitchens and a couple other dudes, Lawrence Krauss. I was listening to these guys, but still, I don't see any good reason to be an atheist. Agnostic, sure, but atheist, no.
Well, those atheists that you're talking about, they're more like theists, so they would not have a reason to be an atheist in a sense of sort of defending the position.
Are you talking about from a philosophical position, or? I hope you're talking about philosophical, because if we're talking about common usages, I kind of.
Well, they're like theists. All of them are like theists.
Dude, religious.
Well, are you talking about from a philosophical position? That's what I'm asking.
Talking about their position, they say that they don't believe in God. I didn't understand what you mean in this case philosophically or not. I'm just talking about their position, what they believe, right? Or in this case, lack of belief. They simply lack a belief in a God, and you don't really need a reason for that to lack a belief.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, but you're saying that you don't see any reason why you should be an atheist like those people, but they say you don't need a reason to be like us because we simply do not believe in this. Exactly because there is no reason to believe in God.
Well, right. I mean, that's just saying, that's why I think that's what the term like agnostic atheist comes from. Because
Yeah.
intellectually speaking, you're still an agnostic. You don't have a good reason to be an atheist per se. You just believe. That's just your position that you hold.
Right. But it's still considered an atheist, right?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean,
Well,
yeah,
it
sure.
would
That's what
fall
you believe,
more so under the category of non-theism.
Well, colloquially speaking, it'd be an atheist. But yeah, more rigorous philosophical notion would be that, to be just an agnostic or a lax-theist, as Ozzy calls them.
Right. That's why before I knew that, I labeled myself as an atheist. But I'm like, I really can't say I'm an atheist, which is why I changed it to agnostic before I became a Christian.
Okay. Oh no, did you like the second movie? Spoken?
What's up?
Did you like the second movie?
I haven't seen God's Night. I didn't even know there was a second movie. Is Kevin Sorbo in it? Because if not,
he's dead.
I don't care.
Kevin is dead.
Yeah, I know. That's why I don't care.
Oh, Kevin Sorbo's dead?
No. I mean,
the character's dead.
Oh, I was like,
Open up your lips and your
By the
mouth.
way, you want that spoiled?
Just spoil it.
Sorry, spoilers.
Because all got spoiled because of our,
You Christians do it to us atheists all the time. He's gonna die. He's gonna be crucified. Spoilers. God damn it.
Kevin Sorbo was
ruined the end of my book. Fucking hell.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he becomes a theist at the end. Like he finally realizes all his flaws.
No, he was always a theist. That's the thing. He was a what's this name? There's a special name for somebody who believes in God, but he's just pissed off at him.
Mesotheist.
Mesotheist. Yeah. It's this sort of typical notion that a lot of theists, funny Christians think that atheists are actually right. Like what Veckel thinks we are, that we're just mesotheists. We believe in him, somehow. Still theists somehow, but we just hate him. Because we're mad, we're angry.
I don't see a reason to believe in the Christian God. I don't even think that this God even exists. Like, what? That's fucking stupid, honestly.
Your mama's stupid?
I would say those
your grandma's stupid.
Those are great subjective points, I'd say.
Subject? Ooh, those are them defining words.
Now we're getting into moral, like what would we call, or would moral realism or moral?
I don't know, you said something subjective.
You said something was fucking stupid. I don't think that's a moral dilemma.
Have you guys seen Kevin Sorbo's wife?
No, that's just my opinion.
I actually haven't.
Yeah, just last night.
Look her?
Yeah, Google her and look at the images. I mean, she's pretty. I was like, wow, they're like all American family. I don't even know if he's American. Yeah, he is. But he's it's a good-looking couple, good-looking family.
Kevin Sorbo's a good-looking guy, I have to say.
He is. He really is.
Aged well.
Oh yeah.
Wow, yeah, his wife is very wow.
I used to watch him in the sort of Hercules movies.
Yeah, I still remember. I know him better because of he played Captain Dillahunt in Andromeda, the TV show.
Oh god.
What?
Yeah, Kevin Sorbo played Captain Dylan Hunt in a sci-fi TV show, Andromeda.
No one gives a shit, Art.
Bless
At
you.
least I don't give a shit.
Thanks.
Damn heretics.
Yeah, you're a fucking heretic. You call yourself a... Wait, you're not an atheist, you're just a deist.
What was it? Captain TV show? What?
Captain Dylan Hunt.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I thought you said Bill Hunty.
The show is called Andromeda. Like the galaxy, the nearest galaxy to us. Andromeda.
Or did you mean to say Dilla Honey?
No,
Dilla
no.
Honey.
Dylan. Dylan.
Dilla Honey?
No, Dylan Hunt. Dylan is
okay.
the first name, Hunt is the second name.
Oh, okay.
Huh.
I have G-Man on mine, just thinking back to when, like, he pronounced, like, Matt Dillahunty's name, like he said, Matt Dillahunty. That's how it sounded like to me.
Dillahunty.
Yeah, Dilla.
Now Lucy Lawless was pretty. I'll give her that. I think Sam's prettier. Never mind. I'm talking to D.
I love Lucy Lawless. She was really good in Spartacus.
She's the only one to me who should have played Wonder Woman. But
yeah, I know, right? I like picture for that role. Like,
she's beautiful on a whole nother level. Oh shit.
Right. And badass.
Yeah, I mean her body is just banging. It is beyond fierce. I don't like her as a blonde though. I'm seeing her in a lot of blonde.
Yeah, doesn't suit her.
No.
Dark one.
There's another actress like that. I don't think blonde suits him, and that's Sandra Bullock. I hate it when she's in blonde.
Oh wow.
Isn't she an atheist, Sandra Bullock? I think she is.
I don't know if she is or not, but I think she's very, very pretty. And then when she puts blonde on, I'm just like, God, what are you doing to yourself?
What's the matter with blonde? What, you're hating on blonde?
I'm listening.
You fucking have blonde hair right now. You have your hair all blonde and somewhat red. It looks like red in your camera. I don't know. Maybe I'm colorblind, but is it blonde? It looks
strawberry.
Yeah, it's what you say. Unless you get a better camera that can show the full picture, I won't believe you.
Chris,
come down. Strawberry. Yeah, like, I wasn't shitting on blondes. I was shitting on an actress that put blonde on and it didn't look right.
You're a strawberry.
Don't answer his crap.
You're a strawberry. Nah, you shut up with your stereotypic black woman accent.
God damn it. Christopher.
Well, is everyone just drunk today?
No, I'm not drunk. I'm just regular loopy. That's all.
I'm completely sober.
I've not been.
Yeah, right. I'll believe it when I see that.
Everything I've drank is a monster and a couple of cups of coffee.
I'm gonna start calling Lucy Lawless Lucy Flawless because she is just.
Did you just Google her? Right? Just watch her. Yeah, me too.
She's like different looking, and she has so many different looks, and her body is just fierce. It's not all skinny, mini. Like, can you please eat something? But it's still like, I mean, it's banging.
Yeah.
The bitch is a badass.
Hell yeah. And she had quite a variety of roles as well.
Yeah, she is. She's I mean, I still see her in action type stuff. She's not gonna start doing comedy next, or anything like that. But
I cannot see her doing comedy at all. No.
I can see her in a parody comedy.
Fucking hell, I almost fell off my chair. That would have been interesting.
Like, if they were to make like a comedy parody of like all the superhero movies, she would fit right in with that.
I'm gonna head off and clear a spot for someone else.
Yeah, you do that. You fucking waste of space. Yeah, I'll be a Simon. We don't like you. Don't like the sound of your voice or your Scottish accent.
Christopher.
Alright.
No, I'm kidding.
Take care, Simon.
I'm just taking the piss. That's all I'm doing.
Maybe on later.
The salt is strong with Christopher.
I'm not salty. This is just me being random. I don't know. I like you all. I love you all. Today, at least. I don't know.
So nobody has seen God's Not Dead 2, or even heard
No.
about Blood?
I think it's a horrible movie.
Jacqueline Glenn made a review, and and it was quite interesting.
You know who she reminds me?
No. Wait a minute. Did Jacqueline make an interview, or did she plagiarize it from somebody?
No, she did a review of that movie. Maybe she plagiarized
okay.
it. I don't know. Yeah, there's been that stuff happening. Yeah, I guess you know.
Yeah.
No,
This
she's
shit,
a serial plagiarist, so.
Not recently. I don't think she's plagiarized recently.
But she admits to like
she
copying
has.
content, so at least she's honest. Give it that.
Yeah, she really has. So I
I
think
mean,
that.
I can understand, right? If you're like tired and you have like a few minutes to do stuff, I mean, what the fuck can you do, right? You don't, because she has a different stuff to do, not just the YouTube channel. So sometimes you just, like, do a quick search, see what other people did, instead of, do roughly the same thing, or sometimes the exact same thing, which is, whatever.
You know what? I don't buy that, because if YouTube is your full-time job, then do your fucking job.
Well, you fuck up sometimes in your job. It's a mistake.
No, a mistake is like, oh, oops, I moved and I knocked a spoon over. Plagiarism is like, has intent and will behind it.
Not necessarily. Some people plagiarize and they're just fucking dumb. Like, I don't think you should.
You can get busted for plagiarism for just failing to, what's it called, accurately source. Or, for not forgetting a citation. For sourcing.
No. Like, she would find like it's something to do with Facebook, but like someone made this lengthy post on her Facebook discussion page, right? And she read it literally word for word.
I used to have a pretty prominent, what's his name, Mike Elgin. I quit writing comments on his posts because you'd see like my thinking or my ideas 2 or 3 days later as a new one of his posts. Like he'd be like, and this reminds me of this. And you just go, and I was like, I'm just giving this asshole ideas. And he was like on Twitch TVs or This Week in Tech? Yeah. All these different things. And I was just like, I quit posting on certain bloggers because they just take your opinions or ideas and run off with a whole new show or concept off of it. And I was just like, fuck this. A new blog.
I mean, I would have been okay if she had taken like the point that person was trying to say
and
put it in her own words and then ran off with it, right? I'd be fine with that. That's not plagiarism. It's just taking someone else's idea and crafting it into your own.
Yeah, I agree with that. I just didn't like it. So I can't imagine if you took my exact words. Them is fighting.
Yeah, and then to sit there and just read it verbatim on your video is it's bullshit. And then say, well, she did it accidentally. No, the fuck she didn't. She intended to do that.
Yeah, that I don't see how. I mean, if it's a sentence or two and you're quoting it, not a big deal. If it's a whole paragraph, oh man. Yeah, and as long as she's saying this is from one of my viewers or readers or whatever the hell.
I lost respect for her, but like I don't think like it would be apt to say that she's or imply that she's still plagiarizing anything. I think that's kind of disingenuous. That's just my opinion on it.
Oh, trust me, there's plenty of people in the skeptic community and the atheist circles that are willing to hold her feet to the fire. I mean, mostly because she comes up with a lot of bullshit, too. Like, she made that one video, was it Women on the Internet or something like that?
Well, she reclarified her position, and like she made a video recently, like a few weeks ago, where she clarified that these like people were quick to say that, and I was even quick to say this, that she was jumping on the radical feminists, well, Tumblr-esque feminists bandwagon, but that's not the case. And she has clarified in a recent video that she does not uphold to these out there views.
That wasn't my criticism, right? My criticism is that you're going to whine about people treating you like a sex object when over half of your videos involve something with sex. Well, I'm sorry.
Well, what do you mean by half her videos? Like, I'll give you that there are some videos out there that involve, like, sex objects. Like, there was one where she was with another YouTuber and they were, like, trolling the Westboro Baptist Church, but I really don't see much sexual content related shit on her channel. I don't.
Well, I mean, it was the whole straight girls touch a vagina thing, or that shit. Like,
okay, but
there's
how
a girl
many
spread eagle
videos
on a fucking table for crying out loud.
Was that comedy or like?
I don't know what it was supposed to be. If it was comedy, it was not funny.
Yeah.
I mean, didn't she end up posing for Playboy at some point?
Yeah, but what?
Oh, okay, so you're going to
have...
pose for Playboy and then you're going to complain about being a sex object? Give me a fucking break.
Oh,
okay, are you talking about the video where she was with those other female YouTubers, like, talking about this, or, like, have you not, like, seen the recent video she has made clarifying her position?
I haven't seen that video.
Well, you should see that. Like, I still, like, think that she's kind of, like, yeah, I don't like her as much as I did before, and I don't really, like, every now and then I'll check in on her, like, new content, but I think that in her recent video she has done more than a good job of, like, staying her position in a palpable, cogent manner. Like, I'm not sucking her vagina or anything here. I'll suck TJ's cock, but I won't suck her vagina.
I cannot stand Amazing Atheist. I can't. I don't know what it is about him, but there's just something about him that rubs me the wrong way. It's not that he has bad arguments or whatever. It's just something about him that just crawls up my skin.
I don't see that because, like, you sound like him sometimes. Like, some of the people who disagree with him honestly sound like him, and I don't see why you disagree with him. Like, is it like an ego thing, or is it just...
He comes off as very, I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for? Haughty, right?
Okay, but so do you sometimes. Like, well, most of the time I see you on air. Like,
Well,
you're
maybe
very passionate and, like... And I disagree with some of the points you make, but I think you're passionate in your views.
And that might be a fair criticism of me, right? But this doesn't change the fact that I can look at someone else and be like, oh, you know what, I really don't like this about you. It really drives me crazy.
Well, from what I've heard from other people, like, this character he puts out isn't representative of, like, his actual, how he actually acts and Like from what I've heard, he is actually a nice guy.
And maybe it's maybe it is a YouTube personality, and okay, that's the end of it, right? Then I don't like his YouTube personality. I think a lot of it is we have a lot of political disagreements as well, like outside of feminism, outside of atheism.
Oh, I
right?
get it, because like he doesn't like the libertarian side. Okay, I can see why you don't.
There's just a lot about him I don't like, and it's enough to make me not want to watch his videos, right? Like, I really like Sargon's videos, but I don't like all of them. There's some of them I'm just like, what the fuck are you talking about, right?
Yeah, sometimes like Howie, like his opinions on like transgender, like kind of like I don't kind of get it. Well, maybe my view, my opinion on it is like out there, but he basically ragging on like this like mother for allowing her like I can't remember the age of the child, but they were like fairly young to like be on hormone replacement therapy or something like that. So long as like if the right procedures are met and everything's handled, like just putting them on puberty blockers isn't really going to. Like there might be some detrimental effects, but it's like fewer than like just like putting them on estrogen.
Oh.
No, yeah, and I mean like another area where I disagree with Sargon on a very point is his general view of the how education should work, right? And this is all left and right politics. I'm very right-leaning when it comes to economics. He's very left-leaning, right? But that doesn't surprise me. He comes from Europe, and most Europeans are very left-leaning, so it doesn't surprise me.
Okay, what about education do you disagree with him on?
I can't remember the exact video, and I'm going to paraphrase because I can't remember the exact quote. But it was a live stream, and he was talking about how college education should be a free thing, right? And I hate it when leftists use the word free, because it's not free. It costs resources. And resources don't just come out of thin air. There is no such thing as free. What he's really, when leftists say free education, free college education, what they're really talking about is tax-subsidized education, not free.
Well, you pay taxes.
And furthermore, I think I have lots of different arguments against the free education system. What about people that don't want to go to college? Why should they subsidize college costs for other people? I think it's ridiculous.
Yeah, what about people who don't want to go to war? Why should they subsidize costs for war? Because it makes society better the more educated all of society is. It makes it better for them and easier for them. Well, maybe not easier if they don't go to college, depending on what they do to find jobs. But usually what happens is when more people are educated and are doing better in society, the whole group is doing better.
Well, and ultimately it devalues higher education. And we're already seeing this. Like, colleges are pumping out these liberal arts degrees left and right. They're not worth the paper they're written on.
But you can't.
And when you flood the market with these worthless degrees, then having a degree for basically anything is a requirement, right? Like, I lived in a state where they required you to have a bartending license, where you had to go to bartending school, right? Which to me was the most phenomenal waste of money ever. Why would you require someone to go to school to learn how to put fluid in a glass?
Well, there's like some science there because like you have to like know the precise amounts and also like.
No, but you can't. I want to go back to something else, and I hope I didn't cut you off, Chris. I hope you're.
No, it's okay.
I just don't understand where in history it's ever been a bad thing that society was more educated. It means that the next bastion will be that a high school diploma isn't enough, a college diploma isn't enough. To really excel, you might need a master, even higher level education. But I don't know how you stop stupid thinking in this world without education.
Now, I'm not saying education is a bad thing. I'm saying if you want to become highly educated, the onus is on you to figure out how to pay for it.
Well, not all people can really pay for that because there aren't, like, some people are impoverished, and because there's not enough like safety nets in like our society to really help them. So that's debatable because there are programs out there that can help them, but even then, like, those are band-aids at best.
I don't know. I just want our best and brightest going to college. And if there's an issue where they can't afford to pay for it, or they're really bright and can't afford to get into a particular school, I have an issue with that. That's how expensive college has become.
Yeah.
I feel like if you have the ability to get into a particular school, you should go. And money should not be the issue holding you back.
But money is an issue because it costs money to educate someone, does it not?
Yeah, but it shouldn't cost as much as it does.
Well, the reason it costs so much is for two main reasons. Okay, one, the government's got money in it, and two, the bureaucracy of the education system itself. All the teacher unions and the tenured professors that you can't fire, and they want large sums of money to sit around and twiddle their thumbs.
Oh, excuse me.
That's why college is so fucking expensive.
Well, I kind of have to agree with you because, like, with the book scam, like, that's kind of like bullshit because, like, they will charge like exorbitant amounts for fucking books, like $100, like, and per book, and it'll like
$100.
Yeah.
$100. That's cheap. That's cheap. I mean, that is dirt cheap.
Well, per
my applied calculus book, which my professor wrote, by the way, cost me $375.
What?
Yeah.
Now that is fucking highway robbery there. That is some fucking bullshit scammers.
Well, that's all the college system is. It's a big fucking scam. That's why I refused any college loans. I'm not going to take them. I understand the pyramid scheme. I take a loan from the government that I have to pay interest on, right? Then I'll turn around and get taxed so they can give more money to other people and partially pay for the loan that I took. So I'm paying twice for the same service. It's a scam.
Hmm.
Yeah, trust me, I wish there were $100 for a book. Maybe if you took like Introduction to Philosophy, it might be $100.
No, this is for like basic math books, and this was at a community college, mind you.
Mm-hmm.
Like a math book costs like $100 for like basic algebra stuff. To me, I think that's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, so when people are, you want to get upset about rising college tuition, the stick you need to shake at, where you need to shake your stick at, is the teachers' unions and the government money that is absolutely pervasive throughout every single university in the United States, at least.
Mm. Well, what if like not like necessarily like higher like Yale grade like college schools? Would you at least agree that community colleges should be like free at least, or
So community colleges,
yeah?
a place that pumps out more liberal arts degrees. You know what? If someone was going into a STEM field, I'd be okay with paying for their college. But if you're going to go get a degree in um, modern arts, you know what? Pay it for it yourself. Okay, nobody gives a shit about that. It doesn't produce anything. It doesn't quantify anything. It doesn't add anything to society, right? Or you want to go get a degree in women's studies. You know what? Help yourself. Pay for it yourself. I don't care. Enjoy it. But it contributes nothing to society.
What like by arts things? Like, do you mean like journal arts? Do you mean like arts that go into like making video games too?
No. Like,
Okay, because I just
no,
would like
I'm talking like modern art historians, for example, right? Like, who gives a fuck?
Oh, don't you think that art's like? Well, actually, like I might agree with you. Maybe it should be more so included in history rather than just like have its own like art history. It's just history. That's...
Yeah, I'm a big believer that if we are to be subsidizing education, we should be subsidizing education that quantifiably benefits society, right? So, you know, engineers, doctors, physicists, chemists, biologists, geologists, etc., etc. The hard sciences. And anything to deal with medicine, anything to deal with technology, anything that deals with the maths. Absolutely. But if you want to go get your degree in gender studies, then okay, that's fine. Just don't expect other people to pay for your worthless degree.
Yeah, because some of these certain like I actually like read like an article where like it kind of like one of these certain like tests that were based around like gender studies to a certain extent, like kind of like the sort of thing where like it will like a guy will take a polygraph or something like that, and even though like he like it's like that even though you will say that you are not this, like internally and some subconsciously you are this other thing, like a rapist, for example.
I'm confused.
AI.
Can you clarify? I'm sorry, I'm just not understanding.
Like that you can be a rapist even if you like subconsciously even though you don't know it or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Like let me try and like see if I can. Yeah, I'm just want to say that I said something stupid. I can't remember where I found it. It was from like a crime journal thing. Yeah, you can move on.
Mr. came and left.
Yeah.
Drives me crazy, that one.
Mr. 21.
Well, you see.
And corporate boy, he's a real gem. He's also like a libertarian, like you. Oh, he's an atheist, though. Yeah.
No, I struggle. I struggle a lot with libertarians. I really do. I've never met a libertarian who's gone through a hard time yet in life.
Well, like Melissa, like have you gone through a hard time in life?
Are you a
Yeah,
libertarian?
I grew up with a single father
Yeah.
that worked at a post office of all places, and yeah, I made so much money that I had to go in the military to get an education that I couldn't afford to finish. Yeah, you know, I'm just living a lap of luxury over here.
Wait, you're a libertarian?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then I can switch my. I've finally met one. So you weren't able to finish your education?
Nope. Ran out of money.
Yeah. So wouldn't it be better if education was less expensive?
Yeah, and you're not going to do that by injecting a bunch of government money and teachers unions in it. It's just you're going to fail 100% of the time. The reason places like Europe and all these other guys they can afford all these fancy ass social programs they have is because they're not spending it on aircraft carriers.
I agree with that.
But
actually,
in the United States,
I'm not a libertarian at all.
Oh, you're not? I thought
Yeah.
you were. Like, thought you said you were.
No, I was never. I mean, I dabbled in it for a while, but then I realized this is stupid. I'm not a libertarian.
So, what are you now, or what are you like? Are you just?
Pro-business, conservative, I would say.
Oh, okay, you're conservative.
Sorry, what was the current topic? Military?
oh, so like, but here's the deal: if the United States were to follow the same model, the next most powerful country in the world is fucking China. And excuse me if I'm a little apprehensive about making them the most powerful military in the world.
They're very much expanding in the South China Sea illegally, and they are quite a threat navally, and within maritime operations, especially in the civil market. But they're placed on the scale to be a threat in 20 years or so, that kind of area. They're a long term. Russia is around 10, I think 5 years, General Michael Hayden puts them. And of course, you know, the terrorist threats and all that, it's within the imminent corner. I'm just trying to think of what I can... I just woke up, I just had like a knack for like the military, and ever so conveniently I just wake up at the same time. I'm just trying to think of what I can share that's relevant. China, actually yes, China Power. CSIS, the Center for Strategic and International Security Studies, as a good... Bless you. That was an epic sneeze. They have a website called China Power, and they focus on the development of China, both militarily, socially, economically, all these different little in all these different little areas, and about are they a threat or not. I'll look that in the slideshow. If anyone's interested. And CSIS is ranked for this year and last year, and the year before that, it's the highest ranked think tank for strategic studies when it comes to defense and security. So they do have weight behind them. It's very interesting. And holy shit, it's cold this morning. Oh. Well, what was the general topic on with military? I did not mean to focus specifically on that.
Oh, it's okay. No, we were talking about, or I was talking about, or I guess we were. We were talking about like Europe's social policies, right? Like their social spending. And the only reason they have that, well, one, the only reason they have that kind of power is either A, they're part of the EU and they're riding the coattails of Germany or in England, right? Like a place like Greece, without the EU, would have collapsed already, right?
Yeah, they need to be into the EU, and NATO has helped. Yes. Yeah.
So that's the only way they've been able to prop up their social spending. But I mean, the EU right now is under real threat of falling apart anyway. And once that does, you can guarantee it that Greece is going to go tits up, right? I think another country that was having problems was Northern Ireland. And all these countries, they're going to be the ones left with the bill when it comes time to pay for all these crazy ass social spending programs they have.
Yeah. And when it comes to China, I think China is a lot different from the United States, at least when it comes to geopolitically, because you need to realize China is a country that never really had an imperialistic history. They never had overseas colonies. In fact, even going back to their ancient days, it was customary thinking in Chinese dynastic policy to not leave China. The idea was that China was a beloved place, for the Chinese people to live, and they had no need for the outside world other than goods, other than just trading and that type of whole thing. So you don't really see, versus with Europeans, it was different, because with Europe was always very resource poor. So the idea of not just trade, but also a very aggressive imperialistic type of policy of going to other parts of the world, seeking out the natural resources, and many times conquering these types of places to extract those resources, that existed with Europe. And also the United States, because we're kind of like an offshoot of Europe. But there's no indication at all that even if the more powerful China becomes, I don't think they'll be necessarily imperialistic. But I do think that they will be more guarded, very much so, against other major powers like the U.S., even Russia. I mean, we always think that we're going to have some type of confrontation with China militarily. China is much more likely to have a confrontation with a place like Russia or Japan before they have a confrontation with us, because those places are in their neighborhood. And also, we're a huge trade partner with China. It's very unlikely that we'd ever have any type of major military conflict with them. I highly doubt it.
All right, can I challenge that?
Yeah, for it. Yep.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ermin.
So there's a couple of things that thoughts that I'd like to challenge, and there's a couple of places where I agree. Naturally, I won't stick on the areas where I agree. I'll just talk about the areas that are of challenge. One is that you said that China has never, or you alluded to, had an imperialistic type approach. And in essence, I agree with it, but I will just say how they've done it is different than how Europe did it. You can go through the entire continent of Africa, and I think the second largest group, you would think it'd be Caucasian, it's actually Chinese. When you look at South Africa, you look at, where are dodo birds from again? You have the Seychelles, and I always forget this island off Madagascar, but heavily Chinese. You look at Cameroon right now, I think upwards of like 10-15% of people are Chinese, not just Asian. So the way that they have, put their influence in the world has not been from an imperialistic standpoint, I'll agree with that, but has been with what they do is they take their vast population and they encourage them to move elsewhere throughout the world. So what happens is over time, generation after generation, they are building a structure to run the world. You can even go into parts of South America, high Chinese population there. And so they're building their infrastructure little by little. And in a lot of places they're mixing, and some places they're, like actually, some people would call it inbreeding in this hangout. It's just I don't know, for me, it's a fascinating case study on how they're pulling Chinese influence throughout the world. And so I think you will see in 20 to 40 years a completely different look on power in the world, because they will truly have power in every single country. But it won't be through how Europe did it, where they physically come over, take, violently and take slaves and all these different things. It has been through acculturation. And it's because they have the, billion population and some resources to do it. And now I'm done.
Yeah, absolutely. You made a lot of good points. But I think the main thing with China is that, yeah, it's their influences is very great. They got a huge diaspora. And it's largely, though, a benign diaspora. I think a lot of the people are business owners. A lot of them are people who have something to lose. Like, they stand nothing to gain from any type of conflict in the countries that they're in. Like, I don't think it's the, like, I just don't think it's the. I should say it's in the interest of these Chinese businessmen and stuff overseas to try to go to these other countries and stir up conflict. It's only in their interest to go there and to make money. It only makes sense for them to be there if they're making money. If they're not making money, if there's political instability and that type of stuff, and they don't make no money, there's no reason for them to be there.
No, it's not about making money. What they're doing is building relationships and making friends.
Yeah.
Across Africa right now, in South America, they're building schools. They're slowly building infrastructure. So what happens is the locals love Chinese people because they didn't come in there and try rape, pillage, whatever. They're trying to be fair, and they're trying to help out the countries. So when it is finally time to take over, right, that people are going to welcome them with open arms and not even know that, what came and swatted them upside the head.
Yeah, well, what is more likely is what you're going to see, and you're seeing this now. You have a lot of these Chinese people, they go to places like Africa, and they won't just have their own, like, separate, segregated settlements. They'll actually integrate with the people there. They'll intermarry. There's a lot of Chinese men married to black women. And you also have a lot of Africans in turn in China. A lot of them who own businesses and infrastructure and stuff as well. So it's more of like it's like a global. Like, in the future, you might see a country like Kenya have a half Chinese or half black president. And that'll be their president, and it'll just be a symbol of the, how should I say it, the cultural exchange between China and Africa. But in a sense, it is about money. I mean, they put in the money, they build infrastructure, and so that they can better do business, and get more business deals in these countries. Like, if you look in Kenya, China is completely rebuilding the railroads in Kenya that the British built 100 years ago that have now fallen into disrepair. But they're completely rebuilding those railroads so that they can have a better connection to the mines. They're helping rebuild the roads, the highways. I mean, Africa's going to have modern freeways and stuff, now because of our dealings with China, and it becomes an interesting thing. In fact, I think that's the thing that is the big concern of the West now. Now you're seeing countries like the U.S. scramble to try to invest in Africa because China's invested in Africa so much, and they don't want to lose control in Africa. Because if they lose Africa, I mean, that's where most of the world's resources are. They're going to kind of be starved for resources if they don't have enough influence in Africa.
Yeah, I think China's ahead of the game there. I kind of think Americans are screwed. America's screwed. I just internationally, I look like our power as a world power is just dwindling at this point, and it's been some of the isolationist type views that we have. There's a multitude of challenges, or nationalistic, whatever. Not isolationist. We're definitely not that. And that's just par for the course. But yeah, I think China is a fascinating story on not going in there and taking force immediately, just letting things happen over time. I think it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant what they're doing.
Yeah, absolutely, and
But when you have a fifth, what is it? Do they have a fifth or a sixth of the world population?
Is it a fifth? I think.
That website will have it.
I don't think it matters. They just have a ton of people. So
there's 6 billion people on the planet, and they have 1 billion people. It's a sixth.
Okay.
And but I mean, yeah, I mean, it's that's just what it's gonna be, man. In the future, most of the people, it's gonna have like a Genghis Khan effect. I mean, when Genghis Khan, when the Mongols took over China and Asia and India and all those places, and they spread their seed. I mean, I think at this point, like a huge percent, like 60% of all people alive on the planet today can trace their lineage back to Genghis Khan because he controlled so much. And it'll probably be the same way for the Chinese in the future. Eventually, most people will have some type of Chinese blood in them or something like that. And as far as the U.S., the U.S. is. I mean, someone having a president like Donald Trump isn't going to help us any. I mean, I'm a conservative, but I think Donald Trump is a complete doofus idiot, and I think he's going to really damage our relations with other countries. And I think he may even get us into some military conflicts that we don't need to be in, And I think I just think that it speaks to the arcane nature of our electorate that we would have a desire to still even elect people, like him. I mean, a lot of the smart business people.
Let's check this out. Home is now underwater.
What?
Oh, whatever. I don't know who that was, but yeah. I mean, they say he's going to help businesses. No, he's going to hurt businesses because he's going to hurt our ability to do business with other countries, and a lot of business people are probably going to leave because of him. He's talking about these protectionist policies. Look, you can't have protectionism in a post-industrial society. I mean, when he talks about protectionism, it reminds me of the freaking president we had in the 1890s. What was his name? McKinley. And he passed a tariff in the 1890s that damaged our relations with Great Britain and other European countries. But that was way back when we still had a manufacturing industrial economy. We don't have that anymore. We can't just bring these factories back to America and hire Americans. That would cost billions and billions and billions of dollars. And it's really not feasible in an age where we're moving more towards technology. It's an information age. We don't need not as dependent on physical goods anymore for the economy.
Well, to scale it back a bit to this whole Europe thing as well. Yeah, Europe might need to shit, I forgot what I was going to say. But it had to do with that. The reason why they have a lot of social spending is because America's got the military side covered. And so they can enjoy that kind of flexibility because, they have the American assurance policy there. But with that kind of expansion and creating infrastructure in other nations, especially on the naval aspect and maritime, this allows to conduct warfare all that much easier, both building a lot stronger rapport with these other nations and just the infrastructure, if they need to build up ports in somewhere near the Horn of Africa, if that needs to be done, they could do that. And so it's very much taking advantage of these deals that they are having. And China is being extremely aggressive with the South China Sea, which they have no claim to. And it's a very fine line for the next president to walk. You've got to get those foreign relations right with them.
Yeah, but can't he just hire somebody who's better at foreign relations than him?
He can, but it is especially in America, it's the president that you really need to help out. Like, you can have the foreign ministers or whatever they call them over there in the US, but the president would be needing to have troops over there every so often and make these deals and arrangements. Hopefully, if it does become Trump, hopefully he could do it. I hope he isn't too gung-ho, when he hits office. But it's my general fear that he might be just that even when he hits office. A lot of their attitudes change when they become president. Look at Obama when it came to the NSA. As soon as he got that classified information, that important information about the NSA programs, he changed his mind and he welcomed them and he changed them up a little bit. But his overall attitude changed. And so if that is Trump and he gets into office, hopefully he's swayed. And same with Bernie, I hope that he was swayed based on that information that he's given if he becomes the president, particularly with the nuclear arms in the US. He'll sway his mind.
We'll see.
Yeah, I only say that because he's kind of against nuclear arms, and the environment just doesn't exist yet to lower that arsenal and that posture. Neither China, North Korea, and these other nations are budging. And the theory among all the experts is that if America was to lower its posture first, a lot of Europe will prop up nuclear arms because they'll think, fuck, America's lowering its nuclear deterrent. We're going to need our own in our back pocket. And so it will lead to probably proliferation.
If the United States were to lower its posture, I think you'd see it. I think you'd see an arms race in Asia between Japan, South Korea,
and the Allies.
Yeah, because South Korea and North Korea are still at war. They're in an armistice, but they're still at war.
Yeah. And there'll be that threat of Russia looming over Northern Europe. They'll be like, oh shit. There's a good book by Brad Roberts. He's got impressive credentials with being within the government with missile threat policy, and he works at the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. And he puts the argument very well, and I have the book on my chair over there, but I'll just bring that for everyone. What's it called? The case. Okay, the book's called The Case for U.S. Nuclear Arms in the 21st Century. Nuclear Weapons in the 21st Century. That changed my mind. Putting that side chat there. Now that's published by Stanford University. It's eye-opening. Got an electric blanket. It's so cold.
Where do you live?
Australia?
Oh yeah, it's wintertime for you guys now.
We're starting to get in there. Yeah, it's only fucking 5:44. Oh, had a good night's sleep though.
They say it's just starting to get warm here in Colorado, so.
Oh, yeah. What else? I can't remember.
Oh yeah, he does.
There's a good interview by General Michael Hayden. He's former both CIA and NSA director, and he's the only person ever to be the former of both.
He'll make crass statements about Texans on his fucking Facebook.
I lost
Sorry.
you for a sec. That's okay. Yeah, that's all good. Trying to think of he's having a discussion at the Chicago Council for Foreign Affairs, I think it's called, and he's talking about his new book, Playing on the Edge, something intelligence in the 21st century or something. I can't remember. I've got to get the book still. I still haven't got it. And he's talking about the book, and he's asked about the threats, and so imminent. It's ISIL and all these other terrorist groups, but they have high frequency, but low severity, and then he pushes it out to 5 to 10 years is Russia, North Korea, Pakistan, I think he still said, and a few others. And then you're pushing it to that 15 to 20 years is China.
I just wanted to say real quick, I took the cord. I tried to figure out where the opposite end of the Earth is from where I live, and I am just off the coast of Perth.
Oh my gosh, that must be freezing their fucking ballsack off. They're right down there, so. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm in Brizzy, so. A little bit north.
What tool are you using to do that?
Okay, so what you do is you go to Google Maps, right? And then just type in your city, and in the link it'll actually have the coordinates. Negative 32 degrees or whatever. Just change the negative and positive signs, and it'll take you to the opposite of the Earth. And it'll take you to the.
Okay, I guess we're gonna have that.
Yeah, and that's how you figure out the exact opposite end of the globe from where you're at.
What's $75? $1.75. Yeah, I heard it.
In other words, if you're in the United States, Australia is literally on the other end of the Earth.
Right, where do I get the positive and negative? Let's see here.
Okay, you know where it's
in the HTML?
Yeah, it's in the HTML, the link itself. It'll say google.com maps /maps/place. Then it'll have coordinates, but don't use those coordinates, okay? Then there'll be another / and then it'll say @ and then it'll be a bunch of numbers. Do you see that?
Yeah, I just did it. Let's see where I'm at.
And then you copy it.
Oh.
You copy it, right? And then you paste it into the search bar for Google Maps itself, but change the positive and negative signs, right? And then hit enter. And it'll take you to where you need to go.
Y'all are funny.
And that's, I don't know. Yeah, I screw around with Google Earth a lot.
Hit fire and save matches. All right, let's try it this way now. Oh, I'm in the water somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, I'm off the coast of Perth, but
Oh, okay. Let's see here.
I am in the smack dab in the middle
I
of the
guess
ocean.
yeah, you're in Colorado, of course. Duh.
Well, see, here's the weird thing. It's actually really hard to be on land and then land on land because 75% of the Earth is covered in water.
Right.
So it only stands to reason that if you were to go to the opposite end of the globe, chances are you're going to end up in an ocean somewhere.
But I forgot you were also in Colorado, so I could have just...
Yeah.
Yeah.
So... Yeah, no, I figured out that little trick when I was in the Navy and I was traveling all over the planet. And I was like, where's the opposite end of the planet? Let's go there.
Yeah, I'd love to go to Australia, but I'm so afraid of snakes. It's just going to be New Zealand.
I went to, I've been to Perth, well, Fremantle/Perth, but, it was really pretty. I didn't run into any snakes. But then again, I was in a major city, so big surprise I didn't run into any snakes, but...
Yeah, but I want to do the Ayers Rock. I know that's not the name of it anymore, but I can't pronounce the name. And I want to do the whole Great Coral Reef.
Yeah.
I'm like, I can't do it.
It's still called Ayers Rock, but the Aboriginals call it Uluru.
Uluru?
Yeah.
I heard they changed the name of it to Uluru.
No, it's technically both. So we just use either one, really.
It's just on my bucket list of things to do.
Yeah, sadly they can't climb up it because erosion and whatnot, so they've got it protected now. So you can't climb up it, but you can go right up to it and touch it. I've still yet to go and see that. But if you ever do go to Australia, go to Alice Springs. It's just fucking beautiful.
What is it called?
Alice Springs. Alice.
What state is that in?
That is up north in the. I think that's still attached to Queensland.
There aren't much up north. I'll tell you that much.
No, it's just more for beauty.
Hmm.
The scenery and whatnot. Yeah, you won't really find snakes in the cities. It's if you go out bush. That's also the fun of it. You get to see like the other wildlife out there, the kangaroos, the drugged up jock bears and koalas.
I'm good.
Well, like, large swaths of Australia, from my understanding, is mostly desert anyway.
Yeah. So we pretty much occupy the outer rims.
Well, what's unique about Australia's deserts is that they're not part of what's called the desert belt. It's kind of an oddball. Like, okay, so there's this desert belt and it swings all the way across the planet. It starts on the western coast of South America, and it stretches into Africa, and then like the Middle East and China, and then it lands and it ends in California, and it's where that belt is where like something like 90% of the deserts of the world exist.
Yeah, that's true.
And the driest desert in the world is actually in South America, on the western coast of South America by Chile. There.
Yeah.
We've never recorded rainfall in those deserts.
Well, I think the actual driest is Antarctica.
Right, that's true.
Well, when they say deserts, they're talking about arid deserts. And yeah, we've never recorded precipitation in that desert. I mean, even in the Sahara, it rains, occasionally.
I didn't know that they've never done it because I still thought it was under 2 inches a year. But
No, yeah. Some parts of that desert, they've never recorded rainfall.
It's crazy.
Well, I mean, a lot of it is because the water that's off the coast there, it's very cool water, so it doesn't like to evaporate, so it doesn't generate any rainfall. Because it's water that's heading down to the equator to get warm again, and until it gets there, it's just doesn't like to evaporate and create moisture, so it doesn't rain. I mean, the desert that's on the western side of Africa suffers a very similar fate for the same reason. It's just all that cool water that currently constantly runs through there doesn't evaporate to create, clouds, moisture, and rainfall. I think it's called the Atacama Desert or something like that.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. Yeah.
Oh, you did? Okay, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
That's fine. It's like one of the few tidbits I remembered from geography. You know how you have like these classes and you remember a few things from them.
Yeah.
Still remember that and being like, whoa.
I think it would be cool to visit a place like that. I really do. Because, like, when you go to a place like that, you see landscape virtually untouched by human beings, and that's really a rare thing. Like you go to like these nature preserves you have in the United States, right? You got like campsites all over the place, or people leave their freaking beer cans laying around, that kind of stuff, right? You don't really get to see nature unspoiled, right? But if you go to these deserts because it's so dry and nobody can live there, that you get to experience the earth unspoiled. You know what I mean? And I think it would be something neat to see.
Yeah, to a certain extent, I see what you're saying. Out here in California, we have the Mojave Desert. We have a lot of deserts out here. And I actually like hiking through the desert. But when it comes to just observing nature, I prefer to go to a more greener area because I kind of feel like an area that's more greener has a little bit more. What can you really see in the desert though, except snakes, squirrels, maybe a couple hawks flying in the sky, or
Well, I mean, there's interesting geography to see, like.
Well, that's if you're into geography. Are you into geography more than the wildlife,
or I mean geology? Excuse me. You see some interesting geology, right? Like, the way wind can shape rocks and stuff like that. And
yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, but see, I was always more. Go ahead.
Oh, I was saying that's stuff you can only see in a desert.
Yeah. You're right. And I was always more me myself though. More of a biology type of person, so I'm more into like the actual wildlife. Like the first time I saw a deer in the wild, absolutely amazed me. It was a baby deer, and it was just walking. I just turned around, and there it was, and then it just started walking, about its way, and it was quite an interesting experience. Like we don't really have a lot of that in California. We got some even in Southern California, up in the mountains. You might have some deer, that whole type of thing. But we don't have like elk herds or anything like that. And very prominently, like what you see in these greener places like Colorado, Idaho, North, South Dakota, and that whole type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I like the big animals and stuff like that. I'd like to see that. So I want to travel to those places and eventually camp out, maybe even go hunting eventually. I would like to go elk hunting one day. You know, that's my thing. That seems a lot of fun. Maybe even buffalo hunting. Maybe even go on some predator hunts. Because I know a lot of the certain times of year in the around what do you call that region of the country, Idaho and all that stuff.
The northwestern coast.
Yeah, northwestern. You can go and hunt wolves and stuff like that. And I always thought that would be an interesting to actually like hunt down an animal that's a predator. I think
Mhm.
that'd be quite an experience.
Well, see, I mean, I like biology too, right? I think what really gets me about geology is there's a lot of processes you can look at, and they're processes we don't. There's some processes we don't really have a good functional understanding of what's really going on. Like we have these ideas of what's going on, but a lot of times geology likes to throw a wrench in your theory, right? And there's a lot of things that are just they're not well understood, and it's interesting to see these things. Like Yellowstone is probably one of my favorite places in the world to go, um, if not my favorite. And the reason being is like, and I say this in a very metaphorical sense, right? But you realize that you see something like that, like you see the mud puddles and the acid pits and the steam vents and stuff like that, and you come to an understanding that you're on a very living world, right? That there's things going on, forces that are just unimaginable, and you gain a respect for it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Used to be I was intrigued being from Southern California. Used to be Los Angeles used to be a huge like savanna type of environment millions of years ago. I mean, we have so many fossils here in Los Angeles of dire wolves, and I mean, did you know the America used to have its own species of lion millions of years ago that was even bigger than the African lions of today, and that amazes me. We had saber-toothed cats, woolly mammoths, even horse species that lived here indigenously millions of years, hundreds of thousands of years before man. And
Pygmy
it's just
elephants.
yeah, probably elephants too. I wouldn't be
No,
surprised.
pygmy elephants. Like
Pygmy, okay, yeah,
yeah, miniature elephants.
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, we had all types of stuff. And just over time, stuff changes. You know, and just amazing how the Earth changes. Yeah, Yellowstone is definitely a place on my list. I really want to go there. It's a place I really like. I want to go camping out there for a few days. I wouldn't mind doing that. Just exploring, that whole type of thing.
Well, I mean, like with Yellowstone, you got to be careful because there's places you can go to in Yellowstone that if you don't know, basically what the fuck you're doing, you can end up in a situation where you're getting killed just by the noxious fumes.
Oh
Like
yeah,
that
yeah,
shit happens.
I mean, of course, yeah. I mean, of course, I'll take those precautions and that whole type of thing. But yeah, but Yellowstone just always seemed like a great place to camp to me. Just like
Oh yeah, have you ever been there?
I've never been there, and I want to go there.
Totally worth the trip. Totally worth the trip. I mean, I can't overstate how worth the trip it is, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and like you're into the wildlife, and they got lots of that there too.
I know they got the wolf packs there too as well.
It's a phenomenal place. It really is. I
Like when you went, did you see any wolves or?
um Mostly, let's see here. This has been few years now, so it's really hard to recall everything I saw, right? But like I saw like buffalo, like
Okay.
roaming around, right? Not like in pens where you normally see buffalo. No, these are just buffalo running around. I saw deer, of course, elk, um, and then like all manner of smaller critters, squirrels, stuff like that. But um, I mean, to me, the thing that really stood out was like when you go to like the mud pits, and you got these mud pits and they're bubbling, and then you got these stromatolites or stalagmites or whatever they're called coming out of them, right? And they're in every color of the rainbow, right? Like from blue to orange to green to purple, depending on what minerals deposited on them, it changes the color of them.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really something. I mean, the only place that I could think of that I've like seen that would be just as visually striking would have been like when I took like a tour of glaciers
Okay.
in up in Alaska. And the reason that was very interesting is depending on the sediment that the glaciers would pick up, because glaciers aren't like stationary objects. They flow like rivers. They're just much slower, right? And depending on what sediment they pick up, they change color. And it's when the sun hits them in certain angles, it's magnificent. It really is. Um, and glaciers create what do they call it? Hydrogen peroxide naturally. So it's you would not. And when you go take a tour like that, of course you get to see the whales. You get to see that kind of stuff. All kinds of marine life.
I mean, just the marine life up there too in Alaska. You got a lot of types of humpback whales, the killer whales, and dolphins, all that stuff, especially off of Canada. A lot of that stuff just seems amazing. I'd really like to, especially Alaska. Like to me, that's like one of the last places on Earth that's like still a frontier, and I think it needs to stay that way always.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like one place I really want to go to it's in Russia, and I want to go to like the Siberia, right?
Yeah.
Because there is a lot of really interesting shit in Siberia. There really is. Like, it's not dead like people think it is. Some of it's very lush rainforest, temperate rainforest, of course, but and inside there you're going to have different kinds of fungi, and a lot of it's because Russia is so goddamn big that you're going to have huge biodiversity in the same country.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And there's even down here in Southern California we have what's called the Devil's Punch Bowl. It's like this huge hole in the ground. It used to be underwater millions of years ago. I mean, you can go hiking down through it. I live within like 15 miles from it. We go there occasionally. It's a lot of wildlife. It's in the Angeles National Forest. I don't know if you know where that is. It's in Southern California. Just a national forest there, and it has a mountain range, and it's just really nice place to go visit, especially when you want to be out in the wilderness. And it's just absolutely gorgeous. They have coyotes, deer running around. Of course, all types of rattlesnakes and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not. I mean, they don't come. I mean, you gotta really. But you gotta see a lot of hawks. Like a lot of hawks as well. Types of the avian life. Owls is too. type of stuff. And yeah, I mean that's kind of the thing.
Another place I'd really like to go would be Iceland.
Yeah, I'd like. It just sounds interesting. I'd like to go there too. I know there's a lot of interesting landscape there as well. Um,
Well, it's the only place where a rift is above water
wow.
that I could, well, at least that I know of. You know, like the Mid-Atlantic rifts that are deep
Yeah.
in the ocean.
Yeah.
They're actually on the surface in Iceland.
Okay.
I mean, if you were to come back to Earth a million years from now, Iceland would actually be a lot bigger than it is today.
Yeah, yeah, it probably is going to get a lot bigger. Just looking geologically. But
I mean,
absolutely. Go ahead.
because well, I mean, with the right measuring tools, you can measure how fast that's, separating, and it's, and as it's separating, it's bringing up new rock from underneath it. And so I would love to go there because if you're on a rift, you're literally standing on newborn rock. Because once it gets back down to the core of the earth, it
Yeah, you're right.
gets recycled, right?
Yeah.
So when you're standing on a rift, you're literally standing on newborn rocks.
Yeah, yeah. Um, it's very interesting. Another place. I mean, but it's crazy. Even here, where I live, there used to be a river. As I live in the high desert, Southern California, like 65 miles northeast of Los Angeles. And in this area, used to have a lot of thriving wildlife. We used to have a river that ran through here. We used to have a lot of antelope. I mean, that's how the region got its name. I mean, it's called the Antelope Valley, but today there's no. I mean, supposedly we still have a few antelope left, but they're supposed to be like in the eastern portion of the valley. I haven't seen them.
How close are you to Lamar, California?
I don't even know where that is. I've never heard Lamar. Is that in Southern California?
Lamar, yeah, it's in Southern Cal. It's about 30, 40 minutes south of Fresno.
Oh, I'm probably a long ways from that.
Okay.
Fresno's way up north. Fresno's like in Central California, going towards San Francisco. That's way beyond me.
Yeah, I'd say it was about an hour and a half away from Bakersfield, maybe.
Yeah. I've been to Bakersfield. I went a semester of college there. Didn't really care for it. But yeah, California is so, like, to me, Northern California and Southern California, if you ever travel through them, they're like two completely different states. The northern.
Well, from what I understand, a lot of people in California want Northern California to be its own state.
Yeah, and just even culturally, not just politically, but culturally, Northern California, the people are completely different than Southern California. Like, even musically, when it comes to the music they prefer, everything is different. Everything is different. You might as well be in a different state. I mean, that's how different it is. The people,
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm on the same page as you are. I would from time to time go to Northern Cali because I was stationed in California for about 8 months, or 8 years, excuse me. And so I traveled a bit throughout the state. My favorite city to go to in California was San Diego, though. I love San Diego.
Yeah, San Diego's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind living in San Diego myself. Only thing is, it's kind of expensive. It's a more expensive city, and you need to be kind of paid to live there. So I'm probably not gonna live there until I get later in life. I get my money up, start my business or whatever. Then I'll get some property there. But Not right now.
I mean, I liked California, but I wouldn't want to live there anymore. I mean, because I like winter, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the snow. I like the cold air in the morning.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a tropical person. I gotta have hot weather. I can't live in a cold area. It's I think the only reason I'm not fat is because I live in a temperate climate. Like if I lived in Alabama where a lot of my relatives are, I'd probably be fat just like them. But because I live where I live, you know, you know, physical fitness is a big part of living here because you can work out any time of year,
Mm-hmm.
and you don't have to stay inside. You don't, there's stuff always to do. I mean, you got the beach, which I love going to the beach. It's my favorite thing. It's one of my favorite things, and but I couldn't imagine living in a place that doesn't have a coastline. Like I couldn't be in freaking Kansas or Colorado. I could never live in a place like that. That's landlocked. Just couldn't do it. Got to be by the ocean. Plus, I love seafood, so that's like the kind of food that I eat. So the coast is kind of like my natural habitat. I have to be by the coast.
Mm-hmm.
You can get a lot of seafood. People underestimate Los Angeles. You can get a lot of seafood, good seafood in LA for not a lot of money.
Well, I'm from Minnesota, so I'm used to eating fish. So.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, that's my whole thing. And most people from I noticed there's another thing is most people that are from inland geographies don't tend to like me. Like I've met a couple of people from Arizona and Kansas, and they always seem to not like me. But whenever I meet someone that's from a place that has a coast, it's all good. But I meet somebody from there's something about Arizona. I went to college with some people from Arizona, and there's something about that place. They don't like any other person. I mean, if they don't like you, they really don't like you.
I don't know.
I,
I've never
I
had a
get
problem with coastal people, I guess.
I get along with Texans, but people from Arizona, there's something about them. You know, I don't know what it is, but
Well, when you grow up in Minnesota, you end up with like having a love affair with the water. It's
okay,
ridiculous.
cool.
Like if it involves water, I like doing it, right? Like fishing, tubing, skiing, all that stuff, right? Fucking love it. Ice fishing, it's a blast.
Cool. Yeah, it's something I need to do as well. But my whole thing is like the cold. I don't know if I could deal I might like to visit a place like that in the summer, but I don't know if I could deal with the cold in it. Because when I get cold, I get in a shitty mood. I get
Well, see, in Minnesota, like you get these semi-permanent structures out on the lake called ice shanties, and like yeah, you have to wear your coat and whatever to get out to it. But once you get in there and you get the heater going, you're sitting there in board shorts and flip flops, ice fishing. A lot of times they'll pull these ice shanties together for little ice towns, and you just go from ice shanty to ice shanty getting drunk. It's a lot of fun.
oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I think alcohol is another big part of colder places. I think are more into alcohol, and warmer places I think are more into marijuana, that type of thing.
I say pots everywhere.
Yeah. But like people drink here too, but it's like I mean you go to there's a lot of people in California out here that don't drink at all. You'd be surprised how many people out here don't drink. But you go to these cold places, like Minnesota, Wisconsin. Like I know Wisconsin, they're big with the whole beer hall thing, right?
Well, that's more of a cultural thing. Like
Yeah, but I know they got a lot of the beer halls and stuff there, right?
Well, yeah, but what that is like that area of the United States, in the late 1910s and the 1920s, Germans immigrated to the United States, and they largely ended up in Minnesota, South Dakota, North Dakota, Wisconsin, parts of Michigan, northern Michigan. And with that, they brought their culture with them, right? And that's why, like, or at least where I'm from in Minnesota, I don't know, everywhere, Oktoberfest was like something you did, right? Like, we always had like these social events, right? Like you go downtown and there's a big party going on, or you go down to this little town over here and the whole town's having a little party over there, right? And so it was a thing you did. But like here in Colorado, it's not anywhere near on the same scale, right? Um, so it's a very cultural thing where the whole beer hall comes from, and the uh, celebrating Oktoberfest, and it's standard to have a beer with your dinner, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. That whole area of the country, you guys drink a lot of beer over there. Yeah. I guess our big thing, because it's so hot, is barbecue. A lot of people like to barbecue here.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people, that's a big thing about the carne asada, the ribs, chicken, whatever, that whole type of thing. And that's what people do here. They can barbecue every weekend here, and I mean that's just their pastime. Put some meat on the grill, and you're good to go.
Right? I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Okay, good. Hey, are you there?
I'm here. What's up?
No, not Ermine. The guy who's he has the Bernie Sanders avatar. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, how you doing?
I'm all right. I just saw the notification. Wanted to wish Nadia the happy anniversary of her.
Huh?
I joined to wish Nadia a happy anniversary of her starting HRT.
Okay. Was there anything that you wanted to discuss, or?
Not especially.
Okay, that's fine. And I wanted to talk to Ermine. Ermine, do you think there's any room, because you were talking about education earlier, do you think there's any room to make the education system in this country more efficient or more streamlined so that it meets people's needs? Do you think there's improvements to be made? How do you feel? Hello? MMA, are you there? Christopher?
Yo.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Thors, how are you?
Oh, not bad. How are you?
Great. I'm doing great.
Cool. So what's up? What's the topic here?
Whenever I hear your so something about your Ukrainian accent that is just very reassuring. Like whenever I hear your voice, I don't know. Like whenever I don't know. I don't know if it's a soothing thing or I don't know.
Well, it's gonna, be
It's
less
like
soothing.
it's like a friendly European accent. Like when you talk about like the French, they have like a snotty tone and with their accent. When you talk about the Germans, they have like an angry tone, or the Russians. But when you hear like the way you talk, it's like a more of like a homely, like friendly tone, kind of.
It's because they're probably used to, our sales guys or something selling you, and you're sort of ready for a good deal when you hear this voice.
Okay.
And Thors,
Yes.
what do you think about the skeptic feminist?
Skeptic, who's that?
Oh, you haven't ran into him yet? Okay. He's this Russian. Yeah, he's this Russian guy. He calls himself the skeptic feminist, and he's in a polyamorous relationship.
Sounds familiar. Well, maybe I know who you're talking about. Does he have long hair?
No, he's got like a buzz cut. He's on YouTube.
Oh, I don't know then. Yeah, sorry.
You don't sound anything like him, but that just might be coincidental. In terms of accent, of course, your voices are different.
Thanks. I've been told I sound like brother Naid. He's here on Google Plus, and he's
Oh, you don't sound like that guy. That guy has a completely different freaking accent than you.
Yeah, I know, right?
His accent is way more Russian than yours.
Yeah.
You don't sound like him at all. You're nothing like him. You shouldn't even be compared to him.
Yeah,
you're
one or two people.
Completely different cloth.
Yeah, one or two people said that I sound like him, but I asked everybody else.
They were like, idiots. No.
Yeah, I agree. And besides, he's a social justice warrior, which I'm not. Not by far. So hey, Incorporated, I heard you change your position from, you no longer support like de facto segregation?
I never supported de facto. We've gone over this.
Okay. Oh, you supported de novo, right?
What's de novo?
Oh, sorry, not de novo. De juro, by law.
What's that?
Oh, by law. Segregation by law.
No.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, never mind then. I guess.
That's Iron Nation. He's the one that's a ethnic nationalist and that type of stuff.
Yeah, he's far. He's out there. He's a nationalist, pretty much a Nazi, like borderline Nazi. He thinks that the corporations should be. He said the nation, the nationality, should be above everything else. Should be risen to the status of God, essentially.
Iron is a fascist. He's a boy of fascist.
I mean, I could see like what would a fascist be today, right? It would be like Iron, right? But he's not a fascist of like the Third Reich, Hitler type fascist.
Yeah, but he's kind of like.
Well, it comes from that thought, right? He's what Hitler and other fascists from the Third Reich would be today, right? In light of today. But he's a nice guy otherwise. I mean, you better be like him, don't you? I mean, she's AFK. Damn it.
Who's AFK?
I mean.
Oh.
Yeah. She apparently likes.
It really makes me cringe when I have to agree with him sometimes.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Yeah.
I sometimes have to agree with feminists and I just cringe. or Mac. Holy shit! When I agree with Mac, I'm like, okay, there's something wrong here. Something's not right.
Yeah, I just can't take Max seriously. I think he's just so
Nobody can.
intellectually. Yeah, but he's so intellectually inferior to Joe.
Well, you're preaching a choir there because, like, it's just the fucking self-righteous, arrogant.
Right here. Thor?
Yep.
Concussed Albatross would like you to send him the link via Skype.
Oh, okay. Sure. Tell him I'm on it.
Yeah, ma'am. Hopefully he's chill like you, Thor.
Nobody's what?
No, Alba's cool. Albatross is cool. I think you'll
Yeah.
find that he'll agree with you on some of your positions, honestly.
Yeah, I respect his
like,
position.
Yeah. I really hated yesterday because I had to fucking try and like friggin' defend Trump. That was a fucking that made me feel so bad inside, but
you died a little bit inside, didn't you?
yeah.
Yeah. I know how that feels. Yeah, I mean, I mean, there's legitimate criticisms of Trump, I can imagine, but I'm also pretty sure that a lot of the criticisms that is laid on him by sort of most people is not accurate. Um, and yeah, it's kind of like what some atheists say about Christianity, right? Usually, when an atheist criticizes Christianity, it's kind of meh, not not as good, not as rigorous a critique. And I have to agree oftentimes with the Christians and side with them. Like if a new atheist comes along in here and he's like, well, fuck something, I don't know, some like noob atheist argument against Christianity.
Well, see, like, we had this discussion in the chat, but I'm one of those people, like, I'm an atheist, but I'm not an atheist activist, right? Like, I'm not really interested in getting in these long, drawn-out discussions about atheism. Now, on here, I get dragged into them, but, like, in my real life, like, people tell me they're Christian, or they're Jewish, or they're, Muslim, or whatever their thing is, right? I'm like, oh, that's cool. To me, I don't know, it's just an awkward conversation to have with someone face to face.
About religion?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it gets uncomfortable because it's a preciously held belief by the people, right? That it's just bound not to go anywhere in any polite fashion, no matter how much you try. In my experience, at least, it just ruins a relationship usually, or makes the takes the relationship harder with the person. Yeah.
Well, when the person is constantly talking about it, like, kind of gets annoying.
That's true. Yeah, it's like, have you heard the good news? Yes.
Pressures you into like believing.
I'm not really run into that in my day-to-day experience, right? Like, I've never had someone come up to me and be like, "So what's your religion?" I'm like, "Well, I'm an atheist," and then they start preaching to me about Jesus. Like, that's never happened to me.
Yeah, but there are different places where I mean, you might just live in a place where this just doesn't happen as much. I live in such a place. I live in Czech Republic, and it's unheard of almost for like preachers on the streets or full churches, singing. It's just like incredibly rare. At most, what you hear is Jehovah's Witnesses, maybe from time to time, once a year, maybe visit your house and they, hey, you want to hear the good news? Here's a book, But yeah, but there are places where this is like extreme, right? When they preach at you and preach hate, then I would say perfectly justified to get in their face back.
But yeah, generally I won't go into those kinds of discussions in my day-to-day life. Like, I was just like, you know what? That's cool you believe. I got things I gotta go do because this conversation just got awkward.
Mm. I like discussing these philosophical issues, especially about God. So I even seek out sometimes like discussions like on the internet because I do enjoy it, and I especially feel the need to defend against some apologists who are like trashing atheism or atheists. Then I just like have to nope. Here's why your religion has no intellectual merit, so on and so forth, in a polite manner, of course.
Yeah.
So I can be a dick, yeah. But only when somebody's being a dick first.
Well, I mean, it's different strokes for different folks. I realize that too. Like, I know there's people in the world that enjoy, on both sides, that enjoy talking and arguing about this shit, right? I mean, the second part of the reason I don't like it is, like, there are people on both sides of the issue, way more smarter than I am, trying to figure this shit out right now, you know? And I don't feel like I'm going to add anything to the conversation.
Took me some time. When I started out, I did know nothing. But if you're interested, I can guarantee you, with time, you will get better at this. So, if you want to, I mean.
Yeah, no, it's. I don't know, like. My boyfriend, like, he's not religious, but he's one of those guys that, like, believe people project an energy and that kind of stuff, right? Like New Age spiritualism.
Oh,
I don't know
shit, I think it just triggered me.
whatever you want to call it. And then he'll start ranting at me about that shit, and I'm like, look, that shit's cute, but keep it over there, right? So.
Right. So I'm kind of preoccupied now. I'm playing Hearthstone.
That's okay. Hi, Albatross. Welcome to the chat.
Hi.
And Spoken's back.
Hey, I was kind of listening on the outside, and is Art still here? Yeah, you're still here. I was wondering, because I always hear that atheism isn't a religion and everything like that. I'm just curious as to why it's something in your opinion that needs to be like defended or something.
Well, it's defended in a sense that if I hear a preacher be like, "Oh, atheism has no standard for truth and knowledge, and they're immoral," and I'm like, well, no, hold on a second. Here's how we can. Here's what these atheists believe in. Here's what I believe, for example, and we have these things. On the other hand, for example, here look at the problems of Christianity when it comes to these types of questions like epistemology and just different philosophical problems. So it's defended in that way. If that makes any sense.
That's interesting. I just find it interesting. I thought, because apparently people always say people aren't dogmatic about their atheism, but that's never really the case. It's nice actually hearing someone who's like honest about defending like the name of atheism. You know what I mean? Being an atheist. Considering a lot of people will they don't claim to defend atheism or anything, or they say it's something that doesn't even need to be defended or whatever.
Oh, you mean like theism?
Yeah, like I guess like atheist, which I guess that's the term I should familiarize myself with.
Yeah, this is Ozzy's term for this, and it's kind of derogatory, and I understand.
It really is.
Well, like, do you guys have? Well, do you consider yourself if you consider yourself an atheist? Do you have good reasons, like good solid reasons for that belief?
Oh yeah, that the scriptures from religions which are not all compatible, which means not all of them can be true. Vast majority have to be false for one of them to be true. Seem all to be alike in a sense that They have inaccuracies, sometimes blatant errors, cultural influences from surrounding nations. They have the common thought and the philosophy of the time creep in into their teachings. From that,
Quick
I
question.
can,
Okay.
yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say quick question because like I'll just grant you. What if we had to throw out every single religion on the planet Earth and say they were all wrong? That still wouldn't leave you with atheism.
Well, no. Why would you need to disprove every notion of
Well, I'm
theism?
saying like even if you were to go through that step, even if you were to go through that step and say, hey, all religions are false, and let's say we proved it, that still wouldn't leave you with atheism. That would leave you with agnosticism.
You mean even if all religions are false, it doesn't imply that necessarily there is no God?
Yes.
You're right. But we don't have to make that claim, right? And usually, you don't see people held to the same standard when they, for example, talk to aliens and they say, hey, I don't think there's aliens. Or when somebody says, hey, I don't think there's psychics, or I don't think homeopathy works, right? And then they present evidence to suggest that, right? Like studies and how these people who propose this are wrong, and in all of the instances. Nobody then says, oh, wait, but just because every proponent of homeopathy is wrong doesn't necessarily mean that homeopathy is wrong, right? You're sort of holding us to an irrational standard, to an unnecessarily strict standard for making a claim that a phenomena doesn't exist, right?
So it sounds like you're just a lactheist.
What?
No.
Well, like that's why I said, do you have a good reason for saying that there is no God?
Yes, absolutely.
Because a good reason is not all the religions of the world are false. That's not a good reason.
It actually is a good reason, right?
No, it's
Because if you're
not.
saying, if you're saying that there is a God who
religions can be false,
no.
and there can
If you're
still be
saying there is a
but
God,
even
wait.
more,
If you're saying there is a God who communicates with people, but there is no communication found, right? In fact, all of these supposed claims of communications are wrong, as you said, then yeah, that kind of contradicts that claim, doesn't it?
Well, it contradicts those claims, and those claims would be false. But that doesn't mean that there is objectively no God. It's not a good
I don't know.
reason to say that there is no God.
Again,
Because
you see
there
what
could
you're saying?
be, like I said, there could be the trickster God, or a God who simply is completely like doesn't talk to us at all and everything like that. What if it was like some God like that, and we just completely hid his presence from us?
Again, listen, you're you're criticizing my position as if I'm making a deductive argument, right? And I'm trying to say that necessarily no God exists or gods exist. No, my position is that most likely there are no gods, right? Because that's
Well, how
all
can
I
you say
need to.
even likely? How are you going to add a
Likelihood,
probability if we
It's
already
probability.
know the answers?
probable that there are no gods
How
because
can you add a probability if you don't know any of the information or the data? How are you making how you know you're making an accurate probability
look,
distribution?
like if you see like that there are all these different religions out here.
Once again, I will say this again: all the religions can be proven false. That does not leave you with atheism.
That just refutes the deductive argument for um, that religions,
Which
So
is why
if
I'm
I said,
asking: are there any
wait.
good reasons?
So if I said no, so if I made if I made an argument, premise one, all religions are false, right? Premise two, uh, God's existence is predicated on all religions being false.
I wouldn't
Right?
disagree. I wouldn't agree with that.
Wait. Hold on. Conclusion, therefore, no God exists, right?
I disagree with number two.
Wait. Well, you should, because it's not a valid inference, right?
Yes.
Because even if the first premise is true, right, that no religions are valid, then that doesn't follow that no God exists, because as we agreed, right, there's no necessary connection there, because there could be a God who just doesn't reveal to anybody, right? Which even falsify the second premise, right? So, but even if they're true, it doesn't follow, right? But the argument that I'm making is, let me see, premise one.
You take the leap of
Yeah.
faith.
No.
Okay. If there's no,
I
are you
don't
saying
know.
there's no faith, there's no confidence, or there's no leap of faith that you have to take in order to get to the view that there is no God?
Well, if by faith you mean
Can you
reasonably
demonstrate
justified
it?
belief. there's a lot of things we cannot demonstrate empirically.
Like,
Right?
can you demonstrate that there is no God?
Demonstrate. I can give
Can
an
you
argument. Yeah.
demonstrate that there are no pink unicorns? Can you demonstrate that the universe is not a giant donut?
Well, first off, if I don't make claims or something that I can't demonstrate, or I say try not to.
Well, that's what.
But if you're an atheist, you're making the claim that there is no God. That's what I'm saying. Is there a good reason to believe that?
I would say my reasons for being an atheist is the lack of material evidence of a God.
Right.
Or
So that's
gods.
atheism, as he was talking about.
And I'll be the first to admit I have a materialistic worldview. Either things are or they are not.
That's fine. By the way, that wasn't spoken. What Melissa said, that wasn't a lack-theist view, or lack-theist. Yeah, because she provided reasons for why God doesn't exist, right? So she's making the positive
You didn't
claim.
provide a single reason for why God didn't exist.
No, I said Melissa.
You gave a single reason.
No, I did. I told you, right?
Gods from religions on Earth.
Ah, my goodness. So, if you're just gonna talk about a sort of deistic type of God, because I was thinking first of a theistic type of God, the one that reveals a message, right? So I deal with that claim by pointing out that all these supposed messages from God, i.e., all the scriptures, quote-unquote revelations, all seem to be products, on their face, prima facie, products of their environment, i.e., the culture, the time, place, so it would be unlikely that just by pure accident, one of the local people had traditions that would just be, be reflective of what God ought to, what God sort of commanded them to do, right? If you look at Islam, for example, right, it just so happens by coincidence that a lot of the practices culturally that Arabs used to do happen to be what God views as a good thing, right? Which every culture, wait, hold on. But every religion sort of says that, right? Look at Chinese religions, look at the Aztec religions, right? They all have these gods who sort of agree with them, and they say, look, the way you lived before is like 90% right, cool, but here's a minor few changes, right? But if you say 90% of these cultural things are what God want him to do, and they just happen to get it right, that's kind of unlikely, right? We would expect.
Okay.
Real quick.
Because you're talking about the theist God, and I can agree with you there. I'm willing to grant you that. But what about the deist God?
So deistic gods, there would be a huge problem to even have an argument for their existence, since every observation would be compatible with them existing, right? There's nothing outside the realms of our imagination that a deistic God could not do, right?
Right. So then, since that's a logical possibility, that only leaves us with agnosticism, if we're being intellectually honest. Wouldn't you agree?
You know what? I'm actually gonna take a position of a sort of agnosticism on the deistic gods.
Well, exactly.
Right, but that still doesn't mean.
That's my whole point.
But no, because they are sort of scopes of atheism. If you go to what is it? Plato's Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy, I think it is. It sort of explains how there is scopes of atheism, right? So that you can be an atheist with regards to some gods, or a collection or a category of gods, and be an agnostic towards some other gods, right? So I would be an agnostic, towards a deistic god. Except I could make some arguments that there's inconsistencies or outright contradictions with the proposed characteristics of a deistic god, but I'm not.
There are no proposed characteristics of a deist god, other than that he's separate from from his creation.
Oh no! He's a creator. He's a mind. He's all powerful, all knowing, etc., etc.
No, that's William Craig's.
Well, yeah, these are sort of classical god of the philosophers, deistic god, right? This is the minimal requirements a god has to meet. At least according to what I agree and most theists agree, right? So we're talking about that. I mean, if you want to call a teacup a god, then I guess your god exists, right? As Monty
No,
said. But
the whole point of it wouldn't be anything that exists inside of this universe. That's
that
the whole
doesn't
point of
matter. I mean, you can
I mean,
call
it
your
could be a
god a
teacup, but it'd be a
transcendent
teacup.
donkey, right?
We could label it a teacup, but it would have so many things, so many attributes that are different from a regular teacup that it'd be stupid to call it a teacup.
Right. So it's about regularity. It's about more or less acceptance. So I'm going by the sort of classical notions of what a god is, i.e., the omnis, right? Omnipotent, omniscient, etc., etc., omnipresent. That would be the
just
minimal.
the Christian God.
No, that would be a minimal deistic god. A Christian god would be that, plus he's a Trinity, he had a revelation to the people, so on and so forth, the Bible and the whole shebang.
And is good.
Right.
Yes, and
I don't think your view of the deistic God is correct. I can read you the different definition, getting from like Google.
Well, Google is not a good source on this.
You have to
there's
give a
no
specific.
real scriptures on deist. Like deist gods are defined in so many different ways. Like there are, I do agree there are like basically like like the deist god doesn't have to be a he, but I'm saying he for lack of a better word. This being created the universe, but he's remained separate from it and lets it administer itself.
That's fine. But can you get back to the point is that I'm an atheist with regards to theistic gods, i.e. gods, supposed gods who have revealed the message, right? And I have good evidence and reasons to show that that's not the case, right? Just for example, an argument from divine hiddenness. So yeah, but I would be an agnostic.
That's legit.
Yeah,
I can take that.
Right. I would be agnostic towards a deistic god, at least at this point, because I'm not well read on the arguments on contradicting nature of a god.
So doesn't that mean like you're a small level? I mean, like, because if you're not an atheist to all gods, if you can't say there are no gods, then how can you consider yourself an atheist?
Well, again, like I said, I'm an atheist with regards to the special category of gods, i.e. the theistic gods, right? Which is a god that you believe, and it's a god that most people believe. So in that sense, I'm a really relevant atheist to you, because I would be arguing that your god doesn't exist.
Okay, well that's fair. I mean, in terms of like, for me, like, intellectual honesty goes a long way. Like, I can't say, like, when I was an atheist and I heard about the deist God, I couldn't say that, well, that God doesn't exist because I can't argue against it. So I have to say, at the most, is like a skeptical agnostic. You know what I mean? I can't go past that and make the claim that there is no God because that's very easy to disprove, or like not even disprove, but argue against. You know, it doesn't seem like it's intellectually honest if you say if you make the statement that there are no gods and then you admit there could be gods.
But remember, again, in our daily lives, we do not apply such high standards to such claims, right? And it's sort of inconsistent for you. So what?
I said people should start.
Really? We should start thinking about like homeopathy like this. We should criticize all the scientists who prove empirically that homeopathy is not likely to be effective, right? We should point out to them.
Not to mention the cases where people died from like just like going on these homeopathy, like.
Wait, I'm sorry. What's homeopathy? I'm sorry, I don't know what that is.
Oh, you don't know? Oh, it's when it's this traditional type of medicine. I think arose in like 17th or 18th century by a Dutch, I think, or a Swedish guy, and basically it says that you can cure like with like, kind of like when you can make yourself immune to snake poison by giving you small doses of snake poison, right, throughout the time. And so they expand this and apply this to everything, and they say if you if you put one active substance of something, I don't know how exactly they sort of select the substances, but then you sort of dilute it, right? You put it in a container of water, dilute it.
Oh, like you're talking about vaccines and stuff?
No. It's basically diluted medicine, right? To ridiculous extreme measures where there's like there's no particle of the original substance, right? That's supposed to usually cure stuff, like I don't know, penicillin or extract of some herbs, right? Which do sometimes cure, but what they do is they dilute this mixture so much that there is not a molecule, right, in the final solution. There's like maybe one bottle of medicine that actually has a molecule of that active medicine, right? They dilute it so much. So it's based on this notion that water has memory as well, and basically some of them even claim to cure cancer and stuff like this, and they support it by really badly done studies. And
I've never heard of homeopathy claiming to cure cancer.
Oh, they are, yeah.
No,
I wish MMA was here.
For that one. That no homeopathic person would ever say that.
I think I gave you sources on this. I think you asked me about this long time ago, and I showed you this. But
right, and there's snake oil salesmen all over on the internet, but no true homeopathic person would ever claim to cure cancer.
Yeah, that's kind of no true Scotsman.
It's the case. Those are like it's not a no true Scotsman. That's a crop. Like anybody could put up a shingle and say, I'm a tax collector or not collector. I'm an accountant, and then not know the basics of accountancy, but then say I'm an accountant. You can't do that. Same thing.
It's like saying you're a vegan that you eat meat.
Exactly. Thank you.
But except there's a
Scotsman. Well, no vegan would eat meat. That's the definition of a vegan. You wouldn't eat meat.
Except that from what does it follow in homeopathy? In the original teachings of oh, that's right. I recall it now. I gave you the original teachings of homeopathy as stated by the founder, and it says that it does cure stuff. Wait a second, homie. I wish MMA was here. MMA, wake up, goddammit. Need you here.
Shame. Let the Kiwi rest. It's late where he is.
Yeah, but no, the problem, Armin, is that okay. Here's the question: by
I'm
virtue.
sorry this call.
So, oh sure, go walk your dog.
I'm still here. I'm listening. I just don't know much about homeopathy, so maybe you can. Maybe you can't have.
All right. Here's the treatment of disease by minute doses of natural substances that, in a healthy person, would produce symptoms of the disease.
Right, like the snake poison kind of thing.
Yeah. So, let's say, I don't know. Let's say a person was suffering from diarrhea, right? And if you were to take a little bit of a daisy and feed it to somebody, they would get diarrhea. So then using that daisy in a sick person to cure the diarrhea is the basic gist of it.
Okay, so if you're suffering from arsenic poisoning, the best approach is to give you more arsenic. Outstanding.
Yeah, dilute it. Because you see water has magical powers of memory.
So this is...
water can completely undo arsenic if you have arsenic in the water. Because reasons.
Right.
Yeah, this seems kind of weird. I don't,
It is.
I don't think I like this.
It's lovely to see somebody who's fresh, never heard about it. It's like, okay, this is bullshit. Just on the face of it, this is ridiculous.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I remember when I was growing up, I just wanted to say when I was growing up, my mom was. Okay.
I'm sorry, I keep cutting you off. I'm so sorry. Keep going, man.
I just wanted to say quickly that when I was growing up, my mom was very much into homeopathy and all that crap. That if I've got a sinus infection, I want some goddamn motherfucking antibiotics. I want this shit to go away.
Damn.
Yeah,
I'd be pissed if.
I got very tired of the homeopathy bullshit very quickly because it just didn't fucking work. I'd be sitting around with this stuff with a raw threat and stuffy nose for 2 weeks, and then as soon as I get some decent antibiotics, then suddenly it takes 2 days and I'm fine.
Right. There's been some interesting debunking of homeopathy, right, by a lot of skeptics. James Randi, mainly, and he walked on stage and he popped a whole bottle of sleeping pills, right? Which normal bottle of sleeping pills, if you overdose on them, if you take the whole bottle, you die. That's one of the ways people commit suicide. But he ate a whole bottle of homeopathic sleep medicine on stage, right? And nothing. Still here. Now, some homeopaths, and I think actually Ramin said this, say that, oh, but it's, if you overdose on homeopathy, it has the opposite effect. For which I see no mechanism and I see no sort of writings on this phenomena in the original text, so thus it's sort of ad hoc by definition.
It doesn't kind of like contradict the whole premise too, like the idea being that you're having some symptom, like let's say again arsenic poisoning. So if you overdose on the homeopathic remedy that supposedly would contain small trace amounts of arsenic, then that just does. But no, I'm sorry, it doesn't quite make sense in my
Right.
head.
Yeah, it makes no sense. And you know what? If that's what sort of is the opposite of overdosing, right, is when you take a lot of it, then by missing your dose, you're overdosing. Right? So if you miss a dose of your sleeping pills, you should die of overdose, according to homeopathy. This is such nonsense, right? Just,
I loved the bit that Jerry Seinfeld did on like homeopathic medicines, like, or I don't know if it was homeopathic, but it was like this idea that these little natural remedies you take, like even if you're not feeling bad, like they've opened up a new market, medication for the well.
Now, hey Art. Now, when because we started talking about, you brought up homeopathy when we were talking about being intellectually honest on your view of atheism. I don't see how they relate.
well, it's that you don't see scientists being challenged, even by philosophers, when they say, hey, homeopathy is ineffective, right? You don't hear anybody challenge them and say, well, just because the studies that you've made on particular medicine of homeopathy show that they don't work, right? Just because these particular ones don't work doesn't mean that all of them don't work, right? And doesn't mean that there is some homeopathic phenomena that could exist somewhere, right? Nobody would say that, right? They would all acknowledge that yes, these scientists have gathered, made a good case rather based on evidence and valid inference that, yeah, most likely homeopathy is ineffective, right? And in fact,
the same reasons they don't argue against gravitational theory.
Right. Right.
Now,
We could say the same.
I'm
We could
still
say the same
having a
thing.
hard time.
Well,
seeing how
gravity
this
is a good
relates.
example here. Gravity is a good example here because just because, throughout your life, right, in places where you've been, there was gravity, doesn't mean that gravity is everywhere. So you should not be justified in saying that gravity is everywhere, right? And you never would be justified to expect gravity to work in some other city that you've never been, or some other place that you've never been. But we would say that's ridiculous, right? We would say, no, you have a good inductive probabilistic case to say and to believe that gravity does work everywhere.
I think all humans assume the uniformity of nature.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
you
would be justified.
I'm still not even talking about all that. I'm talking about being intellectually honest about philosophical position, I believe, which is if you can't say that there are no gods, even just logically, like how could you hold the position that makes the claim that there are no gods? That's not. I'm just saying that's not intellectually honest.
Oh no, you could be justified in saying this.
I believe there are no gods, and I think that's far more intellectually honest than making the claim that there is no gods.
Well, no, you could be sort of justified in saying that there are no gods on the basis of a probabilistic sort of argument, right? On the balance of evidence. Of course you can. That's what we do all the time. That's what you do with gravity, right?
You need to know the accurate data in order to be able to make a probability chance.
Do have accurate data, don't we?
No, we don't have accurate data for like where all matter in the universe came from.
Wait, what?
Where did all matter in the universe come from?
Why would we need to know that?
Because the deist God created all matter in the universe.
So what?
So if you're going to say there's a low probability chance of that happening, what's the alternative? and what has a higher chance of being able to
Oh,
produce
sure,
all matter
sure.
in the universe?
I can give you an alternative to a God creating the universe, no problem. So your atheists and deists say it's better explanation that a thinking mind, right, an all-powerful, all-knowing thinking being, has caused the universe to exist. I have a much more simpler hypothesis, which would be
I want to
much
know
more
about
favorable.
how all the
Wait,
matter in the
wait, wait, wait,
universe got
wait,
here.
wait, 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 wait. I have a much more simpler hypothesis, which would be much more favorable to Occam's razor, which would be to simply propose a supernatural phenomena sufficiently powerful to cause the universe, right? Without the phenomena being a mind, and
It
thus
doesn't
not
have to
qualifying as
be
a
a
god.
mind, man.
That's what a god is. That's one of the necessary,
I said the
properties
deist
that
God.
is.
Let's just say
Well,
let's
yeah,
just say
deist
this was
god would be a mind.
unintelligent. Let's just say this was an unthinking thing. I just wanted. I'm not even
Well,
asking
if it's
that. I'm
unthinking, then
asking
how is it
what's
a
the
god?
alternative for how
Well, I just gave you
matter in
a
the
supernatural
universe
phenomena.
came to exist.
I just gave you a supernatural phenomena.
A
That is
supernatural
not a god.
phenomenon. Okay, that's not God. Okay. So does that rule out the possibility that there is a God?
Makes it more likely, right? Because I provide a simple
No.
explanation. Yes, I
How
provide you a
does it make
simple
it more likely if
hypothesis.
we don't know if it's true or not? We
Occam's
can't even
razor.
test it.
No, we're talking about hypotheses here, right? We
No,
all
we're
have the same
all talking
evidence.
about
Wait,
the
wait, wait,
facts
wait,
of
wait,
the
wait.
matter, homie.
We have the same evidence. Well, we don't have any specific facts that would indicate.
Exactly.
Wait,
So if we
wait,
don't have any
indicate
facts, how are we making probability
inference, logic,
We
reason.
have no idea how matter got here.
No. But you are
Why is there
saying
matter rather than no
deists.
matter?
Well, deists are saying that it's more likely, right, that a
I think they shouldn't even
thinking.
say that.
Wait. That a thinking being, right, a supernatural phenomena of a thinking being that is all powerful created the universe. Well, I simply need to point out that you can have the same effect, i.e., the universe being created in a way that we see, just by proposing a supernatural phenomena that is sufficiently powerful or
Listen,
capable, right? And
if a
Occam's razor
deist, if
favors that.
any,
Wait,
listen,
hold on.
homie,
Wait.
listen, you're not understanding this. No,
Let me finish. Hold on. I'm gonna
you're
wrap this
not
up. Wait.
understanding
I'm
this.
just wait. I'm gonna wrap this up, and hopefully this is gonna be clear. So, because my hypothesis is simpler, and all evidence is equal, i.e., we don't have any direct or indirect observations that would indicate my hypothesis or their hypothesis to be less likely, more likely true or not, then Occam's razor applies, where you should favor simpler explanations that propose less entities to achieve the same result, which should be my hypothesis without a deistic God. Very good.
One more time, because apparently we're having a hard time understanding this. I'm not asking about the deist God in this situation. I'm saying, how do we account for there being matter in the universe at all?
Just did.
No, let's just say. So you're gonna say, okay, you say it's a supernatural cause. Okay, I'm not. I'm gonna say blank. I'm gonna say nothing. I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna stay outside of this. Why? So if you're saying applying Occam's razor makes it true in reality,
What do you mean true? Occam's razor
I'm asking for the
probabilistic.
objective. I'm asking for the objective truth for why is there matter in the universe? Why is there matter at all? If we have no
Why?
answer or no explanation at all for that, we can't start applying probabilities to anything.
No.
So
Oh my
listen, if
goodness.
the deist said that it's more likely that a god did it, I would hound them the same way and say you can't say that it's a high probability or a low probability because you have no way of testing that or having any information on how for figuring out how that matter got here in the
So,
first place. It might
do
be
you
something we
need
haven't
to?
thought of at all.
Do you need to have direct empirical evidence to be justified in believing a claim?
If you're going to make a probability, you need to have evidence. You need to have some kind of information or data.
So,
Otherwise, your probability
do you
is
need?
pointless. It's made.
Do you?
It's just an
You're talking
assertion.
about statistical probability,
Yes.
right? Are there
Yes,
any
because you said
other
high probability,
probabilities?
low probability. That's statistical.
I wasn't talking about a empirical statistical probability.
You
I
can't
was
make
talking
any
about.
statistics. You can't make any probabilities if you don't
I
have
was
any information.
talking about Occam's razor, which is a well-accepted principle, right? Which states that we should prefer hypotheses which have less entities while achieving the same effect, while all while everything else being equal, i.e., there's no evidence that would make one hypothesis be more likely the case than not, or the other true, right? So in this case, we when we do not have any additional evidence that would make God causing the universe any more likely than just a mere supernatural mindless phenomena causing the
No,
universe,
we don't
right?
have any
Then
evidence.
Occam's razor applies, right? And since the alternative proposition is much more simpler and elegant,
Wait,
it is
how
more
is
likely to
supernatural
be
more
true.
simple? Saying it's something supernatural, like
Well,
magic? Are you saying
does it
magic?
have? Well, funny that you should say this as a theist, but I, I don't actually
No, at least
necessarily
with
believe it.
God, there's like at least a cause that makes sense for why there could be something.
No.
That
There is no
needs to
cause. There is
exist.
no mechanism for supernatural in a theistic world. You just put a label on the supernatural phenomenon and call it God. It doesn't explain anything better than saying it's magic or it's supernatural.
This
Right?
God has attributes that have been defined, as you have said.
Excellent. Right. And these attributes are the additional entities which are not necessary to account for the same phenomena. Which
Yes,
is why
it is.
Occam's razor. No,
It's
no, they're not.
necessary because it explains why we have such things as apparent design in the universe.
Is what? What? Say again? What?
It explains why we have something called apparent design in the universe.
Oh no, evolution takes care of that.
No, I'm talking about in the whole universe.
What apparent
Like,
design in the
like
universe?
for instance, why are there, the periodic table of elements? All
Okay,
the
so-
elements weren't around during the Big Bang.
Yes, and
Okay,
we
so
have
I can
good knowledge
I
about
can
it.
explain
Yeah.
that. I can explain that, please.
Chemical evolution?
There's some scientific context that's not being understood here. Okay, so about 300,000 years after the Big Bang, the universe cooled down enough for electrons to be trapped in orbits around nuclei. And that gave birth to the first atoms, which were probably entirely hydrogen and helium. Now, heavier elements than hydrogen and helium are born in stars. Our star transmits, our particular star, our sun, fuses hydrogen to make helium. Now, really big stars, and the first generation stars were all probably very massive, very O-type stars. And our sun will fuse hydrogen into helium, then helium into a couple other things. Eventually, it ends in carbon. Now, the sun is not large enough, nor does it have the pressures required to fuse carbon. So it'll become a white dwarf after becoming a red giant, but I'm digressing. Now, larger stars, O-type stars, something on the order of probably 100 to 1,000 times the size of our sun, can fuse carbon into heavier elements. And those bigger stars, they stop at iron. Okay. Once you get to iron, it takes more energy to fuse iron than the energy you get. So this becomes the death knell of these large stars. Now, when these large stars supernovae, in that supernova, more fusion happens, and that's where you get the heavier and heavier and heavier and heavier elements. Now, the reason we know the sun is at least a second-generation star, I think it's a third-generation star, is because the abundance of those really heavy elements in our solar system, such as gold, platinum, uranium, iridium, stuff like that. Those elements couldn't exist from a first-generation star, and they would be extremely rare in a second-generation star. So our sun is probably a third-generation star. So that's where the heavy, heavy, heavy elements come from.
There we go.
Okay, that still doesn't explain for why there's matter rather than no matter.
Yeah. That's what the supernatural cause
explained it.
No,
I just explained it to you.
If you
I
need
said
matter to
in
explain why
after
there's
the
a
Big
Bang in
Bang,
the first place.
after the Big Bang, within the
No,
first
what about
300,000
before
years.
the Big Bang? There was
Right,
matter
and
in order to make
before the Big
But you're
Bang
not
is
going to
what
sit
my...
here. You're not going to sit here and shift the goalpost when I'm in mid-sentence.
I said from the beginning. How do
Okay, you
explain
asked
how
where matter
got
came from.
here in the
Here is the
universe?
naturalistic explanation of matter that we've proven in the CERN Large Hadron Collider. Okay, you are criticizing something you know nothing about, and it's abundantly clear.
As I have said again, please listen to me because I've said it from the beginning. How do we explain why there's matter at all in this?
I accounted for this, didn't I? I told you it's a supernatural phenomena that is sufficiently powerful or capable,
We got here
but it's not a mind.
So your answer is like supernatural?
Sure, for the sake of
Do
discussion.
you have any evidence for this?
Why would you need to have direct evidence of that? Do you have direct evidence of a God existing beyond
I never
space?
said direct evidence. I said any kind of evidence.
Do Do you have any evidence to show that there is a God behind the universe?
Yep, the Bible.
I'll give you some
That's
evidence.
what's called
Second.
subjective evidence.
Second.
Have you heard of that? Have you heard of subjective
Second.
evidence?
Jag alltså, va? Albert as well?
The
Have you
evidence
heard of
is that we
subjective
exist,
evidence?
obviously.
Right,
You
the
should
trees
Google
and stuff.
subjective evidence if you don't know what that is.
And how is the Bible not subjective? I mean, I
That's
gave
why I
you
said it's
reasons.
subjective evidence for me to believe that there's a God behind the universe.
Good, then it's subjective evidence for me, although I don't think so. But for the sake of discussion, I'm going to throw it out to you that it is subjective evidence that your Bible is bunk because it seems to prima facie to be a product of culture, right, of its environment, and the beliefs of those people, right? And it's not
Brett, how do
likely
you
to be.
decide
Here's
who's
the
right?
thing. So
wait,
we
wait.
can know. So like I said, we have subjective reasoning in both of us. So we can look at two different things. Like me and you can look at the same thing and have two different outcomes or conclusions or whatever. So that's totally fine. I'm asking you what evidence, subjective or objective, do you have to support that supernatural something supernatural caused all matter in the universe to be? If you consider something subjective, I have to leave it alone. I was like, well, that works for you. That's totally fine. Do you have any
Hold on,
subjective evidence?
I would contend on Spoken's side. If you're going to say that the cause of the universe was natural, you're in a circle there. If there's
I
a
didn't
cause
say
of the universe, it would by definition have to be supernatural.
And I say it is supernatural.
Yeah, like for the sake of this, like.
Yeah, he's saying it's supernatural, but he applied Occam's razor, so he doesn't need a god. And I was like, well, okay, that's fine, but do you have any reason to? Do you have any evidence? Like, for instance, I can offer
Occam's razor
subjective
is the
evidence
reason.
for why I personally believe that there's a god behind it, even though it's not objective, so it's may not be convincing to people outside of itself.
Wait, dude, you keep moving your head or your phone, and it's just sort of cutting out. Could you repeat what you said slower and keep to the mic?
Oh yeah, right, for sure. I was saying, so like I have subjective evidence and like subjective reasoning for why I believe God is behind the universe, which would be the Bible, which is subjective reasoning. But now here's the thing: this isn't objective reasoning. So what I say when I say subjective, that means it may not be convincing to someone outside of the subject experiencing this evidence. So, like I say, I can look at the Bible and have one conclusion. You can look at the Bible and have a different conclusion, and that's totally fine. If it was objective, that means that if objective evidence was supplied, that means no one would be able to deny that. You know what I mean? Like, say there are black people in Africa. We have objective evidence for
you can
believing
still
that
deny that.
there's. Well, I mean, you could
That's
if
a bad
you wanted
definition
to
of objective
reject
and
everything, but.
Yeah,
Right.
you can have subjective interpretations of objective facts, right? But who
Yeah, this is true.
decides when it's purely subjective, art versus yours? How do you decide on which is the case?
Good question. I mean, we have methodologies. We weigh them based on their success rate, how often they get us the truth. Deductive reasoning, inductive reasoning, probabilities. Those statistical syllogism, deductive reasoning, or the scientific method, right? These are all considered reliable because we all agree that they have a high success rate of showing us the truth, quote unquote, the truth.
Wait, so do you genuinely believe that all matter came here from a supernatural cause?
Not necessarily. I mean, it's kind of a semantic thing. I mean, because I'm sort of in between calling it a supernatural or a natural phenomena, because technically it would qualify as a supernatural phenomena under one sort of definition, under one definition such as that if natural is all that we can observe through our senses, then that would be
a good example of that's when people start saying that life came from non-life, right? It's just a semantic issue. Because no one's saying there's matter that is living that gives rise to matter that is living.
Yeah, but I'm fine for the sake of discussion to be more.
All living things are made from non-living things. All living things are made from non-living things. You're mostly carbon. Carbon is not living in and of itself.
But that's what I say. There's no matter inside you right now that's living, right? Like it's not. It's a semantic thing.
Yeah, it's all matter is not living, and everything's made out of matter.
It's just different types of matter, what we call organic or living matter and non-living.
Well, in scientific terms, organic, when they say organic compounds or organic things in scientific terms, they're talking about carbon compounds. That's all they're talking
about. Just how they interact, like different interactions with different things.
Because carbon likes to interact with things, right? It's phenomenal at interacting with things.
Right. But it's still the same atoms, the same particles and stuff. Just a different combination, I think.
Yeah,
But
usually,
anyway,
like what Art's saying is with the universe would be that supernatural would be something not of the universe, right? So
Something
something
outside the
not
universe.
yeah. So something not of the universe created the universe, is what he's saying.
Right.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree the universe is created. But.
I think. Well, I mean, depending on, because this is not a field that science really takes seriously, but like the multiple universe theory, right? And the reason scientists don't take it seriously is because, well, it might look, you could loosely make the argument for it mathematically, but you can't test it. So it just becomes one of those, oh, let's have a fun conversation things, right? But I mean, Einstein, he had a theoretical object called a white hole, which is oddly the opposite of a black hole. And people kind of
One that spits
extrapolate.
out matter.
Yeah, one that spits out matter. Now, this was this is where the whole, well, that and what's going on in quantum mechanics really gave birth to the whole multiple universe thing. And the problem is, even if you were able to go to that other universe, would it necessarily have the same laws of physics? There's nothing to suggest that it would or wouldn't, right? Now, with matter, 300,000 years after the Big Bang, the temperature dropped enough to where the electrons could be captured by the neutrons. Thus, matter was born. Hydrogen, mostly, some helium, but and by mostly hydrogen, I'm talking probably in the order of 99% hydrogen, 1% helium, because our current universe is something like 95% hydrogen. And it would make sense that some of the hydrogen is missing because stars have went and turned, a certain percentage of that into heavier elements. Which really goes to show how young the universe is, in terms of the amount of usable matter that's there, and the amount of usable energy that's there. What they say, the universe is about 14.5 billion years old. That's at least the observable universe. And it started off with 99% hydrogen. We're now at 95.
All right.
That's what 14.5
Pretty
billion
efficient.
years.
Right.
Yeah, that's we still got a fuck ton of hydrogen, right?
Right.
So, and then the other 5% is literally every other atom in the universe. About 1% of it is helium, and about 0.5% of it is oxygen. And big surprise, water is the big surprise. Water is the most common element because helium doesn't combine with anything, and hydrogen and oxygen are the most common elements. And
Hey,
hydrogen
Spoken.
always comes in pairs.
Are you still there, Spoken?
I'm here.
Hey, a quick question on what y'all were discussing about it. What for one, what makes you think something can exist outside of time and space? And the other, what leads you to not the conclusion Art is, but that it has to be a god?
Well, the only reason why I believe something exists outside of time and space is because, well, two reasons. The first reason would be the Bible, but that's totally a faith thing, which I admit that's totally a faith thing. So I can't necessarily back that up. You know what I mean? But the other reason would be it doesn't make sense. Like as far as I know, scientists seem to conclude that the universe as we know it began to exist, and that involves time, space, and matter. So if time, space, and matter began to exist, there needs to be a reason why it began to exist. Because I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think they say time, space, and matter actually began to exist. They just began to exist in the way we experience it now.
Right. That's what I meant. That's totally what I meant. I
Okay,
can't because
perfect.
we can't know what's outside of the universe. If there is even anything outside of the universe, we don't know. I don't. I mean, like, I don't know. I could say I believe that there is because of the claims of the Bible. He claims to exist outside of this universe or outside of his creation. So, I mean, that's why. But that's faith. So.
Have you ever heard someone or describe what that would mean or anything? I've heard arguments against why something can't exist without time and space, that it just becomes incoherency. But I've never heard arguments put forth of how something actually could exist in no space and no time.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that like where God's domain is. There is no. It's not like it's a place with no space and no time. I think there's infinitely more space and infinitely more. I don't know if you would say time. I use time only because I mean I
Well, I
think
don't
there's
think you're too
time
far
as
off
we put
from
it, but
some of the original ideas from Christianity, right? Some of
the way
the
I would
like
the way I
earliest
would look at
ideas
it.
involved God being in some other meta time and space, some other realm type.
Exactly. I would say like in God, I will call it God's domain. Let's just say call it God's kingdom. Let's just say He has a room in His kingdom, and our universe is contained in one of those rooms. That's how I would logically think of it if I was to anthropomorphize this stuff and put it into concepts that me or like, I can convey to another human. That's the only way I can necessarily describe it. I don't know how time works there or anything, but I think that this whole universe is contained inside, let's say, one of those rooms or something.
Right. Yeah, no. Right on. Yeah. I absolutely accept that as being a possibility.
Yeah. Otherwise, I don't see because if outside of this universe there is no time and space, then I don't think there could be a God. But of course, we have no way of accessing that information. So.
Yeah. Right. I was just trying to keep going on. We talked in one of those live chats briefly the other day about the universe stuff and my ideas on it. Didn't get really into it, but you had asked more of it. I don't see any evidence that the universe actually began or was a creation, whether it was intelligence or not creating it. I'll use that term in either way. I don't see any evidence that it is that it's like that.
I can dig it. I sometimes like with me like I don't know. You ever drive a car or whatnot?
Yeah.
It's like, so you ever just look out the window and it's like, man, I'm looking out the window while driving my man-designed car, and I'm looking at all like nature. If you're driving on the freeway or whatnot, you may look to the side, see some trees or wherever you live, see some trees or like some wildlands and whatnot, maybe see some animals and everything like that. And I think about like, man, how crazy is it that gravity is like the way it is? Like it's so perfectly set that we don't. Not only does it not crush us, but we also don't just float off. You know what I mean? Or we don't just like when we jumped, we don't hit ridiculous heights. It seems like everything here is perfect for us to like live and dwell in. It just seems that way. I mean,
That's
obviously
because we
it
arose
is
here.
that way.
Like,
Mhm.
if we were transplanted here, that might
Yeah,
be the case.
that's because we're biologically adapted to it. If I were to stick you on Mars, you wouldn't be so perfect. You would almost immediately suffer bone density loss. Oh hell, you'd suffer bone density loss on the trip there because microgravity. I mean, science or astronauts that go into space for any more than a few days, they're at risk of losing bone density.
Yeah, I watched a video the other day about procreating in space, and that we don't even know that it's possible. The mechanics of it. Not that we can't have sex, obviously, but that's a tough thing for one, but not so insurmountable. But then all the fluid exchanges, and then the fluids around in your body have to do certain things, and then the bone development of the fetus and things like that. If you could even get to that stage.
Yeah, it seems perfect because we adapted to the gravitational environment.
I'm just saying, like, I'm just saying, it seems as if, like, I think about, like, you mean you're right, we are adapt to this environment and everything. That's totally the case. It just seems like, man, what's the chance that all of this could say happen randomly? I just don't think this.
Okay, whoa.
Odds are high.
Use the random word, all right? R word or probability. Randomness or probability does not govern the universe.
I understand that. I know. I understand. I'm just saying, it seems like it'd be a low probability that what I'm experiencing would be the case in reality. It just seems that way.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is that this planet's existence wasn't based on probability. It was based on the laws of gravitation. It was based on the laws of electromagnetism and the strong and weak nuclear force. That's what causes this planet to exist, not probability.
Well, I mean, yeah, I know that probability doesn't cause anything. I understand that. I'm not necessarily suggesting that. I'm not saying that probability caused anything. I'm saying that if I was to apply, like, if I was with my limited knowledge to say, what's the odds that I'd be experiencing this, and as opposed to, like, say, not experiencing anything at all because the universe is raw, just chaos. It seems that it'd be more likely that the universe would be more chaos, even though clearly that's not the case. It doesn't make sense that, to me, like, atoms stick together, like, at least close enough to where I can have a body. You know what I mean? Like, my physical mind can have a body that doesn't just destroy itself daily. You know what I mean? Or just unravel itself. You know what I mean? It all sticks together perfectly. It's even, like, defends me from the environment. It just seems like it's very unlikely that will actually be the case in reality, even though it is. Like, we have a layer of skin. We have a layer of skin and a couple other layers and whatnot, muscle and stuff, that keeps our insides, like our guts and stuff, from falling out. That just seems
if
really
naturalism
convenient
was
and designed.
true, if naturalism was true, how could you have organisms without some kind of ability to hold their insides in, right? So what you're pointing to is also a sign of evolution.
1 second. All right, I'm on my phone and I just got a call. Can you repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
Well, you're pointing to something, hey, this awesome skin that we have, it, stops us from our organs to fill out how awesome design it is. Well, consider the opposite. If evolution was true, would you not see exactly that, right? How could you have organisms to be alive without some, system or properties that would make them be able to survive, right?
Well, I can dig that, but then why are we also symmetrical?
Perfectly symmetrical.
I didn't even say perfectly symmetrical. I didn't say symmetrical at all.
Well, why would not we be?
I mean, like, I'm just saying, why are we symmetrical?
It could be due to the laws of nature.
Not necessarily by, like, so the laws of nature just, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying. It seems designed to me. Like, the laws of nature just happens to make things symmetrical.
I think what he's alluding
I agree with you, but I don't know where an intelligence has to come into that.
Yeah, I think what he's alluding to. You can't have anything designed without intelligence.
Right, yeah, I believe in a teleonomic design. I mean,
what he's alluding to is, like, faces. Lots of things have faces. Bugs have faces. We have faces. Dogs have faces. These are all, you can find faces all over the place, right? Crabs have faces, for crying out loud.
Well, at least here on Earth, yeah, you're right.
So faces are a very common thing.
Right.
And the reason that makes sense, evolutionarily speaking, is because all these species had a common ancestor that developed a face.
Well, that's one conclusion. I think that's a valid conclusion. I think, why not? If someone wants to believe that, I'm totally cool with them. I think instead of it being a common ancestor, I think it's signs of a common creator. But, that's what I believe, and I mean, I can't even back that up. So, I mean, I'm more just making assertions.
And a lot of our symmetry is like, why do we either, you don't see creatures with well, not counting the insect world, but the insect world, they have so many legs, not just for stability, but it's also a way to corral prey or gather food, stuff like that, right?
Right.
But why do you see most animals having 4 legs and most bipedals having, standing on 2 legs? Why do you see that? Well, because it's gravitationally consistent.
It's also
Well,
more
I think
efficient,
it's
right?
the same
If you
way,
had
like
like
why
one
we
leg.
see like a
Well, if you had
Honda and like a convert, like a Honda and like a Toyota and everything. They have 4 wheels. I think it's for the same reason. It's because there's a common creator behind it, and that common creator would be
why
man.
would God need to have to create us so similar, right? There is no reason for him to
No,
mimic a natural
his reason could
phenomena.
just be his prerogative.
But that doesn't explain anything, right? That's why it's a bad explanation, because it's
No, it's not a
compatible
bad explanation. If
with
someone has a
every observation, right?
if
So
a
there is no
person, if
evidence
a
for it.
mind, listen, if a mind has a prerogative to do something and it has the power to do it, then that's just this. That's the prerogative of that individual mind.
Except that you're saying that it's more, it's a better explanation.
No, I won't say that. No, I won't say it's a better explanation. No, I won't say that.
Then okay, you're not really making points here, are you?
I'm just saying what I believe is the case from based off what I see and experience. These are my beliefs. I'm not saying that you should adopt these beliefs. I'm not going to go that far.
Right. Yeah,
Well, that's fine, but
I get what he's saying, because I feel that way about what I said about the universe not being created, and I even put forth that I believe that the universe is necessary. I might not actually have very good reasons for believing that, but due to my experience and things like that, I get what Spoken's saying. I mean, he's not making claims as fact.
Well, sure, but I thought we had a discussion. I think we were still on a discussion on how atheists are not justified to make the claim that God doesn't exist.
Oh, right.
So,
That actually reminds me, Art, what I had put on the thing. When you refer to lacktheism or lacktheist, this is a derogatory term, and specifically so. Not all non-theists are lacktheists, but all lacktheists are non-theists. Lacktheists are just those non-theists that claim to lack a belief in a God, to shift the burden of proof or dodge the burden of proof.
okay.
Okay, I will say this.
I just wanted to
If this is
clarify
a
it for you.
derogatory
I wasn't
term,
yelling at you or anything. I was just clarifying.
yeah, if this is a derogatory term, then I apologize. I don't mean to offend anybody. I didn't even know it was derogatory.
I was the one using it.
Okay.
No, I'm okay with being called a lacktheist, and what I mean by that is, like, I don't believe in God because I don't see any physical evidence for such a thing.
Right.
Yeah, no, I see no problem with that.
I mean, don't get me wrong. If a Taoist or a Buddhist or a Muslim or a Christian or a Jew or whoever came up to me and said, "Here's the physical evidence," and lo and behold, it is bulletproof, I'd be the first in line to convert, right?
No, that's fair. That's fair.
I mean, just in the same way, if someone came along with a better explanation of time, space, and gravity, I'd be willing to throw Einstein to the curb in a heartbeat, right?
Right. Yeah. See, the only time the problem comes in is if you were claiming that, and you said you made claims about reality and saying that, well, God does not exist. God does not exist in reality. And I ask you, well, why do you believe that? And you were to say, well, I just lack a belief because I haven't had the evidence. Well, that's an issue. If all you're claiming is that I don't see evidence to believe in a God, so I don't hold the belief in a God, right? I lack that belief. That's fine. That's completely.
And to me, that's just the most logical way to go about it, right? I believe that which can be observed, can be studied, and can be you can make predictions on.
Hey guys, I'll be back in just a few minutes. I gotta call my girlfriend back. I'll be back.
Hey, thanks, Smokin, for talking. I might not be here when you get back, but appreciate it.
No problem. Yeah, nice talking to you guys. If I can't come back, it's very fun. I like it. Peace, y'all.
I think Albatross has a bulletproof case here. Insects have so many legs so that they could tickle you when they crawl on you. I think he's absolutely right. That's bulletproof if I've ever heard it.
So I guess I cannot contribute much in playing Hearthstone here, fighting a priest.
That's usually what I'm doing with League of Legends. I turn the settings down as far as I can, and then I just play League.
Same here, yeah.
I'm more into collecting them at this point. Like I used to collect the physical cartridges and games and discs and things. I don't anymore, but I do the ROMs, right? Like the digital format, so much easier, much cheaper to collect. I rarely get to play them though. I think right now I'm finishing off my Wii set, and the Wii has a couple thousand games.
Really? They made that many games for it?
Yeah, right. Takes up
Well,
over
I don't know.
4
It just didn't seem.
terabytes.
I don't see. I don't feel like that game was, or that console was around that long. I mean, like in the limelight, you know.
Right. Yeah, like enough to produce that many games. I think there's only 1,200 or something that were ever like released in the U.S. or licensed and
Oh.
released in the U.S. But there was a bunch of unlicensed games.
Because like, what few games I have played for the Wii were fun as hell.
Yeah, I when I can, I still actually play some of the Marios or Zeldas on it.
Like the Mario Kart was legendary on that game. It was like you had like you could buy the little steering wheel, you know, and you could drive around with the little steering wheel. I thought that was legit.
Right. I have a ton of homebrews. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I was a bit disappointed by Twilight Princess though.
I liked it just for the fact of collecting all the. It's one of those games that I played to collect every single thing in it, and I liked all the prior Zeldas kind of thing.
Well,
Other than
I mean,
that, I agree.
To me, my favorite Zelda game is still Link to the Past on the Super Nintendo.
My favorite is Majora's Mask.
Was which one?
Majora's Mask.
Oh right, yeah, that's a lot of people's favorite. I have it on the GameCube. I have the Zelda demo disc that has some of the old NES ones on it and Majora's Mask and I think another one, the Time one, whatever it's called, Time Walker or something.
Thomas Flitters?
I have to look it up. I don't have the disc here in front of me. I found the demo disc at like a GameStop.
I found the best Sonic the Hedgehog game though. You ready for this? The best Sonic the Hedgehog game ever is Rayman Legend.
Yeah,
I think you were thinking about. I think you were thinking about Ocarina of Time.
Ocarina of Time, thank you. That's it. Yeah, it was called Zelda
I remember
Collector's Edition.
Oh yeah. I remember I played through Ocarina of Time and I tried to play through it again about a year or so back. I forgot how terribly the graphics on that one had aged.
They're not terrible graphics. Like, it's like for their time, they were good graphics.
Oh, no, that's what I'm saying. It's just it's aged badly in that regard.
Yeah, but like, it has like a good like amount of playback value because it makes you nostalgic. It brings back the memories from when you were younger.
I'm not saying it's a bad game. I'm just saying that one particular aspect, the graphics have aged rather poorly.
No, like I get what I can't put it into words either of what because I get what you're saying because I still like the original Zeldas on NES, even with its 8-bit gameplay or whatever it was and pixels and stuff and I like that and I like the new stuff better than I like that middle transition when they were going into 3D and there's something about the mix of the graphics and the 3D of the time, which aren't.
Well, yeah, I mean when they first did like 3D they had like such low polygon models and things. Everyone just looked like balloon animals that had cancer.
And the camera wasn't on some games. It was terrible. Like the way the camera would follow you, and at least like with Mario 64, which was epic. You could adjust it. You could adjust where the camera was coming from.
I remember Super Mario Sunshine. The camera was the bane of my existence in that game.
Right. That Mario 64 was another one that I liked. It was an awesome game all around, but I liked going through and collecting, every star in the game, and
Let's go!
It's me, Mario.
Woohoo!
Mamma mia!
What's really funny though is if you look at the guy who does the little sounds that Mario makes, he's actually done like proper voice acting in other games. Like you remember the one dragon from Skyrim? He did the voice for that.
Right on. I'm actually getting a bunch of homebrew games at the moment for the Wii that are a bunch of Mario ones. There's probably 500 Mario ones I have now, where someone's taken the new Mario game and added new levels and things to it.
Oh, you're talking about Diablo, like mods or something like that?
Right, yeah, they're just modded from the originals, but one of them they've almost completely redone it. There's no old levels in it. But I just came across about 500 Mario Kart ones as well, so I was grabbing a bunch of Mario Kart homebrews.
Have you ever tried playing Kaizo Mario?
Kanja Mario?
No, Kaizo.
Oh, no. I played a bunch of like Suicide Brothers and a bunch of crazy ones.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. I think it was originally kind of nicknamed like Asshole Mario because it's like a run back of Mario.
Yeah, I've actually played Asshole Mario.
And it's just like really difficult.
Yeah, hold on. I actually have a list maybe handy of these ones I was talking about for the Wii, but I do have some for the original NES that.
Still got nothing on I Want to Be the Guy though.
Here we go. Hack Drums. Let's see. Super Mario World.
Sucks.
Oh, where'd they go?
I don't know. We're all having a good time here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
I actually stumbled upon an even more ridiculously hard variant of I Want to Be the Guy, and it's titled aptly enough, I Want to See You Suffer.
What's going on, guys?
It's going.
I know that voice.
Hey, Jacob.
Jacob, what's up?
Not much.
Jacob, you'd be proud of me. I haven't gone off on anybody today yet.
Really?
No, that's a lie.
Let's see what we can do about that.
Yeah, right.
That's a lie.
What do you mean that's a lie?
Oh, well, at least to me, like it seemed like. Well, maybe I'm thinking about yesterday. I don't know.
Yeah, you're thinking about yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday, maybe. Yeah. Let's go with that.
Okay, that's kind of confusing for me because for me, like for you guys, yesterday is still like earlier today for me.
Got it. Yeah.
I'm still waiting for you to send me the winning lotto numbers.
Well, maybe that's what God is. Maybe he's all-knowing because he lives in the future, but no, just kidding.
Well, I tell you what, if you saw the level of technology we're often operating on here in South Africa, you would swear that we live in the past rather than the future.
Well, if you give me the lotto numbers for tomorrow, I will split it with you. I'll split that couple of hundreds of millions with you.
Now, let me ask you a question. What's it up to, Xbox?
Oh, I don't know. I can look it up real quick.
200 million.
Enter now for your chance to win $5 cash.
Powerball, 110 million.
For Powerball, what about Mega Millions?
Mega Million. It is 251 million.
Oh my gosh. That'd be 162 million problems to have.
Right. Yep, that's the cash value. Is 162.8 million.
Damn. I wouldn't know what to do with that much money.
You'd have 99 problems and many a bitches that would be won.
Had to build me a fort with a sign outside, no bitches allowed.
No, your wife would be
No
built.
girls allowed.
Right, my wife would.
Well, you can try and make a system of bitches. This guy. Make a system.
But so you got your main pitch, your side pitch, and your side pitch, and whatnot.
No, it's a bomb bitch at the top, and then there's like a side bitch, I think, maybe.
Bottom bitches at the top, I got a side bitch, and then see, I'd get a bunch of duplicates and let them deal with the bitches. I'll buy the duplicates or the lookalikes.
So like close. Yeah, that could work.
See, I'd be a recluse. Like I already am now, and I don't have hundreds of millions. I'd be a hermit.
You're a hermit.
I'd live off that 162 million. I mean, 10 lifetimes.
Fucking hermit.
Yeah, I mean, if you dump that all into like a savings account, the interest on them can give you a pretty decent lifestyle.
I don't know. The interest is so low right now. It might only be 1 or 2%. I wouldn't dump it into a savings account, but I hear you.
Now, yeah, with that.
1% of a million is still like. What?
Yeah. But no, if let's say you say 10% of a million is 100,000, 1% is $10,000. That ain't shit.
Yeah, I'm building a vault in the.
That's 1% compounded, what, annually?
Yeah.
Okay,
I would
yeah,
put it
that's
in.
not quite enough.
I would put it in. I would invest in low risk stocks, particularly
Or
government
invested into
bonds.
bonds or something, maybe. Yeah.
I think you'd have to do it just a mix. You'd have to annuitize some of it. You'd have to invest in the stock market, like you guys said. You'd have to put some of it in savings. You'd have to put some of it in real estate, like that kind of. Yeah.
Honestly, that's what I would do. Is I would buy like houses and just make them really, really nice, and then fucking rent the fuckers out. That's exactly what I would do.
Exactly what I would do, especially in this market. People still need you guys, rents have in the past 7 years that I've lived here have doubled.
Yep.
Yeah, no, that's.
And more people are renting than buying, right? People are getting out of owning to rent.
I would definitely be a renter baron. That's for certain.
Yep,
I'd hire
that's about the only.
Slumlord.
That's probably one of the few investments I would make. Because, like I said, with that much money, I'm a hermit. Most of it would probably still be there when I die. Let someone else invest or lose it.
Well, that, and if you ever find yourself in a pinch, right? Like, let's say you bought 15 properties over the course of your life, right? You're ever in a pinch or whatever, crazy shit happens. You could always just liquidate all those assets, right?
Right. Yep.
Your real estate, like renting out, if you buy like a huge house with apartment building, you can hire a firm that will take care of it, so you have to do pretty much nothing at all, and it's just.
Yeah, and you just pay them 10%, which is crazy.
Well, no, not in. Well, maybe in America, Czech Republic, it's just a small fee. Relatively speaking.
Here, it's 10% of the rent collected is the standard.
Well, depending on how many properties you get, it might be worth it.
Yeah, exactly. But if you get 100, let's say you get 100 properties. I'm totally making this stuff up. It'd be 100 times 100,000, so $10 million of property. Then you would, instead of paying, like, I don't know, let's say you can get $1,000 a month of rent off of those. That's $100,000 a month. Then it may be better because you'd be paying out $10,000 in fees. It may be better just to hire a bookkeeper and a maintenance guy yourself. You know, it just depends on what you're looking at and doing.
Yeah. Well, see, I would get into apartment complexes, not necessarily houses.
See, the reason I like houses is 2 and 3 bedrooms is you can Section 8 those bitches.
Yep.
Have the government make sure your rent is paid every month. And you could still make it nice so that people that are, not as wealthy can live in nice areas and improve the neighborhood and all that shit. But, you can bring up people's standards of living, and that could be your own, the way that you improve the world. It does, whatever. You don't have to give $10 billion in charity. You can just make people's lives 100 different lives. I don't know.
Right, and you're directly doing it.
Crap load of land.
Yeah,
spend.
Bad idea either.
Yeah, just spend.
Actually,
I would probably spend a good $10 million.
Well, there's not.
just
What
to-
would you do with the land, though? I don't see value in owning a bunch of land.
Well, there's value in it depending on how you want to use it. I do it specifically for my family. So I build like buy a crap load of land and buy like a crap load of houses on it specifically for like my children and my children's children, et cetera, and have like our own commune or something like that.
Yeah, there's a guy in a town used to be next to me that had done that, but actually they were two hills and they were side by side, and both hills were flattened out on the top. One had a small subdivision. He owned the whole subdivision. Every bit of it was his family, and he owned the hill next to it. Had like a $5 million mansion on top of it.
That could be one way, but the other thing is if you can buy low and just wait it out a bit, land generally appreciates, especially if you can get it rezoned.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering what he would do with it, because I can see you flipping it and making money.
Well,
I'm not sure how
I
often you
think
could do that, but
at that point with like $160 million, I really wouldn't be that interested in getting more money.
Right. Yeah, that was my contention as well.
In.
Yeah.
But here's the problem that I've noticed with every lotto winner is that's exactly their perspective, and they have 50 family members where they used to have 10, right? Every single one of them thinks they need $1 million or $2 million bucks, right? And before you know it, they're broke.
Yeah, I'm a cold bastard.
So it's like you almost have to worry about growing it. Like that will be your number one problem is how to make sure you don't, you keep that money.
Well, I mean, like,
for sure.
The only as far as family goes, like, the only person I owe anything is my father.
Yeah.
Right? So I'd be like, okay, I'm going to go pay off your mortgage. And there, the house is yours. Have a good time. Right?
But I'm a long lost cousin.
Right.
On your father's
No,
side.
I don't give a fuck about you. Like, that's all there is
That's
to
what I
it.
said. I would be a cold bastard.
Like,
I think
like,
is that really cold though? I mean, look, if
even my
if
brothers
some
and
family member
sisters.
you've never met who's never done jack shit for you, I mean, what the fuck do you owe them?
Yeah. But probably the problem with family members and friends is they all have something to blackmail your ass about.
Well,
right? They do, So, or they will come up with something, or they'll just steal from you and rob you. And that one guy got murdered. Remember the guy that won the biggest jackpot in history at one point? Then, like 10 years later, he's murdered.
Oh.
That's why I would not tell anybody, including my extended family, that I'd won that much.
Well,
there'd be no way in
the
hell.
problem is they reserve the right to release your name.
No, but what you do is you have it collected, and you can do this under a corporation.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. There's ways around
Like
it.
6 months once you win it, right? So you win it, you don't say shit. You go to a lawyer, you tell them to keep your mouth shut, and you tell them you'll pay them after we collect. They confirm the lotto numbers. Then what you do is you set up the corporation. Then you go get the cash. Then it goes to that corporation. So the only thing they can release is the corporation's name.
Yep, and you can hide you can hide the name of the zone and the corporation or started it.
Yep.
It'd be nice to start a business. I don't know what business to start. Either that or I would definitely go to school for some sort of music. At that point, if I fail at my music, it's not like I don't have money laying around.
Right.
Exactly. At that point, you can kind of. I would definitely do some traveling. That's for sure.
Well, and that's when you'd actually have the luxury to sit around and think about things and philosophize about things or just constantly learn.
But I would secretly hook people up. Like Nadia would get her surgery, that's for sure. She'd never know where it was coming from.
Right.
Well, she will now. You just showed your hand.
And it's recorded.
No, what I would form a lobby, and I would lobby for fairly mundane, but things that I find reasonably important. Things like outlawing bullshit screw heads. Like the internal hexagon heads that strip if you look at them wrong and bullshit like that.
Allen wrenches?
That would put IKEA out of business.
Interesting.
You're trying to get rid of IKEA.
Yeah, I mean, look, why do we need like internal hexagon and all that bullshit? I can see Torx being fairly useful. I would replace Phillips with Frierson. Flathead can stay. Apple's proprietary screw bullshit is banned outright.
It sounds like you're trying to describe Allen wrenches.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Things that need Allen keys.
Yeah, fuck Allen.
Yeah, whoever that guy
Really,
was.
Look, I mean, you can only apply so much torque to it, and it strips very easily. It's just a giant pain in the ass.
You know that shape, that's fairly common on aircraft.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's reserved for things like that do need a certain amount of force and torque applied to the bolts and specific, but I don't know why it has to be in the furniture. I get what he's saying on that.
Even in those cases, there are alternatives that strip less easily and are more reliable.
Well, I'm not sure why it's on airframes. Like, I was an engine mechanic, and you never ran into those on engines, but I mean, very rarely, but you did run into them, but it was not that common. But the airframe itself would be littered with those Allen heads. I think it might even have an aerodynamic thing to it.
And you find them on like motorbikes and such as well. Like I was actually helping remove the rear sprockets on a dirt bike today, and it had that we had to really.
I think with airplanes, it might be
to try and get them out.
I think with an airplane, it might be an aerodynamic thing, and that's why they use them. I don't know though.
I suppose it could be, but I don't know why. And like a depressed hexagon would be any more aerodynamic than a depressed cross.
Yeah, I've seen flat. I've seen Phillips screws that are flat on top.
Yeah. I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm just speculating, I guess.
Yeah. I imagine it has to, because they're called torque bits, right? Like, or
yeah.
I guess torque bits have more points on them, but they're still.
Yeah. That's the six-sided
in that same class. Like, I'd imagine it has something to do with like you said, not stripping out, but also being able to apply a specific amount of torque.
I think they're easier to screw in when you have the drill. So much easier to do an Allen than it is Phillips or a regular screwdriver.
Right.
Yeah, I'll tell you why. That's because it's kind of a design flaw with Phillips head screws. Because of the way it's angled, it tends to strip and cam out very easily, which is why I prefer Frierson screws, which are the same thing, but you've got it's more like a straight cross than this angled bullshit that cams out all the time.
I will say that a Phillips head will strip out much more easily if it's corroded than an Allen.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Just need a little more water. Just don't need more.
Much more easily, because if you don't get those teeth in there just right, and you got a corroded Allen head, you better get your drill out, because you're drilling that fucker out.
Or an angle grinder if you want to be a bit more ghetto about it.
Put a slot in it. Pull it out with a standard screwdriver. Like drill a hole slot in it.
Well, the way we did it, like in aviation, you had to drill a small hole into it, and then you had this other kind of bit thing that you would put into it.
Yeah.
And then you would use that to kind of force it out.
Gator bits or extractor bits. I have a
extractors. That's what we called them.
Yeah. I've had to do that a few times. It's tough.
Well, I mean, a lot of times it would just like after you drilled the hole and you put the extractor bit in there, it would just, you know, disintegrate the bit itself. And then you had all these little pieces you had to pick up because you can't have, you know, FOD on an airplane. But
yeah. And the extractor bit's easy to strip itself out and things, and just have, now you just have a screw with a big hole in the middle of it.
yeah, it's a nightmare either way. Well, I mean, because like I was in, you know, naval aviation, the planes are constantly exposed to the sea air, right? So all those little Phillips heads, they would be like on the drop tanks. That's where the Phillips heads were. They'd be constantly corroded. Because you paint it real nice, and then the minute you want to change the configuration of the tank, you know, and you go to put your bit in there to unscrew it, well, congratulations, you just took off all the paint.
I ran into the two most stubborn bolts that I've encountered, I think, in my life about a week or so ago. I was trying to take the casing, the transmission casing off of a scooter, and there were two bolts in there that were just incredibly tenacious. Between the two of them, they stripped out the insides of two number 8 sockets. They split open a third number 8 socket, and then one of them managed to claim the blade of an angle grinder when I gave up and said, fuck it, I'm cutting this shit off.
Right. What's the deal with the square head screws as well?
Those I find on electronics a lot.
I think it was Nintendo used to use square heads as well. Or they'd use the opposite of a Torx bit. Like they'd use the negative of a Torx bit to grab them. Security keys.
Yeah.
I think if I were to lobby for anything, it'd be getting rid of the imperial measuring system.
Oh, that's good too, yes.
But then what are you going to call football?
Get clever, motherfuckers.
Couple meter ball?
How about boring rugby?
He said meter ball.
You can call it what Europeans call it, hand egg.
Let's go play some meter ball.
Yeah, let's go play some .30 meter ball.
Let's go play that game that's supposed to last an hour but lasts like 5 hours because we stopped the clock in between plays.
Again, I wish I had learned the metric system before the imperial system. I find it hard now, especially at my age, to do the conversions in my head.
And, oh yeah, we would get rid of Fahrenheit too. It'd just be Celsius.
Tell you what I'd lobby for.
I mean, what's the point of Fahrenheit?
I'd lobby for
Actually, you know what? I would be a complete dick about it. No, we're going to use Kelvin.
I would lobby for cheaper glasses prices. My wife and I went to the to VisionWorks today to get new glasses, and for everything it was like $300 or $400.
I know, ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
Mine recently broke. I think you've seen a mine cam before. It had the yellow lenses in them.
Mm-hmm.
But they're only on the top have the metal. On the bottom of the glass just has like a little band that holds them on almost.
Well, the glasses I did have, I kept for like 4 years without getting the lenses switched out of them, and since I was welding while I had them, I have had a bunch of weld burns and everything like that, so
right.
I've been pretty much without glasses for like the past year or so. Went in today and got them and put them on, and I'm like, oh my god, I can see. This is ridiculous.
Right. I wear contacts when I don't wear my glasses, but I still see better through my glasses. I actually took hot glue to these until I can go make it to the store to either have the lenses put in new frames or just another set of them.
Well, the funny thing is that my eyes really are not that bad. Like, the eye doctor said that I was just farsighted pretty bad in one eye and the farsighted in the left eye, and that was it. But there's a huge difference from me not wearing my glasses to wearing my glasses. I can tell a huge difference.
Oh, I'm fucking blind. But my both eyes are equal, but I can't see a foot in front of my face. It used to be I couldn't see, like 10 foot. But now I can't see a foot or 10 foot. I can't see anything past about a foot. Everything blurs at about that. Fuck evolution.
There isn't a day that goes by where I don't think, God, I have great vision. God. Because, like, my boyfriend wears glasses, and I try them on, and, like, I don't even wear sunglasses, right, because they drive me crazy. And I have to sit there and wear them day in, day out. Oh, that would drive me crazy.
Yeah. See, I have a thing called photophobia, where my eyes are sensitive to bright light, sunlight, UV light, especially fluorescence. So I have prescription sunglasses as well. It's
Do you get headaches
constantly.
from fluorescent lights?
I get what?
Do you get headaches from fluorescent lights?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I get massive headaches.
Yeah. No, I've
My
the
eyes
building
actually start burning. They'll start turning red and start burning with lights like that.
Yeah, where I work, this girl I worked with, she quit, but she used to complain of these terrible headaches. And then one day I just made an off-key comment. I'm like, well, you know, fluorescent lighting gives some people headaches. And she goes, I never thought about that. Like, I guess it was just
Right.
like an epiphany for her, right? And I don't know, like a week later she ended up quitting, but at first, I said it, and I said it as if I were saying like an old wives' tale, right?
Right.
And just like an off the cuff comment, you know. And then like it must have really clicked with her, because like a week later she quit.
Yeah. I've heard that from people that don't have photophobia, that fluorescence will mess with their eyes in that way. I don't know what it is. I don't actually know what causes the photophobia. I don't know if the receptor cells are get inflamed easily, or if my pupils are constantly dilated. People used to think I was high all the time, how dilated they stay all the time, whether I'm in light or dark. They still react, but they don't ever get real small.
Yeah, I was worried about that at the doctor's office today when they were checking my my eyes, because I'm on Klonopin, and I'm not sure if Klonopin dilates your eyes, but I'm on like a cocktail of medications for my panic attacks. And I was like, yeah, this doctor's going to take one look at me and be like, holy crap, he's like on heroin or something.
I heard that the fluorescent lights screw with people because like the wavelength of the electricity actually fucks with your like brain chemistry, right? Which I'll believe can be a thing, because like people who live near high voltage lines are more prone to like brain tumors.
Oh, you know what? Fluorescents flicker at a certain rate, and we just don't actually see that flicker. That could be. I could see that being an issue. They flicker at a certain frequency.
Yeah, and I guess some people are just that might be it. That might be it, and that's what's screwing with people.
So
yeah,
did I miss it?
TVs do
Any
something
drama
similar.
while I was gone?
I mean,
Sorry,
it's knowing that like high that electricity or electromagnetic waves can fuck with your brain chemistry.
Yeah, you always hear those cases of psychics and things living near power stations and things like that. I don't know that there's any truth to any of that, but I always hear things like that.
Well, I mean, it's one of the most dangerous things. Like, if we were to ever send a human being towards Jupiter, one of the most dangerous things you're going to be dealing with is Jupiter's electromagnetosphere and the radiation that comes off the planet.
And the fact that it's a gas planet.
Well, no, not necessarily going on the planet, but just going around it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Gas planets still have a core.
Yeah, but it's not very hospitable, is it?
That's just your faith.
And well, no, what it is, after the first, if you were to enter Jupiter, you'd probably be okay for the first couple 100 miles, but after that, you're going to be dealing with pressures like...
Yeah, it crush you like a tin can.
Yeah, well, yeah, it crushed a probe. We shot a probe into Jupiter, and it went like 300 miles before it was disintegrated essentially. Because the deeper you go, the warmer it gets, and the pressure increases, right? And this little probe that we made specifically to go in Jupiter made it all of like 200-300 miles before it got obliterated.
Well, you know, according to the flat earthers, there is no gravity, so that
Well,
can't make sense.
There's probably no Jupiter either.
Well, actually, they don't believe that planets are like planets. They believe that all supposed planets are just disks. Not even joking.
Yeah, disk or just light.
Yeah. I had a discussion, like I did some research for a couple months on the flat Earth movement because I figured it was going to come up in my apologetics, and so I watched some documentaries and stuff like that, and finally got a chance to talk to. I'm not going to name who it was, but a couple people on Google Hangouts.
Oh, we all know.
Yeah, and so I was talking to them, and I was like, so, you know, what do you believe the stars are? And they're like, well, we don't believe they're stars. And I'm like, okay, you don't believe there's an outer space, so what do you believe they are? And they say, well, they're in the firmament, which is another way of saying they believe that they are lights that are just imprinted on the sky.
It's like when you hang Christmas lights.
Yeah, that's basically what they believe they are. Like there apparently is no outer space. There are no stars, nothing like that.
Have you heard that some of them will talk about it being cracks in the glass dome?
Oh, not heard that one.
I got in a conversation with one, and I was like, so, like everything ends up being like some sort of government conspiracy or some cabal somewhere that's making everything up, right? Like, it is the greatest objection to reality that I've ever seen. Like, and if you give them proof, well, the proof itself was, conjured up by this cabal, right? So you have their argument is infallible because even evidence against it is part of the conspiracy.
No, there's a funny thing, I forget what you call them, but this little story of a guy thinks he's dead. So he goes to his friends, tells him he thinks he's dead. His friends are like, you're not dead. Here's why you're not dead. And they can't convince him. No matter what argument they give, he's got an answer to it. So they take him to the doctor. Doctor starts evaluating him. He's not believing the doctor either. Doctor asks him, well, do dead men bleed? And he was like, well, no, dead men don't bleed. So he cuts his finger, or pricks his finger, sees the blood. The guy looks at it and he's like, huh, what do you know? Dead people do bleed.
Well, see, I discussed this whole thing of a conspiracy theory with these two people on Google Hangouts because ultimately, that's what's at the bottom of all of this, right? Like, if you can get to that to the core of the matter, then you're addressing the issue. And I said, okay, so let's assume, for the sake of argument, that everything that NASA's given us is ultimately a lie. What's the point? Like, I can't see any motivation for it. So tell me what the motivation is. And these two people were professing Christians, right? So they said, well, that NASA's ultimately lying about it because they know that if we were to see that the Earth is actually flat and under a dome, then that would mean that God exists. And I'm like, well, but here's the problem. Regardless of whether the Earth is flat or the Earth is a globe, both models are some sort of proof or evidence, in my opinion, that God exists. And whether you're an atheist or a Christian should agree with that proposition. And they agreed with the proposition. So again, I asked, I was like, so what's the point? And they just went back and said, well, if everyone found out the Earth was flat, then they'd know that God exists. Okay, well, that didn't give me much of an answer.
What's your quickest time on solving one of those?
Like 2.5 minutes. I did it at a bar for a drink.
I have no idea.
Their fucking mouth is gorgeous.
I have one sitting around here somewhere too.
I don't know. Once you figure it out, they lose their magic.
Right. Yeah.
This woman just solved Rubik's Cube. Oh, look. Fucking crazy genius here.
I mean, like, the way I solve it's probably not the most efficient way to solve it, but it gets the job done.
I saw you the other day explaining it. I think from what I heard, you explained it how like the most common explanation for it. Like you said something about setting up the white cross and things. That's pretty much
Oh
how.
yeah, the layered algorithm. Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
one
that's
I
pretty
use
much
as
how
well.
you're supposed to start. You're supposed to start the setup with two matching colors on every side, but you start with like you did with the cross on the one.
I don't know. I'm so happy I got into doing these, though. I got like 15 Rubik's Cubes. It's ridiculous.
You ever watch the YouTube videos of that guy that solves the ridiculous, like the 32-sided ones and things like that?
Oh, yeah. Well, see, those, like, the algorithms are more or less the same on those. It's just, there's just more of them, right? So
Right.
it just becomes tedious, right? Because once you get the one algorithm, then you just repeat it over and over and over again. And that's
Yep.
all there is to it.
The only one I saw that was really complicated, I think, was it's shaped like a cube, but it's rounded as well. It has squares and rectangles on it.
Yeah.
So
Those ones
think,
are...
But I think it's still just one or two algorithms that you just keep repeating.
Did you guys ever see that movie called The Cube?
The horror movie?
Yeah, essentially.
Oh yeah, I was just watching
Oh,
those
you're
the other
talking
night.
about that one? Yeah, that.
Yeah, I have the trilogy, the cube, all three of them.
Oh, there's a
Hypercube,
trilogy.
Hypercube and Cube 2.
You're a Cube Xbox.
I was just watching them the other night.
That's funny.
One of my favorite all-time movies.
Really? Well, I was so disturbed. I'm like, oh my god, he could have. And I don't care if you haven't seen it. I'm giving a spoiler. He could have just stayed in the same spot. I couldn't believe it.
Right. You know the guy that takes the guy with the mental problem in the blue room, like that guy?
Yeah, yeah.
You find out in Cube 2, I think it is. You find out why he's that way.
Why is he that way?
Okay, I'll spoil it for you. Is that the people that put him in the cube and that are running the experiments, you get to see more about them.
Oh.
And he was one of the guys that was actually watching people in the cube and would work for him. And at some point he did something, they catch him and they do brain surgery on him and then stick him in a cube.
Wow. And he knows just to stay put.
Right. And before they did the surgery, like he was a genius. On top of that, before that, he could look at like a chessboard and solve how to win the chess game from looking at the beginning pieces. And
Wow. That's sad.
That reminds me of the
time. I should check out the other one.
That reminds me of the Human Centipede. Never seen that movie. Never will watch it.
I watched it.
Heard some nasty things about it.
I watched it.
There's a second one to that too.
I don't even know what that is, but I don't want to. Somebody told me what a glory hole was the other day, and I was like, oh, I'm good.
It's just
I just heard it's pretty
version
gnarly.
of Two Girls, One Cup.
Yeah,
Two girls, one cup. Well, like I said before, like one person's like poor is another person's pleasure.
Okay.
In one hangout, in one single hangout, I got suckered on Two Girls, One Cup and scrambled eggs. I'm an idiot. And so now, anytime someone's click on the link, you know how everyone's here, here's my proof, click on the link. And I always like, what's the link say first? You know what I mean? Like, I'm so cracked on the internet troll that I'm like, oh, hell no.
There's so many funny pictures out there.
I've been rolled so many times. Just everything in the early days. I didn't know nothing.
There's some nasty
They got
stuff
you
out there,
good.
that's for sure.
Yeah, there's disturbing stuff. That's
Literally, like the level of depravity that's on the internet is just ridiculous.
It's true.
It makes you think
I
about
look at
the
the
human
internet.
psyche.
I look at the internet as the human psyche unfiltered.
Right. That's exactly what I was actually getting at. Because some of the stuff on here is, you see it and people do, like whether it's beating a guy to death with a hammer or decapitating, or the 2 girls 1 cup. Like, these aren't fake, right? Like, there's people out there with these mental states. Like, it doesn't mean that everyone's like this, but this means that they were lacking some filter.
Well, believe me, the factory that I worked at, I got to see a piece of that. Like, I heard some of the weirdest sexual stories I've ever heard in my entire life. And like, I was new to factories, so I was like fresh meat. And then I walk in and I got a bunch of guys telling me these stories, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Why would you do that?
Pretty much, yeah. That's the question.
Well, I think beating someone to death with a hammer and recording that's objectively.
Whoa, that's happened?
Yeah, there's 2. I think they were Russian guys, 2 teenagers or
Oh,
or
that
young
explains
teens.
it. That explains it.
Went
Damn
on
Russians.
like a killing spree, and they were called like the Hammer
Damn
Killers or something.
Russians! You're fucking.
Why would they record it though?
They're snuff films, probably. I
Right,
saw
yeah,
one when
yeah.
I was like 16 years old. It really messed me up, like, for a while, because that was the
Yeah.
first time I'd ever seen anything like,
I was
close
actually going to give
death.
a warning for anybody. Don't, like, unless you have a strong stomach or
Yeah.
don't get disturbed that easy, don't go look for the Hammer Killer ones.
Well, the one that I saw when I was 16 was it was Russian, go figure, and it was a close-up shot of a guy's head. He was still alive, and while he was alive, someone jabbed a jagged-edged knife right into his throat. And cut his throat out.
and they saw off his head.
Oh,
That one's a famous one. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was called like the
like some
unknown
shit.
Russian soldier or something like that. That's what it's called.
Aren't the internet companies taking that shit down?
Well, I mean, think about it. There's tons of illegal stuff on the internet. Just look at like child porn and stuff like that. They can't get everything.
Yeah, there's no regulatory place that just filters internet things like that for us. Like, I can have a private server put it on the internet and have this stuff on there, and you can't do anything about it.
A private server would do it. Okay. Wow.
Or a country that has more lax laws, I go upload it to their server, and that's how a lot of pirating software and stuff like that sites stay up for years.
Like Chinese. Fucking Chinese.
Before it ends, they'll end up regulating the internet. They've already tried once and came really close. I mean, it would definitely be a task. I don't know how the heck they'd do it, but
Well, that's why
before it ends,
people start building up ClearNet and things like that, where it's not reliant on the backbones and the government's things. It's more peer to peer. But you have all the same content, pretty much.
Well, how would you go about like regulating the internet? Like, would you like for porn and stuff? Would you have like a certain certain porn that is like legal and everything? Of course.
Well, I
Would
don't
you have
know.
the filter be done?
I'm not interested in regulating porn. I could give two shits. I just, like, if you're gonna kill someone, like if you're gonna do something,
Yeah, we agree on that.
that to me is, obviously if you're in some countries, porn is against the law, but wow, you're gonna murder someone and put that online? I mean, it's crazy for me that you film it, put it online.
yeah.
Yeah, like that is like
That's a whole nother level of sick.
But then look at it as that. If these things go on in small places and it isn't widespread that people know that things like this happen, the access to that information can be kind of valuable. I get the person doing it might be depraved or might have some issues, but not only doing the say the killing or the violence or whatever, but then the person putting it online might have some other issues too. But I would kind of like to know that there's people out there that that would go to these links and do these things and not just think about them.
There's a bunch of depraved people. I just.
Yeah, but just because someone like plays like, for example, a violent video game or anything, doesn't mean that they would like want to kill someone in real life.
Yeah, I wish that the depravement I was talking about was as simple as a violent video game.
I've heard of some depraved shit. That is just something that's ugh.
Oh yeah, I
Like
don't.
mostly
I think
gory shit.
psychos
Like
get a bad label for that too, but it's not just being psycho. It's being psycho and having some mental issues on top of it.
Yeah.
Because I don't think every psycho is out there doing things like this. I know that I'm using the clinical term for a psychopath, not just a crazy person, but you've got to have some mental issues on top of it. I don't think psychopaths have mental issue or disorder, but you can have disorders on top of it.
Psychopath, as I understand it, I think is a mental disorder. If you're talking about like the the clinical version where the person literally has no empathy, I think there are drugs to treat that.
That's not what the clinical versions will say. It'll be like low empathy or no connection between the empathy and the actions. There's no physical process there, but they're seen more as an aberration or abnormality rather than a disorder.
their aberration, abnormality.
I don't know. I think it's a degree, right? Because we all took that quiz that one time. You remember that? And there's some people who I think are a lower degree, and so it's an aberration. But then there's some people who, wow, is all I'll say.
Yeah, no, those are the ones I'm saying. I think that is the lower. I think it's the same as the lower version. They just have other mental disturbances on top of it.
Okay.
I might be wrong, right? Like
Yeah,
I might have a skewed view of it.
I didn't study it. I don't know.
I love it when lewd people subscribe to me.
New people?
Lewd people.
Lewd, okay.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, people who are into the same kinks that I am into.
Oh.
It makes me feel
Which is
not
everything, right? Like you're attracted to your
not everything.
You're attracted to your desk. You're attracted to
no. I can't get
Come
off
on,
my
Chris.
desk.
Come on.
No, seriously, I can't get off my desk.
But Rancam told me that you're attracted to everything.
Well, Rancam is speaking out of his asshole. So, yeah.
Which you are attracted to.
But don't.
I can't argue with you there. Yeah. Like I like things up the butt. Like you say.
I forget what that disorder is called, where you got to stick your dick in everything.
Oh God, there was somebody I was reading about, like as a teenager, who stuck his dick in one of those jets in a pool, but it's not the jet that pushes water out.
Oh, what the hell?
Yeah, they had to like turn everything off and everything to get him out unstuck.
Oh.
Yeah, that's something I would not do. As
hilarious.
That's a bad day. That is a very bad day.
Is his dick okay? Like, did they have to sew it back together or like give him transport?
I mean, I just heard that. I don't know the outcome. It was a story.
Why wouldn't you just go get married?
What?
Like, why wouldn't you just go get married? Like, who says, hey, I'm going to put my schlong in a pool?
Well, not even that. Just get like a fucking pocket pussy or would really
But then there's women who hit their thing with a jet in a hot tub. I've heard of that.
Yeah, there are.
That seems like I think there's some things that you could do that I swear to God you would never get feeling again in the future.
Like, yeah, like I would never.
Minutes? Ooh.
For example, I would never stick my dick into an electrical socket. That is just,
You'd have to have a tiny dick to do that.
I did hear this story. I don't know if it was true back when I was in high school, that there was this girl who apparently, used some sort of like glass Coke bottle, and it created some sort of suction. So when she pulled it out, it ripped something out from inside her. I don't know if that's even possible, but
Wow.
yeah, that's a bad day.
That's a really bad day.
that's why if you're going to stick something like that up your ass, that is like a drinking container. Like I've seen porns where people like put like a whole soda can up their ass.
No way.
No, I'm
A soda can, apples.
Heads.
What do you mean apples?
Oh, apples too.
Yeah, literal apples. Can you eat?
Apples, tomatoes,
I mean,
cucumbers.
like, can those do they even have bowels anymore that they can hold? You can put
Probably not.
gas. You can burp and shit will come out.
Well, not necessarily, because it takes a while for like the shit to come through your and process through your intestines, like and
But
when,
you know what I mean? Like that's that's liable to happen in the future. That's a distinct possibility.
Yeah. And a stinky possibility, I might add.
Stinky.
the way I look at it is you're gonna lose control of your bowels anyway. So.
Wow.
So they make diapers for. Come on.
And plus, you're not supposed like people don't like usually like who are into that sort of stuff don't like have anal sex or anything like that every day. I think if you do it like too much, like then it.
Yeah, it loses value if you
Well,
do.
yeah, you can actually get something that's called a prolapsed anus, and apparently you do not want one of those. It's where like the inside is stuck on the outside or something like that.
Isn't that just called a hemorrhoid?
No. A hemorrhoid is when when it tears. You have like tiny cuts from damage or something like that.
Yeah,
But
you have exposed vein.
Right. A prolapsed anus is something completely different.
Yeah, you can explode your anus, right? Inside out, like you're saying. You can do that from trying to use the bathroom too hard. Like if you're constipated, you can blow out your anus.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I had a C-section.
Yes, you are glad. I mean, you are very glad.
You know, funny story. They were telling us, me and my wife, when we went to a birthing class before she had Isabella, and they were telling us a story about how, like, apparently when women go to give birth, because they're pushing, they can also apparently poop.
Yeah.
And there was this one woman, she was constipated for like, I don't know, a week or two before she had given birth, and they told this story. Like, they said she went to go push. She went to go push, and a baseball-sized thing of crap shot out of her butt and rolled across the floor.
So, was the baby covered in that? Did the baby suffocate in that, or I don't know.
No, it's two completely different sections of the female anatomy.
Oh, okay.
What's worse than poop is like ripe poop that's been sitting around fermenting for a week.
Oh yeah, that is fucking awful.
No, but aren't you glad they didn't try and catch it, thinking it was the baby?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, some people would do that, and it would be kind of understandable because when you have a shit that big, like there's something in there, you gotta wonder.
Like, oh, you weren't pregnant; it was just you're constipated.
Like, that was one thing I was constipated when I was pregnant, but after my C-section, oh my god, it was the hardest first crap of my entire life. I was probably in there for 2 hours. I was like in pain.
I can never imagine your pain. I can never.
Yeah, I couldn't.
Like, it's the equivalent of like thinking like of how my dick would feel if like something big came out of it.
My first baby was natural, and he was 10 pounds something. She ripped, right? There was no episiotomy, no time for that. Ripped completely.
Xbox,
But the second one was C-section, and I watched every bit of it. And oh my God, I could imagine what your insides feel like after they stretch them in that way.
I never got to see it. My mom would never tell me, so I didn't know what went down. Tell me what happens.
They put the sheet up in front of her too, and they cut you open, and then they pretty much stretch that hole open almost up to your heart.
What the fuck?
Like, it's big and it's open, and your insides look like inside of cushion, or like sheep, like wet sheep wool, like have that texture to them. And
like, are we talking about C-section or something else?
C-section.
Oh God, that.
My sister likes to joke with me that I was never born. I was just removed like a tumor.
Yeah, I'm a C-section baby too.
Yeah, you would probably go into shock if you tried to watch them do it. Or there's probably a good chance of you going into shock if you actually were able to watch it.
I felt so awkward in the delivery room because, like, my mom was there, her mom was there. It was such an awkward situation.
Awkward situation.
This is your fault.
Yeah, well, no, it was awkward because it was like, hey, look at my wife's vagina, everybody. Like, it was just a weird situation for me. I don't know, maybe I'm odd, but
with my son, it was her sister and me in there. I about passed out.
Did you really?
As soon as I saw him come out, I got lightheaded.
See,
it didn't have anything to do with like the gore or anything. It was just the surrealness of it, I guess.
See, I thought, like, I'm not very good with blood and gore either, but for some odd reason, that got completely turned off when my daughter was born.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
I remember seeing her head crowning, and I was just in awe. Like, it's weird because I don't know how to explain it, but she started crowning, and then she came out, and as soon as she came out, I started bawling my eyes out, and
right.
Never forget it.
That's cute.
The weird thing was that, you know how sometimes you can't tell that a baby looks like one of their parents when they're first born?
Okay.
Yeah, my daughter looked exactly like me as soon as she was born, before she developed like her facial features. So like when she was born, it was like looking just at me. It was like looking at me. It was so crazy.
Right on. Mine looked like Buddha. He was a little fat and purple.
Asian baby, actually. It was weird.
We got a golden child up in here.
Oh.
Is that to keep you fresh, Albatross? A tinfoil?
Okay, so to give you a bit of background, I've been cleaning out the spare bedroom, so my sister's coming to visit for a couple of months or so, and she needs a place to sleep, obviously. And I've been using that room as just like storage for miscellaneous crap of mine that I didn't want to feel like unpacking at the time. And this blanket type thing that's apparently made out of gold and aluminum foil, surprisingly warm, was in there, so I haven't figured out where I want to put it yet, so I'm just kind of keeping it on me.
That looks bizarre as hell.
It's surprisingly warm, though.
Contrary to popular belief, tinfoil actually attracts Illuminati signals. It doesn't push it away.
That's fine. I'm thinking about a yellow rubber duck all the time anyway. They won't break me.
Oh, they have patience. Wait for one stray thought.
Now, wait a minute. Did somebody hear that Von Helton's wife is in trouble?
Oh, yeah, she's in jail.
Yeah, the sheriffs came and got her.
Yeah.
What? What did she
say?
Something to do with his mom, or she called the cops on him for some reason.
Oh, I thought it was like had to do with the restraining order.
It could be. Like, could have called because she was violating it. I have no idea.
How does the internet know this? How do you people know this?
He came on and fucking told everybody.
Yeah, like he is like the definition of no shame. Like he has
Is
no,
Von Helton the old guy that came in here not too long ago?
yes, who like claimed to be like a. He's a Marine, kind of. I think he was. Yeah, the Punisher. Like he's claimed to be a Punisher, and other people said he is claimed to be like a Space Marine. Well, Space Marine is kind of loosely used.
Oh,
Like
you should hear. I'd never heard him talk about all his stories, but I had someone telling me about all his, like, just accumulated of all his stories, and they ended up being like, he was the real life Punisher. The government came and killed his animals to try to get to him. He's sterile because in the military he rode on top of some kind of uranium thing in a tank.
He designed the first
He
stealth
designed.
fighter.
Yeah, he designed parts of, or the whole thing of the stealth fighter. He invented some other kind of military thing as well when he was like 3.
What?
Like,
oh, okay, this is all genius.
People are going to realize he has some sort of disorder, and they're just going to call it the Von Helton.
Oh wait, he's also related to Dracula through a bloodline.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
and he's a vampire.
That's hilarious.
What?
Yeah, that's one of the most
literally
funniest
claims
shit.
he's a vampire.
Here's the funny part. He's a vampire with no teeth.
Yeah,
Right.
it's hilarious.
True
patriot.
Google
He's a
Hangouts.
wizard. He's some kind of wizard.
I don't know why he would tell the internet that his wife got arrested.
He's a fucking idiot. And I don't
He's
say
a
that
piece
about
of
too
shit.
many people.
He's a piece of shit too. If he's
Oh,
not.
I've been saying that about a lot of people lately. I have had no filter. I'm going to take like a week vacation, 10 days from the internet, starting tomorrow. I'm excited.
Yeah, you
right
do
on.
that.
I don't think that'll last.
Yeah, it might not.
I think you'll be on here in like 2 days screaming at people.
No, maybe 4 days. 4 days.
I'm literally going on vacation where I won't have internet.
Oh, I gotcha.
You'll be withdrawn.
If I find a way to get some, then you win.
Get some.
No, it's good to take breaks.
Yeah.
We were talking about the other day because if your life starts becoming centered around the hangouts, you need to take a break.
Yeah,
I don't find my issue like becoming centered around hangouts. Rather, I find myself just being frustrated with people.
Oh yeah, I called.
Like,
go ahead.
yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I try to keep a certain demeanor for a few reasons. Number one, so that I'm not a hypocrite. Like I'm trying to do the Christly thing. But number two, because I want conversations I have with people to be conducive to what it is that I'm trying to do. And I find that when I'm on Hangouts for too long, that tends to go out the window. So.
Yeah, I called somebody yesterday a dipshit.
I've gotten to that point a few times.
No, it was so great. And then somebody goes, "Don't call. Name calling's not okay." And I was like, I wasn't calling names. I was just making a statement of fact. It was bad. I'm so glad she's not around today. It was one of those rooms where it wasn't a balance between liberals and conservatives. It was just a bunch of right kind of thought. And so it was just, it was too much.
I know who you're talking about because I was waiting for the cat fight.
I got it. Yeah, who will go unnamed? I just couldn't take it anymore. I was like,
I've only blown up on a couple people on here. Darwin's deity was one. I got into telling him to shut the fuck up, kind of thing. And
everyone's done that.
Yeah. I don't normally lose my cool. Usually, the more frustrating you get, the less frustrated I get, or the more angry you get, the more easygoing I get.
That's why I just had it. I was like, I just loved it because there was this one point where she was like, MMA got kicked from the room. And we're like, or he got blocked and kicked. And we're explaining to her, there was like 10 people explaining to her how Google Plus works and how that's not possible. Well, that happened to me, and it happened to 3 of my friends last week. And we just sat there like, and this has been her type of arguments all week. And I was dumbfounded because I know how Hangouts work more than anybody. And I didn't even want to get into it. I just sat there and was like, you know what? You're all like, this just proves to me that even when you're wrong, you just have to be right.
Who is this?
I'll tell you inside chat.
Okay.
Yeah, you're one person I wouldn't ever underestimate their knowledge of Google or Google Plus.
Yeah, I didn't even get into it because everybody else was right, and I was just like, this person just no. But Jacob, I'll give you a couple links if I can find them too that are really, really disturbing.
Am I sure I want to watch them?
No, you can just read them. Check out this page.
If you send me 2 girls, 1 cup, I swear.
That's what I was thinking too.
Check that out, and then here, let me find. Somebody just sent me a link, and I was like, "Whoa!" And what am I looking for right now? Oh, here it is. Because I was like, "What the heck is with?" You know what I mean? I couldn't figure it out, and then I got this, and I got this. And my mouth just dropped.
Interesting.
The second link is.
What are you guys going on about?
Nothing.
You guys going on about shock videos or something?
No, not anymore. We were earlier.
That second link
I
is.
hear disturbing links.
We were not just shock ones, but we were actually talking about like really disturbed ones of people murdering people, like snuff films and things, or snuff vids.
Yeah, it happens too.
That's not what they're posting at the moment, but that's what we were talking about when they brought up the 2 girls, 1 cup.
Very interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, I get your frustration with her. I actually like her. Like it, I haven't looked at those things you're putting over there. I know what I'm assuming that what they are, but I see where you got frustrated though, and I see why I would have gotten frustrated as well. It wasn't like it was unjust.
Well, I think this is the same person that was trying to make a case that women are not objectified in pornography,
right.
which I found to be extremely interesting. She was basically like, well, if the woman wants to do it, then she's not objectified. And I'm like, no, that doesn't follow. It doesn't follow at all. People can still be objectified even if they choose to do an action.
Yeah, but objectifying someone that wants to be objectified isn't necessarily a bad thing.
No, I think it depends on the context. So I look at the porn industry. How can I say this? Is extremely objectifying as far as women are concerned, and as far as men are concerned, just specifically because it sets a precedence for women and men to be centered around sex, ultimately. And I'm not saying sex is a bad thing. I think it's a great thing when it's between 2 people who are married. But to me, it's objectifying by nature.
But why is it? I guess my question is, why is objectifying necessarily a bad thing?
Well, because people are more than this would be like my quote unquote secular answer, right? This is sidestepping all my beliefs with regard to Christian theism and how I think people should operate sexually. But if I were to answer it from a secular standpoint, I would say it's because it specifically removes any sort of purpose from that person other than sexual desire, and it teaches people to operate and be centered around sexual desire. So in other words,
see the teaching people. The first part I don't necessarily have an issue with. I think teaching people that to be objectified or to objectify is a good thing might be a problem.
What do you mean?
I'm saying I think that might be teaching someone that these things are good things or okay things might be an issue. I'd want to explore that more.
Yeah. People, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Ermine. I'll
Mine's
respond.
off topic a little bit, so you go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. Well, I mean, if you look at it, I'm not looking at this on like a how do I explain this? A single case basis or a sample of one basis. I'm looking at this from like a societal aspect, right? Because sex sells ultimately. In my opinion, at least that's very true in advertising, etc.,
That's
etc.
where I go with it. So go ahead.
Yeah. So like, you have like this weird dichotomy where you have pornography where it sells itself because ultimately it's sex, but you have this melding with a light form of pornography where everything in advertisement where we're taught to ultimately consume revolves around that one thing, and then you get people wondering why STD rates are extremely high or teen pregnancy is extremely high. Now, I'm not saying that people aren't responsible for their own actions, but what I am saying is that things like pornography and things like lewd acts or women dressing in a certain way or men dressing in a certain way, it sets the precedent for society to believe that the opposite sex is ultimately an object for your selfish desire to merely gratify yourself through sex, rather than viewing sex as what it should be, which is some sort of act between two people as sometimes an expression of love, but also an expression of connectiveness between the two.
Well, see, and I would have answered just. Obviously, I'm just being skeptical. I haven't stated like my opinions on it, but I think dehumanizing someone, I don't care if they want to be dehumanized or not. It's still immoral to dehumanize someone. I don't know that it's immoral to want to be dehumanized. But
Ermine, do you have something you wanted to say?
No, I was going to say on your advertising example, all I was going to say, people get mad at me for my profession all the time. And all I do is advertise.
Right, like the manipulation part.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
They will go off on me. I mean, I've had people just like dang near in tears. I'm like, really, dude?
Well, I expect like some of the comments you get is like, "Oh, you're part of a pyramid scheme" or something like that.
No, not so much the pyramid scheme as much as I use the insights on how to manipulate people to manipulate people.
Psychological manipulation. I could see where that could get murky. There's definitely a line somewhere that can be crossed that it can be a bad thing, but in general, I don't think it is.
I feel like I have to be intellectually honest here too. I do absolutely believe that pornography is a bad thing, but I've struggled with it my entire life. So let me say that first. So before anyone says, well, you're a man, you've looked at pornography before, you're a hypocrite, I'm going to go ahead and say, well, yeah, I've struggled with it my entire life. But I do think it's an issue that needs to be taken a closer look at in society. I don't think all advertisers are bad, and I'm not even like dehumanizing advertisers or people who work in that field. I just think that people know that sex sells ultimately.
Yeah, I might disagree. I don't think that any of the products I used to work on beer and alcohol and even some financial services, but like when you're going to do an ad, you're not going to do it with ugly people.
Right, yeah.
And I was oh my gosh, I could look at someone and just like in an instant be like, nope, not the right fit for the brand. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, where does the problem lie when you like on pornography with that? Does it? I'm not sure I see a problem with the people having the sex, and I'm not sure I see a problem with the people consuming the porn.
Well, it depends on your view of what's objectifying and what's not, and whether people should be objectified or not. So, I've ultimately made the argument that people ought not be objectified in this sense, specifically because it changes the perception and nature of what sex ought be, even from a secular.
That's what I'm asking. Is it taking the sex and turning it into the business?
Well, it's taking the sex and it's taking the perception of genders, and it's turning it into something that it ought not be. It's ultimately teaching people, in my opinion, in society, that fulfilling your desires in every aspect or almost every aspect is an extremely good thing to do, number one. And number two, that the people who are engaged in these acts are nothing more than ultimate toys for your sexual gratification. Whether that
by
be the
what
person.
means? By what means is the problem here, though? Like I said, I don't have a problem with someone filming themselves having sex. I don't have a problem with them, someone, watching that tape of them having sex. So the problem seemed to start arising with turning it into a business and treating them as employees to film it, to sell or to produce or to distribute.
No, in my instance, my interest is in all cases, whether it's in a business model or whether it's just two amateurs at home who are not married who are filming it for each other. Whether it's more, and maybe I should have fleshed this out a little bit more. It's more, as far as I'm concerned, it's more about the statement that it makes about human sexuality, gender, and purpose.
Well, you're kind of like upholding, and I understand because it's something that you deeply love, and I understand your position that you like have this opinion of like pornography and all this because like you hold sex as being sacred and like sexuality as being like something that should be like protected no matter what, but uh, I don't think that like not having like pornography would be a good thing.
Probably not at this point.
Why not?
If you open Pandora's box, it's probably dangerous to close it.
Yeah, because like then that's how you're going to get like real like the things that some anti-porn advocates like advocate for, like advocate against like the sex trade and human trafficking. That is where it will go up when this industry is pushed into the shadows and is not regulated.
Well,
that's a. I was just gonna say. I think those are two separate things, though. Like, so there's a distinction that ought be made, I think, at least on my part, between what is a sin and what should be a crime. I don't necessarily think that it should be the government's job to regulate it in the sense that it shuts down all porn businesses, right? Regardless of whether I think that porn businesses are an aberration and ought not exist. That's a separate issue. But I do think, so in other words, what I'm saying is from a moral standpoint, I think that people ought not view it and that the people making it ought not make it. But that doesn't mean that I think that the government should shut it down.
Oh, okay. So you're not like authoritarian when the position.
I'm sorry, Ermine.
It's just like
You're just being all wishy-washy. Come on.
Okay.
Just kidding.
Fuck you, Xbox.
Go ahead, Ermine. I keep cutting you off. I'm sorry.
Okay, I don't even remember what I was going to say, so obviously it wasn't very important.
Yeah, I'm struggling to find because I was speaking on the moral grounds as well when I said my opinions today. I'm not sure where I see the immorality just in the having of sex or the filming of it or the consumption of it.
Yeah, like I said before.
But I do see where I could see where consumption or making it could become a problem, right? Where it could start interfering with the rest of your life, like you said, and once it becomes centered around that.
Yeah.
If my life becomes centered around watching porn, then I mean it's an issue. If it becomes centered around making porn, then it's an issue.
This all depends, Xbox, on how you view the purpose of man and woman and whether they inherently have any sort of human value, right? Like,
Sure.
so do you believe, and this will be the defining point between my worldview and your worldview, do you believe that a person's sexuality is tied at all to their integrity as a human being?
When you say sexuality there, explain what you mean, please.
When I say sexuality, I'm using that as like a general concept to entail how the person has sex,
Like
who
with
they
who,
do
how
it
many
with,
people.
in what condition, etc., etc. Do you believe that that's tied to their integrity at all? And so, to give an example, more bluntly stated, do you believe there's any situation in which a person can do any sexual act without qualification and it affect their dignity?
No, not that I can think of.
Okay, so you don't think that, say, a 40-year-old man with like a 5-year-old child,
what
a sexual act like that would affect someone's dignity?
I don't see how.
Really?
Oh, I'm
How
not understanding what dignity, but I don't see how either.
Yeah, I was just going to say, how are we defining dignity in this case?
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe there's something that lies at the heart of dignity that I'm not
Yeah,
including.
I'm speaking to the positive aspect of the positive aspect of a person's moral character. So, in other words, what I'm asking you is do you think someone loses dignity and integrity by engaging in sex with, like, say, take a pedophile, for instance?
Let me expand on what I think about the pedophile situation. Is I think that if you're talking clinically, one like just being attracted to prepubescent children, and then let's say they actually engage in that act. I'm not sure that I would hold them morally culpable for this. Legally, they've done all kinds of harm and legally responsible. But morally, I'm not sure. Due to they're just acting by their nature at that point.
Wow. Well, see, that would be the defining difference between my worldview and your worldview, because I would say that those people, regardless of whether they can control their desires or not, are not only 100% morally responsible for their actions, but they have at that point lost their integrity and dignity as a human being by engaging in a sexual act with a minor. I didn't
Well, it's
really
going to
think that
depend on their level of reasoning that they have. I think on from my view, right? Like if that's impaired in some way and they're not reasoning correctly, then I don't see how I could ever hold them morally accountable.
Yeah, but if you believe that that is an immoral act, then no one ultimately would say that would be a situation in which they're reasoning correctly.
Yeah,
Right?
I don't care how you're reasoning. I don't care if you're on crack.
That's what I'm saying. Is I think that they're not reasoning properly, and I don't think someone that can't reason properly. I'm not saying that they just aren't reasoning properly. I'm saying that I don't think they can.
What does that have to do with
And I don't think if you can I don't think if you can reason properly that you can be held morally accountable.
Okay, but most people are reasoning properly. Like that's like taking, he gave you an example, and that's taking the 1% of times that could be the exception rather than the rule, and saying, well, I can't hold that to the standard because I'm taking the exception.
No, I'm not sure someone that a pedophile is using proper reasoning.
Oh
well,
wow.
no, well, look, I'm agreeing with you. They're not using proper reasoning, but there's a difference between not using proper reasoning and being just out of your mind crazy.
Yeah, but this is the problem I have with the argument is that you're basically saying there's some crimes that are so grotesque that you have to be out of your mind to do them.
Right.
That's a real issue.
I'm not sure what you're saying, because I think that legally they're being held accountable.
Well, as they should.
On moral grounds, I don't think.
So just so we could recap, so I understand correctly, Xbox, you believe that no pedophile should be held morally accountable for their actions.
If none of them are reasoning properly, yes, I don't think.
Do you believe
just the same way I don't think a mentally diminished person should, or a psychopath should, or
You're almost saying that that's the problem. You're basically saying it's so grotesque that none of them could be reasoning properly, in which case none of them will be culpable for their actions. That's what you're.
No, it's not that they wouldn't be culpable for their actions. It's that they're not morally accountable.
Well, that's what she means when she says morally culpable.
Okay, I just want to make the distinction that I'm not saying they shouldn't be legally, because I think they're violating all sorts of other things. But yeah, I'm saying to commit acts like this is a violation of proper reasoning, and like I said, from my view, if someone that's not properly reasoning can't be held accountable. This would be analogous to trying to hold another animal, a lion or something, accountable, or a gorilla for raping another gorilla.
Well, see, there's a difference there in that even the worst case scenario with regard to a person who is not reasoning correctly is still reasoning better than a gorilla or a lion or any other animal that you might find out in the animal kingdom. We're two completely different. There are two completely different cases there, but I might take a step back further and ask you why people ought not be held accountable morally for their actions, even though they're not reasoning correctly.
Right, because my view is based on a natural law theory.
I don't think that's safe in natural law. Please explain.
Yeah, natural law theory is based on what a reasonable person ought do in a situation. Someone who is reasoning correctly.
Well, could you explain to me?
I just want to raise a quick question. I mean, is morality even a meaningful construct to use if the person in question has no choice to make?
Well, I would argue that as a Calvinist, but even if I wasn't a Calvinist, I would say ultimately, if this brings up questions of free will, right? So I don't believe that anyone has free will, even if God doesn't exist. I believe that ultimately everything is determined by our genes. Our genes, in some odd way, are correlated directly to our desires. We're controlled by our desires. Therefore, we make choices according to our desires. Therefore, we don't have any choice outside of any outside outside influence to make that choice. So.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, for example, we don't assign the idea of morality or immorality to someone falling, because they have no choice whether or not they're falling. That's determined by gravity and their position. Mm-hmm. It's when people have a choice that we tend to assign moral values to the choice that they make.
Mm-hmm.
That's the point that I was raising.
Okay.
And I think what Xbox is trying to say is that, if they're not reasoning properly, or they're not capable of reasoning properly, are they capable of making an informed choice, I guess?
Well, to me, that's irrelevant. If the person has done the action, such as raping a 5-year-old girl, it doesn't matter to me whether they are legally, legally competent to stand trial or has the proper mental functions to be able to function within society. To me, they still have committed the act. So
but you're asking me from my view, right?
Right.
Which comes from, like I said, from natural law, which includes, like on the side there, it comes into reasoning properly. It comes into being rational is a key component of what can be called moral.
What I was asking you is why that view is valid. So here in a situation we have a 40-year-old man who rapes a 5-year-old girl. I believe that he is morally accountable for his actions and ought to be punished for doing so, for the thing that he had done. Under your view, you believe that he ought not be punished and he's not morally held accountable for his view. What I'm looking for is why I ought switch my view over to yours, or why yours is valid and mine is not.
Yeah, I don't think you can escape the view I'm putting. There is no ought not to in this view.
There isn't. I'm sorry. Could you repeat
Your
that?
nature is your nature. You're stuck with it.
Yes. Okay.
Right. So there is not an ought not go. Like you can't go against your nature.
Well, the fact I understand that, but all you're doing is reasserting the fact that we have a nature and you can't go against your nature. What I'm trying to figure out is why one is not morally culpable for their actions, even if they can't go against their nature.
Right. I guess find a different way of explaining why you're asking why reason is a key component.
No, what I'm getting from you is that you're saying ultimately at the crux of your moral theory is that people have a nature, they can't go against their nature, and any situation in which a person can't go against their nature and they're involved in some sort of action, they shouldn't and can't be held morally accountable. What I'm questioning is that. I'm questioning you at the very crux of your moral system. I'm asking you why you believe it's justified that even though people cannot go against their nature, they're still not held morally accountable and shouldn't be held morally accountable for any action that they do.
I hate to ask you this. Can you restate that question again? My wife was talking at the same time, and I actually didn't hear either of you.
Okay, go ahead, restate it.
No, go ahead, Aramine. I've cut you off way too many times.
No, it's just why? So what? Why shouldn't they be held responsible?
Yeah, that was basically what I was asking.
Why is someone who can't reason properly not held responsible?
Right. I've heard the argument from most atheists that it actually deters crime, right? If you take somebody out of society, like why lock them up in the first place, or why hold them responsible? Because then they won't commit it in the future, right? If you take them out of the mix. So you're almost arguing the opposite. And that's why I'm like, huh.
I'm not sure. I'm trying to think how to actually put the thought into words. I'm not sure how someone that can't discern between good and bad can be held accountable for doing bad.
Well, this assumes, and again, this assumes, I think, your theory, which is that because someone cannot discern between good and bad, if they commit an action, you cannot impose any sort of moral culpability on their part. And all I was asking you is a reason to believe why that is true. So I get, in other words, I understand what you're saying. I get that you believe that people have a nature, they can't go against their nature, and therefore they can't be held morally culpable for their actions. My question to you is, why is that justified? What good reasons do you have to justify that sort of moral theory?
Well, what's the difference between taking something and stealing something?
Wait, hold on. I'm not going to let him off the hook with a side
I'm not. I'm thinking about how to answer.
question.
This is related. This is a related question. What is the?
You're gonna sit. Jeremy, he can talk because I'm not listening to what he's saying. I'm sitting here in silence, actually trying to think how to answer the question. We can hold on, but if you
just give him a second.
I'm not trying to slide out from under it.
Okay. Because that's what most people do. That's what I do. I'm like, oh, wait, somebody.
I promise. I put on air that I promise. I'm not trying to slide out, and I'm not going to. I'm just thinking about how to answer. What justification do I have for holding this view? Are you asking what justification I have for holding the view, or what justification does the view have itself?
Yeah, I'm ultimately asking you what justification you have for that view in the first place. Like, so I understand what your view is, that it's based around the nature of people, and that people can't do anything other than what's in their nature. Even as a Christian, I would agree with that, right? Like, because even Christians believe that people have a sinful nature, but Christians still believe that even though we have a sinful nature that we might not be able to defeat, we're still held morally culpable for it. So from my Christian perspective, I'm just asking you from your secular perspective, why it is the case that even though people cannot go against their nature, that people are still not people ought not be held morally culpable for their actions. It doesn't seem like that follows.
Yeah, if I may, I wanted to ask the question I was going to ask. What is the moral difference between taking something and stealing something?
Taking it depends on the context. So, taking something can be meant synonymously with stealing something if it meets the criteria of what we mean by steal. But there can also be another context.
Okay, sorry, let me clarify. What is the moral difference between taking something from, let's say, your own house, something that's your own property, like this stick of this block of glue, this is my property, I'm now taking it, okay? As opposed to what we would term stealing something from someone else's house. What is the moral difference between those two scenarios?
Well, I don't know what you mean by moral difference. What do you mean by moral difference?
Well, I mean, we can easily see the practical difference. The practical difference being that the one is your property and the other is not.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm wondering how this translates into a moral difference.
Well, yeah, I mean, what I would say is that stealing is bad. We ought not steal. Therefore, the moral difference would be I'm taking something from my house, which is not morally reprehensible. I'm stealing something from somebody else or taking something from somebody else that isn't mine. Therefore, I meet the criteria of stealing. Therefore, I'm violating a moral ought.
All right, sure. But my question would be this. What if you take something thinking that it doesn't seem to belong to anyone?
You're still stealing.
However, you have unwittingly stolen. Have you now consciously made an immoral decision?
No, it doesn't belong.
Yes. Yes,
Even
you
though you didn't know that you were stealing.
Absolutely.
Even though you didn't know you were stealing.
Yep, you absolutely. Absolutely. I would still find that morally reprehensible.
If it didn't belong to you.
No, that's not the. Hold on. That's not the question I asked. I'm not asking if you find it morally reprehensible. I'm asking if that person has now consciously made an immoral decision.
Yeah. No. See, my answer, which was that is morally reprehensible, is the same as saying it's that person should be held morally culpable. What my answer to you was synonymous with the answer that I just gave, which was yes, it's morally reprehensible, and what follows from that is that person would be immoral if they did it, regardless of whether they knew it or not.
Okay. I don't agree with you on that, but fine.
Yeah, that kind of like that's kind of on the level of like killing someone without knowing that you killed someone, like inadvertently through an inadvertent action, an unintentional consequence, and not like just negligence, but just like, you know.
Or let's say that you hunt a fox and you miss a shot by accident and you kill a deer that falls into a river, and then someone drinks from that river like a week later and dies from being poisoned.
Yeah, that would be
like, are you immoral because a person died because of that? You know, it doesn't work for me.
It's what's called manslaughter. Yes.
Right. Now, I don't. We can keep going down this path, but I'm more interested in Xbox's answer of the original question because this just feels a bit like a red herring.
I'm here, and I apologize. I froze through part of that, and my ghost was taking the spot. But I think that the answer to the question is that I think we can deduce down through behaviors inherent rights that people have by their nature, have these types of rights, and that's going to end up defining what the good and the bad are, violating these rights or not.
Could you elaborate on that? Because I don't mean this in an insulting way, but I don't see how that pertains to the question that I had asked you before.
Right, you're just essentially it's going to be asking me to justify the nature of someone.
No, I'm not asking you to justify the nature of someone. What I'm asking you to justify is the claim that because we have natures that we can't ultimately fight against, or we can't act in any other way than but what our nature dictates, therefore we are not and should not be held morally culpable for our actions. Now, I'm arguing that we should, and I'm just asking from your standpoint how that claim that you're making is justified.
That one ought not be accountable.
Yeah, that one ought not be held morally accountable for their actions if, in fact, they can't control their actions because of their nature.
Oh. Okay.
I'm not sure how to answer that. Other than an argument from ignorance, right? I don't see how one could be held accountable for unknown factors.
So you're not taking a positive position on it. It just seems to you to be the case.
Yeah, the whole moral law theory. Yeah, absolutely. Right. Like,
So, okay,
I may have no good reason, backed up arguments or anything.
Okay.
This may be completely an intuitional argument.
Okay, no, I can accept that. I don't agree with you, but I was just wondering if you had any justification for it.
Yeah, I've talked about this theory, I don't know, a few times over the past few months, and I'm still working out, the best way of articulating it. I'm terrible at articulating it. Like, I understand the theory, and I understand how it works. I'm just bad at explaining it, I guess, or like I said, articulating it in any coherent way.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Beck.
What's going on?
Nothing much.
Are you
The
drawing,
nice
Chris?
Yes, I'm drawing.
Ah, yes. Great minds think alike. You're using a tablet, Wacom tablet?
Yes, this is like a into
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce the word either, yeah.
Can you screen share what you're drawing? I'm not asking you to, I'm just asking if it's possible.
Yeah, it's possible to, and I think it's like good stuff. Nothing that.
Oh, while you're drawing? You can do it while you're drawing? Oh, okay.
Yeah, like I can do.
Oh, yeah, of course. I do it all the time. Hello.
Right on.
Hey, I want to switch topics a little bit, if that's okay with everyone. While
Sure.
Chris is getting that set up. Floyd, I wanted to have a little discussion with Floyd. Floyd thinks that he can prove that the God of the Bible is evil, and he can do that based off of the Bible itself. So I'm just curious to see how Floyd is able to do that, because I haven't seen a successful attempt yet. So.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to hear this.
So Floyd, the mic is yours. I like to hear it. Because there's been a couple occasions where I've posted something just for Christians, just to kind of edify Christians, and then guys like him and one other guy would just, kind of make some arbitrary claims about God being evil. When I didn't ask if he thought God was evil or not, he just took it upon himself to say God is evil, your God is evil. Well, I just want to know, upon what basis do you determine that the God of the Bible is evil, Floyd? So I'm just curious. And is your basis something that is subjective in nature or objective in nature? Floyd, you there?
Aren't you a divine command theorist?
No.
You're not a divine command theorist?
No.
So what view of ethics do you hold?
I believe that we measure we measure what is right and wrong, good and evil based off of God's nature. Not because God arbitrarily says something is what it is or anything like that.
But his nature is arbitrary, right?
According to who?
I'm asking you.
I don't know what it means for a nature to be arbitrary. That just doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, that he. I'm saying he arbitrarily has this nature.
That doesn't mean anything.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
Arbitrary is depending on a subject, right? Like Xbox. It doesn't make sense. That's like saying a tree has an arbitrary nature. It doesn't make any sense. Or you have an arbitrary nature.
Right. No, I'm saying that there is no reason God has the nature He has, other over some other nature.
There is a big, I think, glaring error here, which is that arbitrariness has everything to do with something created by causation, and since God's nature was not created ultimately because he was not created, you can't apply the title of His nature being arbitrary because arbitrariness has to do with randomness.
Yeah, you have to assert that God
arbitrary has
Himself
no
is
reason.
there's something that God Himself is subjected to, and that's not the case with God's nature.
Well, I don't really understand what the reason for saying we relativize it to God instead of relativizing it to a guy that lives in a house 2 blocks from me. It just seems arbitrary to relativize it to God.
Okay.
Well,
I'm sorry, Bickle. Go ahead.
God's nature rather than in accord with the guy that lives 2 blocks down the street from me.
Well,
I'm not sure. Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead, Jake.
I'm sorry, buddy. I didn't want to butt in.
No. Go ahead. I'm just waiting for Floyd to respond. He might be away from his computer. But...
Okay. Yeah. So the Christian contention is that God is worthy of worship and that He is the maximally great being. We're defining maximally great being as the best being possible to ever be able to exist by His mere nature. So my response to you is, regardless of what you believe of Christian theism or not, if you're comparing a maximally great being to the guy down the street, my contention would be since you're trying to provide an internal critique, what I'm going to say to you, what I'm going to say to you is that from the Christian theist perspective, that same God died for the sins of those who believe, even though He could have destroyed them. A being of that magnitude, especially being a God, ought be trusted. Therefore, we put our standard, the standard is revealed through that being, and we are justified in trusting in that being for the standard of morality.
Real quick, Nadia is not in the room, in case no one noticed. So if no one is speaking, she needs her spot back so that the hangout can stay online, stay on air.
Please.
Either someone
do it or I'm removing
I'm going to drop anyway, so see you all later.
Catch you later, Chris.
Just make sure to make the spot.
All right. Does anybody else have mods here?
I don't think I do.
Okay, so we don't want to prevent anybody else. I mean, we want to prevent other people from taking Nadia's spot.
Okay. Back to whatever y'all were saying.
So the problem with that is maximal greatness presupposes that God is moral, right? Which is supposed to be the thing that's being accounted for. And so to call the being maximally great begs the question.
Actually, it
actually appeal to that, right? The thing that's being asked is, why is God the standard for goodness rather than my neighbor Bob?
Yeah, so me appealing to God being the maximally great being is not begging the question, specifically because your question was involving Bob down the street and God as a standard. I've not used one of my premises as the conclusion of the argument. That would be begging the question. The answer that I gave to you was that in Christian theism, since you're asking me as a Christian, in Christian theism, the idea is that God is maximally great being. I gave
What
you.
does that mean? What does
Hold on. Let me finish what I was saying.
Fucking intolerable.
Okay, so you can either sling insults or we can have a nice discussion between two people. Which one do you want?
I'm not interested in discussing anything with you. I think you're retarded.
Okay, well that's fine.
That's fine.
Well, no, I'm completely fine with that. If he thinks I'm retarded, then I can just shut this down and you can move on to somebody else because I'm not really interested in engaging with someone who's not interested in this discussion.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for Floyd to get back, so I'll just hold my thoughts until Floyd gets back.
You might PM him, Beckel.
What's that?
You might PM him. Tell him a PM and tell him you're trying to talk to him.
He's been responding to my comments on one of my posts just a few minutes ago. So
He just might not have the speakers on or the
Yeah,
sound onto this.
that's what I'm thinking. I'd rather talk to him directly since.
I meant PM him and tell him that you're in here so that he'll turn his speakers on. I'll PM him as well.
Yeah.
So Xbox, you said that you think that people who rape children are irrational. What's the justification for that?
Yeah, I said I'm not sure. I said in that case, if they are.
You said you were just saying.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure that if someone could reason properly, and still come to
Why?
that conclusion that they should have sex with a prepubescent child.
Why? It's there's no conceptual impossibility.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't put deep thought into it at all.
Okay, so
I'm just saying if it is the case that they are not reasoning properly, then it's an issue. If that's more clear. I haven't put deep thought into whether someone, a pedophile or a rapist or whatever, or even a psychopath, is reasoning properly.
Well, keep in mind,
in instances that they, in any instance that they aren't.
Keep in mind, Xbox, that it may be Bob down the street who has the moral authority to decide who's right and wrong, and apparently not God. So if Bob down the street decides to rape some poor 4-year-old girl, then I guess we're not in trouble because that's a good thing to do, right?
If God decided to rape a 4-year-old child, it'd be the same situation.
No, actually it wouldn't, because considering that God, by definition in the Christian theist perspective of God, is a timeless, unchanging being with a certain nature, given that he's revealed his laws with regard to sexuality, it would actually be akin to making a square circle to say that God could have the nature by which he would condone such a thing.
Well, put the question back to you then. Why ought I follow God?
I don't see any justification for the belief that God has the nature that he wouldn't rape somebody. That's just an assertion, right?
Well, no, what you just said was an assertion. I gave you.
God,
I'm not gonna let you get away with this realistic.
Yeah, you just made an assertion.
Yeah, exactly. I gave you an argument as to why that should be the case. You just gave me an assertion and no argument. So when you can give me an argument without an assertion, then maybe I will engage you.
What's the first premise of the argument?
Of what argument?
You said you gave me an argument. What's the first premise of the argument?
Yeah, so what I was saying was that ultimately, according to the argument that you had given me, you have this guy whose name is Bob, who lives down the street.
I didn't give you an argument.
Yes, you did.
I asked you a question.
Yeah,
no, why ought we follow God's nature was the question.
Hold on.
That's what you're saying you answered, Jacob, is why ought we follow God's nature as opposed to Bob's nature?
Yes, and I gave an argument for it.
What's the argument? What's the first premise?
Yes, I told you before. My argument before was in a passing statement was that your conception of what morality should be from the argument that you had given, or the assertion you had given rather, was that there's no reason to believe that we should, in fact, hold a moral standard or set a moral standard with regard to God's nature as opposed to Bob's. My statement was that I thought it was quite funny we were talking about pedophilia, so in this instance, if you were correct, then we ought believe that if Bob chose to, in fact, rape this 4-year-old girl, since God is not the standard ultimately, we could condone that in doing so.
I'm not following. What's the first premise of your argument?
I just explained my argument to you.
The first premise?
I just explained.
What's the inference rules that you're using? Okay.
Yeah, but if Bob's nature is not to be a pedophile, you're in the same situation.
This guy is too hot-headed.
What an argument is?
He's too hot-headed.
Yes, I know what an argument is.
It's a conjunction of premises followed by an inference rule that leads to a conclusion.
Oh, thank you for that lesson. I appreciate that.
Please tell me the premises you're conjoining in order to reach your conclusion. Start with the first premise.
I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in giving you my argument, which I did.
Okay, so what's the first premise of your argument?
I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in giving you my argument, which I just did.
Okay. I have Bob's nature down the street, or I have Bob down the street. Bob's nature is not to be a pedophile. You're in the same situation with this. So why ought I follow God over?
Well, I explained it before. When you're saying God, ultimately you're talking from a Christian perspective. God in the Christian perspective is a being worthy of worship, a being who is perfect with regard to moral character. We ought follow a being.
Arbitrary though. Like
No,
it's arbitrary. It's arbitrary whether I want to
it's-
follow the
no,
divine being or the perfect being over Bob.
It's only arbitrary if God Himself was created.
Look, Xbox. The problem with this, like, it's remarkable, right? You're saying why should we follow God? He's saying because God is morally perfect.
Yeah.
Well, that begs the question, right?
No, it doesn't.
It's a circle, right?
No, it's not. No, it's only a circle if you ask me to justify God being morally perfect. It's not a circle if you ask me why we should follow God with regard to moral character, and then my response to you is because He's morally perfect. That is in no way begging the question. No way begging the question.
Yeah, I mean, well, outside of that, you would have an infinite regress, right?
Why are we're operating under this assumption when we ask the question that we should do what's morally right to do. We're operating under that assumption, right? So the question is, why is following God the morally right thing to do?
It's a morally right thing to do because
God's moral perfection, without presuming that we ought to fall to what God wants us to do, right? So you're begging the question.
No, I'm not. I'm only begging the question if you ask me to justify God being morally perfect. What you asked me was something completely different, which was why ought we follow God? So my response to you is that we ought follow God because God is morally perfect. That is listen to me, and I will repeat this 20 times if I have to.
You're saying it would be moral.
That is in no way begging the question.
You need to get your
logical. You need to get your logical. You need to get your logical.
God is morally perfect.
You need to get your logical fallacies in place and know what they are, because that is not begging the question.
We're arguing about arguing now. Can we try to move on from that?
Yeah, the question is why is it moral to follow God? Why ought we follow God's nature, right? So so morally.
Mm-hmm.
Why should I follow God's nature? And you're just saying because God's nature is perfect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you should follow a being who is morally perfect.
Why is it moral to follow God? Oh, because it's moral to follow God. That's why.
No, that's not what I said. That is not what I
said, man.
That is. It's so funny to hear, and I'm assuming you're an atheist. It's so funny to hear atheists who are full of themselves, who think that they know everything with regard to philosophy and logical fallacies because they're used to dealing with Christians who don't know what they're talking about, make an assumption like that and not be able to see the error that is glaring them right directly in their own faces. That is hilarious.
Okay, yeah. No, I think Jacob's right. This isn't circular in itself. I do have to ask him, though, how he does justify
it's the definition of perfect. Look, it's the definition of moral perfection that you ought be in accord with it, right? I don't understand what the fuck you think moral perfection could be if it's not an analytic claim that one ought be in accord with what's morally perfect.
Yeah, you're just saying, why is it moral to be moral? You're saying because it's moral.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
I didn't hear that at all.
That is what it breaks down to.
No, that's not what it breaks down to. You asked me, why ought I follow God? That was your first question. Why ought I follow God with regard to morals? My response.
Let him finish his statement.
Hold on, before he goes into it. Be clear on what you're saying there. What we say when we say why ought follow God, you're saying.
Yeah, that's why.
Why is it moral to follow moral perfection?
If you want a clear answer, you got to let him finish, man.
You asked me why we ought follow God in the context of morality. My contention is that, well, one ought follow any being who is morally perfect. God is morally perfect. Therefore, one ought follow God. That is not circular, and it follows logically.
Listen, Jacob, it's saying It's saying, why is it moral to follow moral perfection? God. And you're just saying, well, it's moral perfection.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
That's essentially, I'm replacing the word God there with moral perfection because it's synonymous in this case.
Well, maybe that's the problem there.
With moral. So
Maybe that's the problem.
Why is it moral to follow moral perfection? And you're saying because it's morally perfect.
That's not what your question was, and that's not what his question. No, it wasn't. His question was, why ought I follow God, as opposed to Bob down the street with regard to moral truths. My response to him was, well, one ought follow any being who's morally perfect. God is morally perfect. Therefore, my conclusion, I ought follow God with regard to moral truths. That is in no way, I repeat, no way circular. Not even close.
I've explained how it is. I mean, it's
well. No, the way he's phrased it is correct. It's not circular, right? That would just be a modus ponens. If one is morally perfect, we ought to follow them, right? That's the first premise. The second premise is God is morally perfect. We ought to follow them, right? So the question is, I guess the question then is, why is God morally perfect?
To ask the question why God is morally perfect is to assume that there was a beginning, considering that the word why induces some sense of causation. Since God was not caused, it is not a logical question to ask why God is.
Why does it presuppose causation? There could be cognitive reasons. There could
because
it's logical reasons. Look,
because the question assumes it presupposes that God Himself is subjected to something else. That's what it sounds like to me. The question that you're asking.
If you're unwilling to defend the second premise of your argument, that's fine. I don't care.
No, you can keep saying that. Yeah, you can keep saying that. Well, I've been going with you toe to toe on this.
How does being caused mean morally perfect? How's that relevant?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I was answering his question.
Yeah, I'm actually waiting for Floyd to do an internal critique and prove that God is evil. Can you do that right now, Floyd?
Yeah, I've done that in debate. Didn't you watch the YouTube video?
And also Floyd, let me ask you this as well. How are you able to do that based outside of subjectivity? How are you able to do that?
Well, what is object to you? What is objectivity to you? You never answer. You haven't answered any of my questions.
I answer this all the time with you guys.
Answer the question. What would be an objective means?
An objective means is a position that is not based upon any type of perception or opinion. Okay, so it is what it is outside of your opinion, outside of your preference, outside of any type of viewpoint that you may have.
So it's based on relevant facts, right?
I would say so, yes. So I'm waiting for you to show me in what way can you prove that the God of the Bible is ontologically evil.
Well, did you watch the YouTube debate I had? I pointed to you like several times. You just ignored it.
No, I didn't watch it.
You didn't watch it?
No, I don't have to watch. You made a claim. You
okay,
actually started. Floyd, you started. Floyd, for just a second. You started this whole argument, as you always do with me. You randomly and arbitrarily make these claims when I'm not even addressing you that God is evil. And then you try to switch the burden and proof on, or the burden on me. Try to say, well, prove to me that God is not evil. So wait a minute, you made the claim. Why don't you try to substantiate?
I never said that. I support in comments. I support in comments said a number of times. He's morally evil based on the Bible's own standard found in 1 Corinthians 13.
Wait, 1 Corinthians 13? Wait a minute. So you're going to try to point out that alleged contradiction where he says he's love? God is love?
Exactly, yes.
Then you're going to point out other passages where he actually hates, right?
Yes.
Wait. How is that a contradiction?
Because he doesn't follow his own standard of love.
Do you even read the Bible, Floyd?
Yes, I've read it much more and studied it much longer
than that laughter in the background. That's Jake laughing, and he's laughing for the same reason that I'm laughing.
Well, you can laugh all you want. But I've stated my case, and you failed to rebut it.
Well, you can think that all you want. You're not paying my bills, but the fact of the matter is, you haven't proven
not an
anything.
argument.
All you did was point out two different things that are
I've had
in the context.
I did a formal presentation
Floyd,
proving
the
it.
context is completely different. The context is completely different. You look
No,
at
no,
1
it's
Corinthians.
not. No, it's not.
You look at one passage in 1 Corinthians 13 that
No,
says
I did not do that.
and
That
then you
is
look at
false.
another random passage in the Old Testament
That
where
is
God actually hates
incorrect. That is
individuals.
incorrect. I gave a
Well, can you do
full
it right now, Floyd?
presentation
He's
supporting my
trying to
claim.
respond, but you keep talking over him.
Well,
I
Floyd,
gave
can
a
you do it?
full presentation supporting my claim.
How
I
can you do it
thoroughly
now?
went through 1 Corinthians 13. I showed it in context. I showed relevant verses that contradict that. I showed how Jesus talked to the disciples and his followers about how they should love each other as he has loved them.
Okay.
I
Floyd.
taken it all in context. You ignored it. I pointed to my video several times. You just ignored it.
Because Floyd, I got a life. I don't got time to be sitting here
Well,
going back.
don't say I don't support my claim.
Well, we're in a hangout right now. Let's hash this out right now again, because we've had this discussion before, and again, I just don't think you.
Does your God demand his own
Wait,
ways? Yes
Floyd,
or
can
no?
you let's look at the passage.
Here, can Floyd, can you make your case?
Wait, Xbox, hold on. I want
Hold on,
Floyd
I
to.
just want to ask
First,
if this is
first
what's
I want you to
going
go back
on.
to say what exactly
Floyd,
am I borrowing?
I'm not letting
to
Floyd go at this moment. I'm just asking, can he make the case in Veckel? Do you have the time to rebut it?
I do. Yeah, for the next probably 45 minutes.
Cool. Okay. I just want to make sure you'll both have time
So
to do
Floyd, let's look at the passages that are in question. Okay, 1 Corinthians 13, where it talks about it's commonly called by Christians the love chapter.
Yes.
And it refers to God as being love. Okay. Now, show us the issue. What passage are you looking at in the Old Testament that refers to God being hateful? Or, I mean, I can help you out if you want, but
No, I don't need your help. If you just watched my debate I had with Epi, you would know this.
But so wait, Floyd, you're an atheist. Of course you're going to think that you won that debate. I want you to do it now. You calling me a coward? I'm here. I'm facing you. I'm talking to you right now. I am not afraid of you, Floyd. I actually welcome your challenges, man. Seriously.
Well, do you know what an internal critique is? Because it seems like you
Yes,
don't.
I do know what one is.
Okay,
but I'm
state what
asking
it
you to
is
do
right now, then.
Floyd, no, Floyd. No, Floyd.
No. You state what it
Don't
is.
let me
If you
go
know what an
R&B.
internal critique is,
Floyd,
let's hear it.
Floyd, don't let me go R&B and do caterwalking on you.
No, you
Come on
answer my
now.
question. You haven't been answering any of my
Floyd,
questions in
Floyd, I'm asking you,
comment threads.
Floyd, let's just go through the passages in question. This is one of your many arguments to prove that God is self-contradictory. I'm asking you to do that right now. Please do it. I'm begging you.
Okay,
Floyd,
hold
I'm
on.
not afraid of you, dude. You can put these cards. You know what you do, Floyd?
You are afraid because you never answer my questions.
Floyd, this is what you do. You leave these random comments when I'm addressing only
You're
Christians.
not random at all.
I'm leaving comments just to Christians to kind of uplift them and to encourage them to say, hey, keep this person in prayer, yada yada yada. And then here comes you, this misotheistic person who says all of a sudden out of the blue, God is evil. Okay,
And I showed why in my comment.
Floyd, I didn't ask for your opinion. You just came out of the blue, and you have the right to make this statement if you want. But I'm just saying, I didn't ask for your opinion. Nobody did. You just came out of the blue. You felt it in your nature.
If you post
God
it,
is evil.
if you post it publicly, and where atheists are going to read it, expect responses.
Wait, Floyd. You did not ask. Nobody asked you if you thought God was good or not. You just came out of your own will to say God is evil, and then when I asked you to prove it, you try to switch the burden of proof on me.
No, I don't. I have proved it.
You made the claim, Floyd.
Yes, and I supported it.
So, Floyd, can you do it now, though? That's what I'm asking you. You are so confident in this argument of yours. Oh, so all that chit-chat is just,
I supported
to do a Google search and to get up your
going back and forth
PowerPoint?
a number of threads. I've written it out. I wrote long.
Okay, all right. Now that you got
I wrote long threads which you never respond to. I give you specific questions to answer. You never answer them.
Okay, I'm going to do it right now, Floyd. I'm not afraid of you. Nobody is.
Okay. Then answer my question. What's an internal critique? How do you perform one?
Okay, internal critique is by going into one's own worldview and looking at
in one's own worldview.
One's worldview or one's frame
in your
of thought.
own worldview or the other person's.
Floyd, I'm not going to play this game with you. let's just look at the passage. You said you can prove that God is self-contradictory and he does not love, and he is not a loving God. He's an evil God.
Yes.
Now, we got this one passage up here, 1 Corinthians 13.
Okay, here it is right here. Yes, here it is. 1 Corinthians 13.
Love is patient.
Love
I've
is
heard this
kind.
argument many times before.
We're boastful. Is not arrogant or rude. Love does not insist on its own way. Is not irritable or resentful. It does not rejoice at wrong, but it rejoices in right.
All right. Okay.
All right. So the question is, does God live up to the standard? Here's the NIV version. Something similar. Does not dishonor others. It keeps no records of wrongs.
Okay.
The NASB record is not jealous.
Okay.
Does not brag or is not arrogant. Does not act unbecoming and so forth. So the question is, does your God live up to this own Bible standard for love? If he doesn't, then therefore your God is evil. Now, if that's the case, do you accept that?
Okay, can I answer your question?
Answer the question.
Okay, I'm going to answer it right now.
If he violates his own definition, is he evil? Yes or no?
Evil according to what standard? That's what I'm asking.
This standard.
One quick thing, real quick. The opposite of love is not evil. Just stating that.
Well, then he's not loving. But the Bible says your God is love, and he is loving.
Okay, but Floyd, all we're looking at right now, this very moment, are passages that are asserting what love actually is.
Yes.
Okay. And the Christian worldview says that we know what love is based off of God's nature.
Well, the question is it contradictory or not?
We haven't looked at any contradictory passages yet.
1 John 4, 7, 8.
Okay. Okay. Now we're
Beloved, let us love one another, for love is of God, and he who loves is born of God and knows God. He who does not love God, he who does not love does not know God, for God is love.
Yes. Excellent.
Yes. Excellent. So it says, "Love us. Let us love one another, for love is of God."
Love is from God. The word ek is the Greek word for of, which means out of, or among, or from.
Right. So the love
is from God. That's where love comes
from God. Right. This is the same sort of love.
Right. Okay. Great.
Yeah. And in John 3:16,
we all know this passage.
To love the world.
Right.
That he gave his son, for whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life.
Okay.
Right. So we're establishing what love is here.
Okay. Great. Wait. Those other passages in 1 Corinthians is establishing what love is. These passages here are talking about God's nature, saying that God is love, or what God has done, what God is doing. So those make that slight distinction there. Okay. Now let's move on.
Right. So the question is, does he live up to this standard? Does he live up to the Bible's own standard? If he doesn't,
I love this stuff, Floyd. I thank God for you. I thank God for you.
So if he does not live up to this Bible's own standard, then he's not loving.
Okay. Well, let's prove it. Let's see it.
All right. So love is patient. Love is kind. Okay. In Deuteronomy 7:2. Is God loving, kind? He says, "Show no mercy to them." Now, is that patient? Is that loving? Is that kind?
Oh, are you serious?
Yes. Please answer.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, wow. Well, why don't you answer?
Floyd, this is amazing. Do you know the context of Deuteronomy 7?
Yes. Please answer.
Deuteronomy 7.
Please answer.
Wait, Floyd. What's the context of Deuteronomy 7? What's the context of 1 Samuel 15?
He wants them to kill his enemies.
No.
The context
Floyd, that's all that you got out of Deuteronomy chapter 7?
It doesn't.
Are you going to answer the question or not? You're not going to be answering it.
Floyd, no, I'm not playing this game with you, because what you're doing is you're trying
answer the question.
Floyd, you're doing the same thing that the cults do. You take random passages.
These are not random. These are not.
Well, I'm gonna answer your question. All right. First of all, there is no way for me to answer your question directly without getting into context.
Well, state the context.
We have to get into context about what's happening.
That's fine.
Okay. You don't just pick one random verse and say, "Aha!
It's not
I
random.
got you, you Christians."
Well, look, and
it is random.
No, it's not.
It is random. Do you even know why God gave that command?
All you have to do is, you just have to show he's taking it out of context to rebut him.
Okay.
If you say you're taking it out of context, then support your case.
Floyd, why did God command Israel to do this to the Canaanites?
I'm not going to answer your questions. You need to answer these questions. If you made the positive claim that's out of context, you need to support that positive claim.
Floyd doesn't have to be here for you to show that he's taking it out of context.
Wait, Floyd, are there not passages that state that God is a God of justice?
Yes.
Okay, so when he did in Deuteronomy 7, was that unjust, according to you? And if so, why?
According to me, it doesn't matter according to me.
Because that's what you're trying to do.
The claim was about love and kindness.
Wait a minute, fellas. Hold on a second. We got a man trying to accuse God like he's God himself, that God is self-contradictory.
Yes.
And he does that by pulling out one random verse out of the Old Testament. It is random, Floyd.
That's out of context.
Floyd, it is random because I'm asking you about the context.
No, it's not. You don't need to ask me anything.
Out of thin air.
Hold on. Vekel, to make the case.
Floyd, the problem is that you're afraid.
Vekel, to make the case, Vekel,
I'm trying to give you the
wait, for you to make the case that was taken out of context.
Wait a minute, I'm trying to give you the...
Meaning you don't have to ask him questions. His answers don't matter.
Xbox. Hold on a second. He's trying to make a claim that God is contradictory. First, he points out that God is love, and then he jumps all the way to some random passages in the Old Testament that shows how God is claiming to show no mercy. But wait a minute.
Right.
Why is God saying show no mercy in that one verse throughout this entire chapter?
I don't know.
Make not want to talk about that.
He does. He wants you to
right now.
Support your case.
Make your case on it, Floyd. I mean, Vekel. Floyd's answers to this have no bearing on your argument.
Right? You're gonna claim that I'm a coward, and I'm trying to give you the context, but then you want to keep talking over me as if you don't have an answer.
You've been asking Floyd questions. Just give the context.
You don't need to ask me questions. Just answer.
You have nothing for any Christian to be afraid of.
Then
nothing.
answer.
That's not an argument.
Hold on a sec.
So if you want to hear a response,
let me
waiting forever. Go ahead.
All right. Do you know? First of all, let's look at just
Deuteronomy. No, you're not going to ask me any questions. Just answer.
Let's first just look at Deuteronomy chapter 7, because all you did was point out one random passage and you highlighted the word show no mercy. Do you know why God commanded Israel?
You don't need to ask me questions. Offer the context. If you think it's out of context, offer it.
Lloyd, hold on a second. Let me get my Bible up.
I want to point out that it
absolutely
matters.
Hilarious.
I want to point out that it scarcely does. Floyd, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to point out that the context scarcely matters, even if it justifies his view. Right. The question you asked was that easy to anger? Was that patient? Was that kind? Right. Now, what Vekel says is the context supports that it's just. Right.
That's right.
Now, if the context supports that it's just, yet it's still impatient and it's still unkind, right? Then it doesn't matter whether it's just. All that means is that justice conflicts with love, right? Because love is defined in terms of whether it's easily angered, jealous, right? Those other things. And if it's not the case that God is those things, like God is easily angered, right, and he is unkind, then it's the case that God is not love, or that definition of love is self-contradictory, since it also says that love is just, right, because you said God is just. So that just means that there's a contradiction there.
No, there's not a contradiction.
It doesn't matter if it's. It
no,
could
wait, listen. When it says, when you look at 1 John chapter 4, wait a minute. Let me respond.
Justice, then it's still.
Let me respond. When it says that God is love, that just simply means that this is where the concept or this experience that we have called love comes from. That doesn't mean that God is all loving, and I think that's the mistake that's being made here. Okay, there's nothing anywhere in Scripture that says that God is all loving. God is not all loving. Wait a minute, Floyd. If God was all loving, there wouldn't be a place called hell or a concept called hell. We
That's
wouldn't
not
see
the claim.
passages such as
That's
we
not the
wouldn't see
claim. You're
passages
straw
such as Psalm 5:5
You're
or
straw
Psalm
manning me.
11:5. So what realistic? Wait a minute. No, I'm actually piggybacking off of what realistic nihilist just said. I actually
one
agree
brought up all
with
love,
some of
though.
what he said. Wait a minute, fellas. I'm actually agreeing with some of what realist nihilist said. Okay, because if he's sending people to hell, that's justice, but it's also not love either. So I would agree. When God is performing justice to people that are in hell, that's not love. If he did love them people, they wouldn't be in hell. Okay, so I agree with that. So, but God can still be love and just at the same time. And what you're seeing in Deuteronomy
You just contradicted yourself there.
Yeah, not if they're
You just
contradictory.
contradicted yourself right there.
No, it's not a contradiction, fellas.
Yes. You
No,
said
it's
it's
not.
not love, and then you said it is love.
It's not a contradiction, fellas.
Yes, it is. You
It's not a
contradicted
contradiction,
yourself.
fellas. You're not listening. Hey, wait. Hey, Nadia, could you present my screen? Because I'm going to do what Floyd has not done, which is to read it in context.
Yeah, and Josh pointed out where the contradiction was. You haven't pointed out why it's not a contradiction.
Fellas, you're not understanding. Look, when it says that God is love, okay, that doesn't mean that him performing justice upon a person that has sinned against them is contradictory to that. Okay.
So God is only love sometimes.
Wait. Let me finish.
Will you let Beckel talk?
The problem is you're looking at these verses that says God is love, and you're saying that means that God is all loving. That is not what the verse is saying. It just simply says God is love. That's it. Okay.
Yeah,
now,
what does that mean?
Wait a minute. What does God is love mean? Okay. According to the text, this is where love that exists come from. Okay, it comes from him. But that is a vast difference between love coming from him and him showing love to people. Those are two different things, and that's the problem that you guys seem to be having. It's okay to say that God is loving and say God is just at the same time.
Well, is God is love
so again, when God throws wait a minute. So when God throws
hateful as well.
Floyd, this is elementary, man. I can't believe.
Well, answer the question then. Is he hateful as well?
When God, if God, we haven't even looked at the passage in Deuteronomy yet. Again, I mean, Floyd, we got so much to cover in just a little bit that you just brought to the table. I mean, it's so easy to
start with
answer. Why does it take us so long?
Start with what is God. You said God is love. What does that mean? You still didn't tell us.
Let's agree on something. Okay, I think we all agree. When God throws people into hell, is that loving?
No.
Okay, I agree with you. Okay, because Psalm 5:5, Psalm 11:5, and several other passages clearly say that God hates workers, not workings, but workers of iniquity. Unfortunately, a lot of Christians like to deny these passages. They hate the fact that these passages are in the Bible, but they are there. So there are some individuals in this world that God hates. Okay, but just because God hates, wait a minute. Just because God hates some individuals, that doesn't mean that He doesn't love others. Okay.
Okay. So he loves some.
That is what
hates,
1 John chapter 4 is talking about. It's talking about God is love. This is where the concept and the feeling of love come from. It comes from Him, but that does not mean that He has this feeling towards all people. Okay, we need to make that distinction.
Yeah. So the concept of hate comes from God too, as well, right?
When God shows justice, that doesn't mean that He's loving on an individual necessarily.
Well, yes, obviously He's not loving.
Okay, well, why would you say that that's a contradiction? How is that a contradiction, Floyd? Come on, man.
It's a contradiction because he's not showing love to all of his creation.
He doesn't have to be just.
Can I say something?
Then don't call him. Don't say he's loving.
Floyd, I thought this was going to be harder than you made it out to be.
Can I say something real quick?
Incredibly easy. Oh my goodness. Go ahead, Jake, man. Oh, I need some water.
No, Veckel, I feel your pain because you're making the exact same argument that I was. The problem, as Veckel so eloquently pointed out, is that you're taking the verse "God is love" to mean ultimately that God cannot, because God is love, God cannot be hateful. Because God is love, God cannot be X, Y, and Z, that criteria that you set out. Here's the problem. No Christian in their right mind or anyone trained in logic would say that God, when God is exercising justice, he's being loving. That's not what that verse says. In order for you to show a contradiction, what the verse would need to say is, God, not that God is love, but God is all loving to all of his creation.
Right.
That you don't have that in that verse. So it's not a contradiction for God to be love, for God to show love to some, and for God to hate some for others.
That's right.
Well, there's other parts in the verse. For example, love does not insist on its own ways. Now, does your God insist on his own ways for everyone?
Floyd.
I would say yes. He definitely.
Well, before we go there, do you concede then? And I want to make sure, because we're not, at least with me, you're not gonna get another word in. We're not gonna move past this unless you concede this. Do you concede then it's not logically contradictory for the Christian God to love some according to that verse and hate others?
Well, it depends. Is he being kind? Is he being merciful? No, he's not.
No Christian is arguing that in those cases God is not being kind to them, but that doesn't contradict God being love. If that verse said God is all loving, it would. But
what does that mean,
not what
Jacob?
that verse says.
Right.
Maybe
That's
you can answer that, Jacob. What does God is love mean?
You know, Jake. Wait, Xbox.
Hold on, let Jacob answer, because you didn't answer when I asked you.
Xbox. How are you asking me that question when I already explained it 4 times?
You didn't answer.
Yes, I did.
Yeah,
no, you
Xbox,
said you started to explain. No, you defined it. You defined it as God. Hold on. This is what I. This is what I heard.
Hold on, please.
I'll tell you what I heard. I heard you say that God is love means that love comes from God.
This question, I already
That's all I heard you say throughout that whole thing.
Xbox.
Did you say more than that?
It just boggles my mind that you're asking this question after I already explained it to both you, Floyd, and
I told you what I just heard.
Yes, the answer is that he's kind to some people,
and then I
but not
asked
kind
you
to
if you
others.
said more than that, but you insisted on keep talking over me.
But that's Xbox, because you're not listening. I already explained this 4 times.
Yeah, I told you. For the third time, I told you what I heard.
The answer is he's kind to some people, but not kind to others. That was the answer.
No. This is gonna be my sixth.
No, I said it 3 times already.
No, wait,
what I heard you say, Veckle,
Xbox,
and then I asked you if you added any more, but you did this again. You've done it for a 4th time, talked over me while I said this.
Xbox, rewind the video. You'll see that I mentioned this 4 times. Half of the time you guys are talking over me because you have a knee-jerk apologetic. So let me do it a 5th time, all right? What the term God is love does not mean God is all loving. Okay? I proved that to you by going to see, you're about to talk over me again. Listen. God is love does not mean God loves all people. I proved that to you by going to Psalm 5:5, Psalm 11:5, and then if you want, I can post some other passages that clearly shows how God abhors people. Okay, so we got that on the table. What God is love means is that He is the source of what love is. He is
don't know what that means.
He is where love comes from.
He's the standard. He's the standard.
According to the scripture, he is the standard of love. He is the essence of love.
And he would be the standard of hate as well, right?
Wait a minute. Wait. Stop trying to attack other things first. Okay, let's just get this definition first. That the term
you could tighten it a bit more. That would be good.
What? Tighten it a bit more.
Is God the source of hate?
No, Joe.
I just asked what that means. I just asked what that means, and you just restated that.
The problem is that you're not listening, and I don't think you guys really want to be honest with you.
Well, you're taking forever.
See, this is what I'm talking about. You tend to focus on
what I just said. Then what did I say that God is love? Wait, Joe. Silence, Joe. Hold on. I want to hear them repeat what I just said.
Okay, you said, well, you defined what it isn't. You said that it doesn't mean that, like, what is it? God loves everything.
You said
you
it's
referred
all
to
several
passages.
No, Joe, you just came in the middle of this conversation. I want Floyd, because he's the one he's the missile theist here, so I want him to perform to repeat what I just
I'm
told
sorry.
you.
I'm not a misotheist.
Yes, you are a misotheist. You
No,
admitted it
I'm
several
against your
times.
God. I'm against
No,
your
you
God.
admitted it. No, Floyd. You admitted it on 2 occasions to me in public, in public hangouts, that you do seek to destroy Christianity. You've said
Oh
that.
yeah, I want
You're a
Christianity to
misotheist,
go
man.
away.
You're a
Yes,
misotheist.
but it doesn't make me a misotheist. It makes me a
You think
miso-Christian,
you're going to be able to
perhaps.
do what your forefathers have done? Failed to do?
Just
But anyway,
Yeah,
that's a different topic.
I want
Just
Christianity
define
to
all
go away
loving.
because
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
wrong.
but you're gonna fail just like your forefathers. So, but anyway, that's a different topic. I want you to repeat what I just said about what 1 John chapter 4 says
Jesus,
about God's
just
nature.
define it. How is it so difficult to define terms in your
Exactly, that's my
vocabulary?
question. I don't know how it's so
I
difficult for
asked
you
you
guys.
for a simple definition, and it's gone into all this stuff, and I still have no clue what you mean.
Hey,
See,
actually,
this is the problem.
Jacob,
Wait,
could you define it for us?
I
See,
tried to,
don't
and
play the-
Zekel cut over me as soon as I asked
I
that.
already repeated. You said
Okay,
this
what is it?
love comes from God. That's all. But then I asked you,
Okay,
does
all right, let me
does
ask you
hate
this
come
question.
from God as well? Does hate come from
Okay,
God? Wouldn't everything
Floyd,
come from God?
Floyd, does God? Floyd, let me ask you a simple
Why
question.
can't you answer my question? Does hate come
Well,
from
Floyd,
God as well?
does Floyd, let me ask you the question. Does God is love mean that He is all loving? Is that what
No
that
one
means?
has said that except for
no
you.
one said
No,
that.
I'm asking the question. Yes or no? Does God is love mean that God loves all people?
It can mean that. It could mean
But
that.
it doesn't.
Well,
It doesn't mean
because other verses in the Bible say that God hates people, certain people.
Yes, I pointed that out to you, not you. I did.
Right. Well,
That goes to show you that I'm not afraid to point out these passages. You don't have anything for me to be afraid of, bro. Seriously.
I don't care. I don't care about who's afraid of
Does God?
I have verses in my side that say God hates people.
I know you do because you're a
I'm aware of those
misotheist and you
verses
hate
too.
Christianity and you practice this stuff day and night. But I'm asking you, does God is love mean that God is all loving? Yes or no?
It could.
But it doesn't though.
No,
It does in that passage. In that passage that you pointed out, is that what it means? Is that the context?
Well, it doesn't talk about God loving people and God hating people in there. If God is love, and these are the characteristics of love, well, clearly he doesn't love certain people. You could say he loves certain people and hates other one, but then my question to you is hate the source of God? Does hate come from God as well as love?
Before we get into that,
well, why
I just
can't you just
wanted to
answer
be
yes or
confirmed.
no? Does hate come
I
from
just
God
wanted
as
you to
well as
confirm
love? Why
that
can't you
again,
answer
I
that?
don't understand why you guys can't stick to one single question at a time.
Yeah, exactly.
Asking for a definition, be clear on the definition before you go on to the second part. Is there clarity and understanding on the definition? If not, there's no point in asking a subsequent question.
That's true. That's true. Look, I just want to, before we go to that next question about hate coming from God, let's just get this part settled. 1 John chapter 4 says God is love. Everybody agrees with that. Okay, that's what the text says. However, the text does not say God is all loving. And we know this for a fact because, again, going back to Psalm 5:5, Psalm 11:5, God actually hates some individuals. Who are those people that he hates? Those he condemns. So God does not love people that are in hell. Okay? If he did, then he would rescue them. There wouldn't be a place called hell. There wouldn't be a concept of hell in the Bible. Okay? There wouldn't be a concept of condemnation. Okay?
Right, so we established that God loves certain people and hates others.
Great.
We established
Yes, no problem. I don't have a problem with that. The Bible says that, okay? So no Christian is afraid to point that out to you, unless those liberal-minded, I guess, who don't want to talk about these type of things. But anyway, now let's talk about God's justice. When God performs justice, in what way is he being unloving? He's only being unloving to those who he's passing judgment upon, because they have sought after being disobedient against God. So as an act of judgment, he punishes them. But when he's punishing them, is he showing love? Well, it depends on what we're talking about, the punishment. But let's talk about the case of hell, for instance. When he throws people in hell, is he loving them? No. He is not loving those people in hell.
So how
but
can
that doesn't mean that
so
justice...
how can he be love? Can he just turn his nature off when he wants to be hateful?
Yeah, so he's hating people then.
Can I answer that real quick?
We've already established that he loves certain
do
people.
you hear them asking the same question?
Can we move on?
Can I answer what Xbox just said real quick?
Yeah, I'm asking for clarity, so please.
I don't see how you didn't get any clarity, but
yeah.
Go
So
ahead.
this is
What
very
is clear? Can't we agree that God
hold on.
loves certain people and hates others?
Floyd,
Floyd,
hold on.
I'm the one that pointed that out to
You can
you.
answer me on the
Well,
side.
can we move on? Can we move on? Are
You
we
admit
in
you admit
agreement?
defeat. Go ahead.
Look, there was a question that was asked in the room. I think it's very relevant, and this seems to be where you guys go, Xbox and Floyd, when Veckel mentions anything to do with love and justice. And the question was, how can God love if He can hate anything? Which there
No,
seems
it's
to be.
it's how can God's nature be love, where we get love from, and at the same time He can hate things.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
not can He be loving and hateful, but how can His nature be love, and Him
Yeah,
also offer the opposite of that?
part of his nature is love, and part of his nature is hate, just like a lot of humans, right?
Well, that would be we would be a reflection of God's nature, and that's in the sense that we're made in His image. So yeah, so I don't see a contradiction in saying that God is love, but then saying that God Himself can hate that which is the anti-Him, which
Well,
is sin.
you could easily say God is hate as well, right?
No, I don't
Why
think so.
not? Why not? What's the
Well, I
difference?
don't. Well, you've proffered the affirmative claim there. I'm asking you how. I don't see how that's the case.
Through his demonstration of hate.
So
we have a passage that says God is love, and we have examples of love, but we also have examples of Him hating people, and passages says where He does hate people.
Okay, so how does it follow from that I can infer from Scripture where it says nowhere, by the way, that God is hate?
So God can hate. This is the point, right? You're saying God can hate, but not be the source of hate, meaning that something else is the source of hate that God would be contingent upon being.
That's not what I'm saying. That is not what I'm saying.
But that's how you interpreted 1 John 4. You interpreted it as God isn't all loving. God is simply the source of love. Now, I'm asking this question again. Well, if He's the source of love, is He also the source of hate, since He hates people as well?
It depends. It depends on what you mean by source of hate. But since I have no indication in Scripture that God is described as the source of hate, I can't logically conclude that He is the source of hate.
Well, He hates people.
Hold on.
He hates people. So where does His hate come from?
Would you contend, Jacob, that God is not contingent upon any other thing?
It depends on what you mean by contingent. He doesn't desire anything, for sure.
No, He's not. I'm saying He's not dependent on any other thing, right? He doesn't.
Not for His existence.
Things don't get created outside of God's. Things don't get created outside of God's will.
Right. Correct.
They all come from God's will.
So if He's not dependent on His nature on anything.
If hate exists and is not just the opposite of love, like you said earlier, it is something on its own. Then the source of it has to be God.
Well, no, I'm not arguing that it's not. I've never argued that it's not. The source of hatred, which comes from His justice, definitely comes from God. But what Floyd's trying to do is say, oh, well, because God shows love and God is love and God shows hate, it necessarily follows that God is hate, and that doesn't follow. That's non sequitur.
Well, if you're gonna, but you're the one adding in that what this passage means is God is the source of love, and if it comes from His nature and hate is coming from His nature, why wouldn't it make sense that God is hate as well?
I have no indication to believe that.
You don't have any indication. You have Scripture.
Yeah, I have Scripture, and those Scripture says God is hate.
It doesn't say God is hate, but it gives you the effects of it, right? He can't hate unless He is the source of hate.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
If hate is part of His nature, and His nature is dependent on nothing, then wouldn't He be the source of His hateful nature?
No, I'm not saying God is not the source of his nature in which He hates. Of course, I would agree.
Okay, if you say that what it means to say God is love is simply that love, that God is the source of this love.
No, that's not my definition.
Well, either you or Veckel said that.
No, my definition of God as love is simply that He is the standard of love, and because I know you're going to ask me what that means is that He is the embodiment of love.
Okay, and what does it mean to be loving?
It needs to be loving, especially or
like in 1
what
Corinthians 13,
sure.
right? That gives the definition. All right. So, and we established that he's loving to some and hateful to others. And here I have verses of him showing where he hates people. Okay.
Yeah, and here's the problem. This is what we tried to explain to you before. The mere fact that it tells you in Scripture what love is and is not a contradiction to say that God doesn't always show love. So of course, when God's showing His justice, He's not showing His love. So that criteria has no bearing in that situation. So you can't say it's a contradiction.
Well, he's not loving then.
Well, and I'm agreeing with you. In that case, Floyd, in that case, he's not loving. I'm not arguing that, but that doesn't show that there's a contradiction.
Well,
you can't be the embodiment of love at the same time.
I can't believe
you can't be in the embodiment of love and the embodiment of hate at the same time.
I didn't say he was the embodiment of hate. You're saying that. What I said was that God is the embodiment of love.
Is he the source of hate? If he's the source of love, then he's also the source of hate, right?
No, listen. Look. What I said was that I was defining love differently in that he's the standard of love and the embodiment of love. Excuse me. It doesn't therefore follow that because God hates, because God has a nature that shows hate, that God in fact himself is hate in the same context that he is love. That is a non sequitur. Once again,
but you still can't be the embodiment of love and be hateful, even if you're not the embodiment of hate.
Why not? Why can't he be the embodiment of love and also hate sin?
Well, he hates people. You switch it to sin.
I'm
hates
speaking specific. Yes, he hates people. He hates sin, and he hates people because they're sinners. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Right,
so the embodiment of love
because of the definitions of love in the Bible, hating someone would be a contradiction to those definitions.
Exactly. No, look, I'm not disagreeing with you that love and hatred are mutually exclusive to each other. The point is that God shows both. God is love, but God also shows hatred.
You can't be the embodiment of love. And you can be the embodiment sometimes of love and hate.
Why can't
you be both at the same time? Because they're contradictory.
Xbox, how are you missing this, Xbox?
No. I just want to speak for a second, and I need some clarification.
Please do.
Two things I hear. Number one, I love my kid, but sometimes I hate the things that she does.
But you still love it. You still love your child.
In that instance, it wipes out the whole notion that you can, or a certain that is like love, and hate some of the things that she does.
You're
sometimes you hate her actively, but you still love her as a person.
I'm going to take it a further step. And that goes to show that something that is the embodiment of love can still be the embodiment, the source that it emanates from, but still not love and actually hate things that people do.
Yeah, but we're not talking about the actions. We're talking about this God actually hating people.
Yeah, no, but there is no contradiction in it. Look.
And then the second thing is, I swear to God, this whole argument just sounds like when you study like philosophy or some other religions, and they ask the question, what is the sound of one hand clapping? Like, this is what that argument's, and it's like, I don't know how to get you guys or some people to like get there and figure it out, but it's just frustrating to listen to. It feels like a little bit of a riddle. But it's like
it's not a riddle. It's clear to me. It's very straightforward to me.
The problem that seems to crop up as well, which is the notion that I would assume that Jacob and Veckel want to take, that God's nature is unchanging. But the question then becomes, how is God's nature love one moment and then not the next?
Right. That's the point I was trying to get to.
That question has already been answered, though, several times in this entire discussion. Again, this is going to be my 7th time saying this.
Yeah, so God is the source of love and the source of hate.
There is not a contradiction with 1 John chapter 4 and other.
never answered why it was the case. You just said that in some
Wait,
instances.
wait, hold on a second.
No, it's a cumulative case. You're just focused on one. We have more parts of
just don't want
1
there to be.
Corinthians 13 to go over.
The problem is you just don't want this to be the truth. You want to find any means possible to find a contradiction.
No, we're just presenting arguments.
Well, I asked you. Jake asked you as well.
Stop bringing up motives and so forth.
Where
Stick to
First
the
John
arguments.
4 says that God is love, does that mean that God is all loving? Yes or no?
Again, we've already established that your God loves certain people and hates others. So,
Right,
is he all loving? No, he's obviously not all loving if he hates certain people.
Great. Now, if the term cannot the term God is love mean that he is the essence of love, he is the standard of love, he is where love comes from, and at the same time mean that he is not all loving?
It would imply that he's also the source of hate as well.
No. To answer your question, Veckel, no. He cannot embodiment and be the source of love and not be all loving. He can decide not to show love to everyone.
Right.
But he cannot hate them.
Well.
Yeah, he would not be the embodiment of love if he hates certain people and does not follow the definition of 1 Corinthians 13, then no, he's not the embodiment of love.
Okay, now, look.
He's just like a human being who's capable of loving certain people and hating others.
Right. But the problem is human beings are not the source of love, though. Love is not measured upon a human's nature. Okay, we go beyond that.
Well, again, we have the definition of love in 1 Corinthians 13. That's what we're looking at. We're looking at 1 Corinthians 13 as a standard.
Okay, yeah.
That's the objective standard we're going.
1 Corinthians standards is not talking about God's nature. It's talking about what love is in general. Okay, God's nature is in the verse that you pointed out, the other verse that you pointed out in 1 John chapter 4. So there's a distinction there. Now, yes. Love is kind, love is patient, and all these other things.
Yeah, love does not exist on its own way. So again, let's get to another part.
But God in no way contradicts that.
Well, again, that's what we need to look at.
Now, Floyd, let me help you out here. The only way.
No, I don't need your help.
No, actually, you do because.
No, I don't need your help.
No, actually, you do.
No, I don't need your help. Don't tell me that I need your help.
Apologist, Floyd. No. Put your pride aside. Floyd, put your pride aside for a second. Let me help you.
No, you're not going to help me.
Okay, all right. I'm not going to help you. Let me just make this statement. Here is a better way of how to point out a legitimate contradiction. Okay, if God says that He loves all people, okay, that He loves all people unconditionally, and then at the same time says that He hates some, that would be a legitimate contradiction. But you don't see that.
I never say that. You're bringing up a straw man. I never once said God
I know you didn't say that. I know you didn't say that, Floyd, but that's what you're trying to imply.
No, I'm not. It's a straw man.
That's what you're trying to imply by looking at the one verse in 1 John chapter 4.
No, I haven't.
Not say
your listener is incorrect.
Floyd, you are misunderstanding Veckel. What Veckel is saying is...
No, what Veckel is doing is he's cherry-picking my presentation.
Let me talk for a second. You tend to cut people off, and it creates a hostile environment. Just 1 second. No, you're not. Let me explain to you why you're not. No, you're not. Let me explain to you why you're not being straw man.
I am being straw man because you're just focusing on part of my slide.
The reason why you're not being straw. The reason why you're not being straw man is because what Veckel is showing you is what you would need to prove a contradiction.
No.
Yes.
You don't need a contradiction if God is all loving. That's not what I said.
Not that that's what you're saying.
No, I'm
not.
What
Veckel is saying is that in order for you to show a contradiction, you would need to meet criteria X. And criteria X is what Veckel just told you. Quit being so defensive.
I think what we're failing to recognize here, that the notion of all is a bit of a red herring, right? So what we're trying to establish here, if you're going to say that God is love, God must fulfill all of the criteria that Floyd is setting out.
Right, all the criteria, exactly. You're straw man. You're cherry picking me by just focusing on one part.
Let me ask you a question, and this will end the debate. When God does love, does he fit that criteria?
No.
How do you know that?
By looking at the criteria.
So let me get this straight. When God dies himself on the cross for the sins of humankind, he doesn't meet that criteria?
No, he doesn't.
How not?
Well, let's continue.
Yeah, show me.
Okay, here's another part of 1 Corinthians 13. Love
Okay.
does not insist on its own way. So I
Interesting.
ask you now, and I tried to ask this question a half hour ago, does your God insist on doing things his own way? Yes or no?
It depends on the context. When God went to the cross, or Jesus himself being God in flesh, prayed, he said, Lord, if possible, let this cup pass from me. But instead went to the cross.
Oh, but no. Continue on what he said there. But if it's thy will, let it be done.
Did he say, Lord, let this cup pass from me if possible?
Yes, but what did he say after that? But if it's your will, let it be done.
Yes, he did. Did he say, Lord, let this cup pass from me if it's possible?
Yes, he did.
Okay, thank you then.
But again, we're talking about God. God insisted on his own way then. And Jesus said, let it be your way.
So?
In the Lord's Prayer, it says, let your will be done.
Okay, and?
Well, it violates 1 Corinthians 13.
So the best that you could say is, when God insists on his own way, he is not loving. That's the best you can, exactly. And we've already established that God is not always loving. Thank you.
Then I proved my case.
That's a contradiction right there.
No,
if you're going to say
you
God
have
is
not-
embodiment
you have not-
of love, but
No.
he's not all loving.
No, that doesn't follow. That's a non sequitur. What we've been trying to tell both of you for the past 30 minutes is that God is not always loving. If in any case you found a violation, supposedly,
I didn't say that.
of the criteria of love, he was not loving in that case.
No, I didn't say God was all loving.
Yeah, so we established. We'll keep on establishing.
That does not violate the fact that Scripture says that God is love. That does not violate that in any means necessary.
I didn't say that God was all loving.
It does violate.
I made a distinction between being the source of
Once again,
and loving everyone.
Xbox, once again, the notion of all is an irrelevancy here, right? They're saying it is this thing. So, Jacob, when you say it doesn't violate it, what we're saying is, yes, it does. If he doesn't fulfill this criteria, then he is not love, because he is not fulfilling the criteria
But
of love.
it's not been demonstrated. It's not been demonstrated that he has not filled that criteria. What you've done is pointed out situations in which God wasn't that. But in order for you to show that God is not love, you have to show that in every single case, God does not fulfill that criteria. You cannot show
All we
that.
need to show is in many cases he doesn't.
I just need one instance showing that he doesn't fulfill that criteria.
You only need it in one instance if God is all loving. That was the point.
No, not that he's all loving, that he's all love. That he is the source, that he's the embodiment of love. I can care less if he actually loves everyone or shows everyone love.
You can't claim that this thing is unchanging, that it is love, and then say there is a context where it is not.
No, yes, I can. Let me tell you how I can. I could say that God. I could say that God, in His nature, sometimes is loving and sometimes shows justice. That is unchanging in Him. That's all I have to say.
But you can't then say he's the his nature is also the embodiment of love.
Why not?
Because you'd also be embodiment of hate.
Because it's not. It could be he could be partially that.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
But he can't. His nature can't embody love and then have contradictory attributes.
It would embody love.
It doesn't. You're begging the question. It
would
doesn't.
embody love and hate.
No, I'm saying his nature embodies love and he also hates, and that the source of hate with regard to his justice exists. Sorry, folks, that does not create a contradiction of the criteria.
Here's the contradiction.
It would be the embodiment of love and hate.
Yeah. Does love embody hate?
What do you mean? Does love embody hate?
That's my question. That's the contradiction.
Oh my God! What do you?
If I am the embodiment, if my nature, right? If my nature is the embodiment of love, it has no room for hate.
How do you know that?
Oh my goodness.
By the criteria.
No, yeah, but here I've already shown that he's not violated that criteria.
Now, if part of my nature is the embodiment of love, then we're all good.
Is nature embodies love and hate.
This is the best of the best.
The Bible somewhere?
Are you entertained?
Yeah.
Is it in the Bible somewhere?
Yes, 1 Corinthians 13, 4 through 6.
Thank you.
You're using the same. You know what? It sounds like a mantra to me, coming from you, Floyd. That's what it sounds like. This has already been explained to you thoroughly.
Incidentally, every time he attacks people personally, I'm clicking it.
Cool.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I don't care. You're not paying my bills, so I can do this.
There you go. Click again.
I'm just pointing out.
Yeah, that counts.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. Yep. But
he's proud of personally attacking people.
The point of the matter is, Floyd, we again, you initiated this entire conversation by arbitrarily throwing in your own personal belief about God being evil. Nobody asked
it's not
for
arbitrary.
And it is arbitrary because
No, it's not.
It is arbitrary. Who cares about your opinion? What is that? What is your opinion about God going to do for me in my life?
It's an internal critique.
Floyd, no, you made a claim that God is evil. I didn't ask you for your opinion.
Based on 1 Corinthians 13.
No, it is not, though. We already proved to you that you're flawed in your eisegesis.
No.
Yes.
No, you just claimed it.
No, just saying, oh, that's your opinion. That's all you have, that. Oh, that's just your opinion. Well, what your opinion is your opinion. It's irrelevant if it's an opinion or not.
That's all
we have to offer good reasons.
That's all you've been able to display in this entire discussion.
No, I've shown cumulatively that he doesn't follow 1 Corinthians 13.
But we showed you that you have a misunderstanding of the passages that you're bringing into question.
Hey, Beckel.
No.
It's amazing to me.
Beckel,
Corinthians 1:18 has come into full manifestation in this room. I tell you.
No, all we established is your God loves certain people and hates others.
Yeah, Beckel.
But that means he's not the embodiment of love.
This is something that I learned, and I don't know. It may just be. Sometimes you just have to shake the dust off your feet.
Yeah, man.
Because obviously, no one is listening.
No.
Well, I am, and I'll try one more time. I could give you the contradiction.
It's a 1 Corinthians 1.
If I have a car, I'll give you an analogy for it. If I have a car that is the embodiment of blue, can it have any yellow on it?
I'm not interested, Xbox. I've tried to explain this to both of you for the past maybe close.
No, that's fine. You can dismiss it.
All we can say is God's nature includes
because Jake, what it all boils down to is that they just want any type of means they can find necessary to refute a position other than their own. That's what it seems like.
Do you think that attacking people personally is like?
Well, go ahead and click the thing, Joe. Go ahead, click Joe. Go ahead, do it. Give me 5 more if you can. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to be consistent. I actually could care less. I'm just following the argument.
That's really going to affect my bills. Go ahead.
Hold on. I think your dog is making more sense than you are. Let him on the mic more.
Oh, go ahead. Click 2 more for yourself.
Touche, dog.
And dismissing the contradiction as not being a contradiction is not an argument.
No, now that is intellectually dishonest.
You see what they're doing, Jake?
I just spent the past.
I haven't made an argument.
Right,
hold on.
Jake, it amazes me that you're not willing to accept that your God is the embodiment of hate as well.
Hold on. I find that intellectually dishonest. I just spent the past half hour, 45 minutes, engaging with both of you on the subject. Now, if you want to say you think I'm wrong, totally understand that. You have the ability to do that. But to say that I'm just dismissive of the argument when I've addressed it for 45 minutes is wrong.
I said you're being dismissive on addressing the contradiction, and I just brought the contradiction clearly up just a few minutes ago.
I mean, it's my understanding all you're saying is God's nature has love in it and hate in it. And that seems very obvious according to Scripture.
Right. I don't think that diminishes God. I don't know Floyd's argument. I am not invested in his argument. I'm just following what's being said.
My argument is simple.
I do see a contradiction in something. We can go away from Scripture at this point. If something is the embodiment of a single thing, it cannot have any other attributes that are contradictory to that embodiment.
It's real simple to me. I mean, I don't see how you guys miss it, other than what Paul points out in 1 Corinthians 1:18 and 2:14, that when it says God is love, that doesn't mean that He's all loving. That just means that He is where the idea of the concept, the feeling of love comes from. But that just because He is the source of that, that doesn't mean that He has the obligation or that He actually does perform love on all people.
We were working with embodiment.
So all you're saying is that God is the source of everything. Love and hate.
Guys,
I have no issue with what you just said, Beckel.
I really don't understand how you guys are missing
Beckel, we don't have an issue with what you just said.
No, but you do though. That's why
we don't. We don't. Floyd just pointed it out that he doesn't have an issue with that either.
The problem is that that's Floyd's first problem, is that he's assuming that's what God is love actually.
You don't even accept when someone agrees with you.
No. Okay, but so wait, Floyd, you agree that God is love does not mean God is all loving?
Well, it would mean that he doesn't show. No, what it means is he doesn't show love. So when it says God is love, it's basically meaningless.
Right, he agreed with you.
Wait, yeah. Floyd, the term God is love, as it's used in that verse, just simply means that this is where love comes from. It comes from God. It does not mean anything else.
That doesn't tell you what love is.
But it would mean
right. We didn't contend. We didn't have an issue with that.
But in you describing it, everything comes from.
Hey, Jake, you're right, man. Jake, it's time to.
Everything, love and hate. Well, so to say God is love is meaningless.
Right. See, we're not disagreeing with what you're saying, Beckel. We took issue with it being the embodiment of, or being right. You can't be the embodiment of this and have contradictory attributes as well. But if you're going to say that God is the source of where we get the feeling from,
I wish I could
that's fine. We agree with it says that.
Yeah, we get the feeling of love from God, and we get the feeling of hate from God.
Yeah, Floyd's just pointing out that we get everything from God, including hate.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's not a contradiction, though. That's what I'm trying to ask. That's what I'm trying to show you. That you pointed out some random verses out of the New Testament and out of the Old Testament in an attempt to show a random contradiction with God's nature.
No, it's not.
Deuteronomy 7 is not God. Deuteronomy 7 is not God hating people or hating on all people. Okay, it's an act of judgment. If you read the entire chapter,
he's hating those people. He's hating those particular people.
Okay, so can he hate some people and not love others?
We've already established that he loves some and hates others. Romans 9 says that.
So where's the contradiction?
Well, it would mean that he doesn't fully follow that definition of love all the time, right?
What are you talking about? He doesn't have the obligation to do that with all people. What is the problem, Floyd? How are you missing this? Oh, this is crazy.
It's so easy. It is literally elementary.
The problem is that
it is literally elementary, and I cannot.
No. The problem is that God is love is meaningless. That verse is meaningless.
No.
because it's only a part of what the reality is. That God is the source of everything.
I don't often engage in ad hominem attacks. I try to keep myself civil and calm most of the time, but I literally cannot believe that grown men cannot see this.
Yes.
I literally cannot believe that.
Yes.
It is so easy to see.
Everybody in this room knows that I'm not a smart guy. Everybody in this room knows I'm not a smart guy. Come on, man.
Okay, so 1 Corinthians 13. It is just sometimes.
Hey Joe, go ahead and
right?
Pick one for myself.
It's just sometimes. So God doesn't assist on his own ways. Now, is that all the time or some of the time?
I gotta go. I'm gonna watch this game tonight.
No, wait. You guys just went down the most worst
You said God loves sometimes.
Hey Joe,
and
before I go, give me
sometimes.
5 more on those clicks, man. Give me 5 more. Come on.
No, how about I actually give you an art? Okay, so you're saying God is love, so we ought to do what? God
Joe, I gotta go, man.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
You can type by in the side chat.
Joe, just hook me up. 5 more clicks. Come on, hook me up. Come on.
By the way,
it's all you got. I mean, you only believe that. You only believe.
I will never.
Can I please actually talk?
All right.
So talk over me, Beckel. Since you only,
my next question is: Does God does God show love to saved people as well? If you say God loves Christians, if God loves saved Christians, okay, let's take 1 Corinthians 13 and apply it to the ones he claims he loves. And if he violates that, then would that be considered a contradiction? Oh, is Jacob still here? Jacob, could you answer that? Yeah, if God loves saved Christians, can we apply the standard of 1 Corinthians 13 to them at that point?
No, I'm not interested in engaging anymore.
Oh, okay.
We've gotten absolutely nowhere.
Well, I have a fundraiser
Well,
going
again,
for.
because if
start
love is
talking,
applied to
or
saved Christians, God would not insist on his own ways with loved Christians as well, right?
we're
And
going to look back at this
that
in
would be a
hindsight
solid
and see
contradiction.
how fruitful it actually was.
Here, Joe, let Nadia say what she was just fixing to say about her fundraiser, and then would you make your point you were going to make to Veckel? Because I thought it was pretty good.
I have a fundraiser going for voice feminization surgery. It should be on a card on the video and is also on my channel page. Go ahead.
Awesome.
So, all we establish is God has love and God has hate. So he's certainly not the embodiment of love. He has love in his nature and he has hate in his nature.
So,
but the question is, does he show love? Does he show love to Christians all the time? Well, if part of love is not to insist on his own ways, but he still insists on his own ways, even to the people he loves, then supposedly loves, then wouldn't that be a contradiction?
Well, Floyd, what I would because I see the problem is, like, with what they were arguing, we ended up at a stage at some point, I think at least, where they were saying, you love and hate. So we were establishing that these aren't, dichotomies. One can be both loving and hateful, or have it in their nature to be loving and hateful. If I was to address your argument, which we just saw past essentially, what I want to know is what is the definition given in Scripture for evil, and do you have examples of God fulfilling that criteria?
Well, the criteria is 1 Corinthians 13, 4 through 6. That's the criteria for love.
No, not for love, for evil.
Oh, for evil.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not spelled out as clearly as 1 Corinthians 13 is, but we need something. We need a definition of evil that stands on its own, right? I mean,
because what we may end up with is a point where we're going to say, where they may just concede and say that God can both be, loving and evil, or good and evil, and which is fine. Like that's like pretty much there to conceding your argument. But I would, like, from my point of view, I'm more interested in knowing, like, what would be the criterion for evil, and how would you establish, like, the entity fulfills the criteria.
Right, yeah, there's a way out of the contradiction by changing your view on God a little bit, which when it's changed in that manner to say that God is the source of good and the source of evil, I feel like they're fighting this because it sounds bad, but for me, if this was my theology, I wouldn't think that this would be a bad thing at all. My God is everything.
Yeah, I mean, there is a verse in the Old Testament which says, that God, does good, and God does evil or calamity. Where it says he's, I do all these things. I'm the source. I'm the source of all these things.
Isaiah 45:7.
What was that again?
Isaiah 45:7.
Yeah, I thought that I thought I had that in my slide. I'm looking for it now. But that would just simply go back to where we already established. To say God is love, well, you could easily say God is hate as well, or God is whatever God does, that's what He is. But to say God is love is a very small picture of what God is, right? So yeah, actually
Right, and it was it only says that single thing because of the context of the verse, right? There would be no need to point out God is the source of evil or pigs or crying or angels. Or it wouldn't fit the context to just start listing off everything God is. It was just to highlight this one part.
Yeah, well, you could say anything. It said, because in First John 4 it says, love each other because love is of God, right? Well, you could say hate each other because hate is of God as well, or don't show mercy towards each other because being merciless is of God. Because if everything's come from God, then yeah, whenever you say do whatever, you can say because God is that. Because everything comes from God.
Right.
But yeah, there's Isaiah 45:7. I form the light and I create the darkness. I make peace and I create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. So God is the embodiment of everything, right? Everything comes from God. And Deuteronomy 28:63. I, the Lord, took delight in doing. Here we go. Alex was looking for something here. This is Deuteronomy 28:63. And as the Lord took delight in doing you good and multiplying you, so the Lord will take delight in bring ruin upon you and destroying you. And you shall be plucked off the land which you are entering to take possession of it. So, throughout the Bible, God talks about reward and punishment. If you obey God, you will be rewarded. Those are good. If you disobey God, you're punished. So it's basically, good and evil just basically boils down to just what's good for humans, basically. What's evil done upon you is what causes harm to you, which is very, which is pretty much a secular definition of morality. Just, what's evil is what goes against human flourishing. There's passages in the Old Testament where God threatens to have people eat their own children as punishment for disobeying Him. So basically, what's evil? Well, what harms human beings? What hurts flourishing? So it's no different than secular morality at that point. You just have a dictator that's creating the consequences. If you obey God, you're rewarded. If you disobey God, you're punished. But I would think evil, I guess, in a Christian perspective, is simply just whatever goes against the nature of God. But the nature of God includes love and hate and so forth. But it really comes down to evil is disobeying God, regardless of what God commands. If you disobey God, then that's evil. It doesn't matter what actually God is commanding. If you simply just disobey it, it's evil.
But that means God could never be evil.
Right. By that definition, God is never evil, because whatever His commands are, if it comes from God, it's good. So, when it comes to the Euthyphro dilemma, when Socrates asks, is it good because it comes from God, or does it come from God? Does it come from God because it's good? The answer to that would be simply because it comes from God. So whatever God commands, that is what defines good, regardless of what He commands. It's irrelevant of what He commands. If it comes from Him, that is good. Eating babies, if God commands that, that's good.
But whether it comes from His command or what if it comes from His nature? Would it make a difference?
Well, I mean, any commands from Him would necessarily have to come from His nature. How could it not?
Right.
However you act or say or do or whatever, it's coming from you, right? You're not different than your own nature.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight the fact that doesn't get you out of the problem.
Yeah, I mean,
Xbox, did you see over 20 minutes ago I brought up the Euthyphro dilemma?
Yeah, I did.
Fucking A.
Well, the way Calvinists solve it, they simply just say, yes, whatever comes from God, whatever pleases God, whatever God commands, that is what's good, and it's irrelevant of what it is. It could be completely arbitrary. God could flip a coin if he wanted to decide what's good and evil, because that's what's his decision.
What's the issue with that? Because that's the kind of God I would follow.
And also, briefly note, we have a changeover rather imminent, so
Okay.
Link the new one's in the sidebar.
Thank you.
Right. Thanks.
Is there an issue with that, Floyd?
Paste the link for Shameless too.
Well, the basic issue is he doesn't care about his creation. It's but you could say, well, that's just the way it is. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but it comes out. Yeah, he's not loving to all of his creation. He just favors some over others.
I just wouldn't have this picture of the most people how they picture God as being the all-loving guy that cares about you and all.
But it makes a very arbitrary God, right? It's completely arbitrary. By what criteria does God love some and hate others? By what's the criteria? And they would say, well, no, he's the criteria. And so it's completely subjective to his whims. It's totally subjective to God's desires. What criteria is he choosing from? He's not choosing from any criteria. This him, whatever pleases him, that's the criteria.
Yeah, I would have to have reasons to think this thing existed, but if that's the kind of God it is, then that's the kind of God it is. I think I'd have to swallow the pill or bite the bullet on that. But
we have under 30 seconds left.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch over.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. Not yet.